Hello everyone. If you like this audiobook and want to listen to more, please consider subscribing. And if you like this video, like it as well, that it enjoy.
Chapter 1 Between Light and Shadows. I knew this moment would come. I always knew. Great deeds are not remembered without a price, and I paid mine with every drop of blood and sweat. The road that brought me here was not peaceful, it was filled with misfortunes and hardships. I was born into an environment no child should be born into, surrounded by screams, coldness, and indifference. I was forced into hard labor from the moment I could walk, by the very people who gave me the gift of life, and with each passing day, I understood more and more that the blood that binds us means nothing when love does not exist. From an early age, I realized there was something different about me. I remembered everything, every word spoken, every detail of every scene, as if time had no power over my memories. At first, I thought it was a curse, a punishment that prevented me from forgetting pain, but soon I understood it was a gift. Where others needed repetition to learn, I absorbed immediately. Where others forgot, I stored it forever. Knowledge became my weapon. Every keen glance, every page read in secret, every conversation overheard without being noticed, everything was a lesson. I took what was taught to the privileged and became more than them. I saw patterns where others saw chaos, understood mechanisms invisible to the common world. Numbers spoke to me, languages bent to my will, the hands that once carried weight began to shape ideas. And that was how I escaped. Not with violence, not with desperation, but with intelligence. When no one expected it, when they thought I was just another soul doomed to the cycle of misery, I left. Alone, with nothing but a sharp mind and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. What I once saw as a burden, I now understand as a gift. For those who forget stumble on the same stones. Those who learn slowly waste time. But I never forget, I never stop. And as long as the world keeps turning, I will keep growing. The night I fled was like any other, dark, cold, and silent. But for me, it was the beginning of everything. I left behind the place where I was born, where I was never wanted, and I left without looking back. No money, no concrete plan, only what I had always possessed, my mind. The days that followed were harsh. I slept on filthy streets, felt hunger gnaw at my bones, was treated as less than nothing. But I never bowed. I observed, I learned, I adapted. Where others saw only difficulties, I saw possibilities. I picked up discarded books and devoured them in a night. I listened to conversations of passing teachers and absorbed more knowledge than their own students. My name began to spread, first as the strange boy who knew too much, then as a prodigy impossible to ignore. At 6 years old, I was accepted directly into the 5th grade, skipping 4 years. At 8, I completed elementary school and entered high school. At 10, I passed the national exams, and at 11, I entered university with a full scholarship. My first doctorate came at 16, followed by others. Medicine, engineering, chemistry, physics, fields of knowledge bent before me. The impossible became simple, the unattainable, just a matter of time. They said I was a miracle, an unprecedented phenomenon. But the truth was different. I was not a product of chance, not a privileged child of fate. I was the result of pain, of necessity, of the refusal to be less than I could be. For those who bow before adversity conquer nothing. And I never bowed. At 20, I won the Nobel Prize in Physics and Chemistry for developing a material that eliminated energy loss and made nuclear fusion viable. Shortly after, my research in regenerative medicine brought a treatment capable of curing neurodegenerative diseases and restoring damaged tissues, earning me the Nobel Prize in Medicine. But I did not stop. At 25, I was awarded the Nobel Prize in Engineering for creating a system that revolutionized space exploration, making interplanetary travel accessible and safe. My inventions did not just change the world, they also destroyed empires. The energy market collapsed when my discovery eliminated the need for fossil fuels. The pharmaceutical industry lost trillions when my research rendered obsolete treatments that merely prolonged suffering but never cured. I knew powerful interests were watching me, waiting for a mistake, a weakness. The first threat came disguised as advice. An executive from one of the world's largest corporations approached me personally. The man smiled as he told me, politely, that some knowledge should remain inaccessible, that uncontrolled progress could bring chaos, that I should be more discreet. I laughed, and I told him that the future waits for no one. That night, I knew I had signed my own sentence. The veiled warnings soon became explicit threats. My lab was invaded, computers destroyed, my data corrupted, but none of it mattered. My mind was my true lab, and there was nothing they could take from me. Then came the accidents. The car that lost its brakes on a deserted road. The elevator that plummeted just as I decided to take the stairs. The food that nearly killed me with an accidental poisoning. But it was one night when everything happened. The lab was silent at that hour, the blue glow of monitors casting trembling shadows on the glass walls. Piles of notes were scattered across the desk, hurriedly scribbled calculations, promising results shining on the screen. Exhausted, I ran my hands over my face and decided it was time to leave. I walked through the empty halls, the sound of my footsteps echoing on the marble floor. The reception was deserted, only the usual security guard lost in his own world, barely raising his head as I passed. Outside, the air was cold, carrying the distant scent of rain. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows across the nearly empty parking lot. That was when I heard it. Above me, footsteps approached. Precise, cold. The crack of the first gunshot still echoed when another followed right after, tearing through the night with a dry, brutal sound. The world spun, the cold asphalt embraced me with open arms, and the smell of gunpowder mixed with the iron of the blood flooding my mouth. My vision flickered between trembling lights and dancing shadows. The weight in my chest grew, each heartbeat spreading warmth through the fabric soaked in red. The assassin stood there for a moment, watching, evaluating. Was the job done? My motionless body should have been answer enough. But then, voices. First a distant murmur, then screams. Windows opened, doors creaked, and bare feet hit the ground in urgency. Someone had heard the shots. Witnesses. The cold, calculated steps retreated. The shooter did not wait any longer. In seconds, they disappeared into the darkness. And I remained, fallen, bleeding, listening to the world move around me like a distant dream. Hands touched me, trembling, pressing against the wounds. A voice insisted I stay awake. Someone screamed for an ambulance. Red and blue lights painted the night. Darkness did not come immediately. First, there was the cold. Not the kind felt on the skin, but the one that crawls through the bones, numbing everything in its path. Then, the pain. At first, sharp, cutting, a cruel reminder that I still existed. But then, it became distant, almost illusory, as if my body was no longer mine. Lights flickered above me, shadows moved, distant voices screamed my name. The hospital. I survived, for now. The world around me flickers, distant, as if I were drifting between reality and oblivion. Sirens echo in the distance, voices blend into an indistinct murmur. Someone holds my hand, but the touch feels as far away as my own existence. I feel the weight of blood flowing between my fingers, warm, thick, real. The metallic scent invades my lungs, and the pain. The pain is just a detail now. The true blow wasn't the bullet that tore through my flesh, nor the body collapsing against the cold asphalt, it was the corruption that condemned me. I was admired, envied, celebrated, and then marked as an obstacle. My name, once etched in admiration, now echoed in the shadowy corridors of those who feared my knowledge. The fate of those who challenge the rulers in the shadows has never been different. History always repeats itself. Socrates had the hemlock, Prometheus had the chains, and I will have eternity. Because even if my body yields, my name will never be erased. My legacy will burn through the centuries, like a bonfire that no wind can extinguish. My last breath is not loss, but return. I close my eyes and smile. For every river meets the sea, and every fallen leaf one day returns to its root. The darkness gave way to a golden glow. It wasn't ordinary light, it was something alive, pulsating, enveloping me like a veil of warmth and silence. I felt my body dissolving, yet at the same time, I became more whole than I had ever been. I floated, or perhaps walked. The concept of movement became irrelevant. Before me, a tunnel stretched out, made of something that wasn't stone, nor light, nor shadow, but all of these at once. It called to me, and I followed. Footsteps echoed in the distance, but they weren't mine. A shiver ran through what remained of me. I wasn't alone. And then, a voice filled everything. Welcome to the Elysian Fields. Chapter 2: The Realm of the Eternal. The brightness hurt his closed eyes, piercing his eyelids like blades of golden light. A pleasant warmth enveloped his body, unlike anything he had ever experienced. Slowly, he forced himself to open his eyes, blinking several times as his vision adjusted. The first thing he saw was a face. Sun-bronzed skin, dark, wavy hair falling over his shoulders, deep brown eyes carrying an immeasurable depth. A slight smile curved the man's lips before him, gentle, yet firm, as if he already knew all the questions before they were even asked. His body rested upon a stone platform, arranged in harmonious alignment with others like it, instantly reminding him of the ruins of Stonehenge. But here, there was no wear of time, no moss or cracks. The place seemed newly created, sculpted by the very will of the world. Sitting up, he looked around. The air was pure, filled with a freshness that entered his lungs effortlessly. Above, the sky was an impossible blue, flawless, with the sun shining without burning. In the distance, mountains covered in lush greenery embraced waterfalls that cascaded into crystal-clear rivers. Animals that only existed in ancient paintings roamed through the tall grass, while vibrantly colored birds cut through the sky, singing melodies that sounded like stories whispered by the wind. He stood up, feeling the firmness of the ground beneath his feet. The grass, soft as velvet, bent under his weight. Beyond the circle of stones, he saw a civilization rising in the distance. Majestic structures blended into the landscape, built from a material that seemed both ancient and eternal. Towers, temples, and grand buildings formed a setting that defied any era, as if all the great empires of humanity had converged into a single place. There were also dwellings with a more modern appearance, yet they did not clash with the surroundings, maintaining a balance between different ages. He took a deep breath. Was all of this real? He turned his gaze back to the man before him, who watched him patiently. "Who are you?" His voice came out hoarse, almost hesitant, as if fearing the answer. The man continued smiling, tilting his head slightly. "You already know who I am, Arthur." Arthur felt a shiver run down his spine. He hadn't said his name. Before he could question it, he forced himself to ask, "Where am I?" The man's eyes gleamed with something unfathomable. "You have arrived at the Elysian Fields, the home of those who left their mark on history." The words lingered in the air, carrying an immeasurable weight. Arthur swallowed hard, feeling his heartbeat quicken. "So, this is paradise. The afterlife." Jesus smiled with understanding. "It's more complex than that. Every soul passes through the tribunal of purification, where all impurities are removed before reaching its final destination. Some reincarnate, others remain here. There are also those who failed the judgment, and their souls are sent to purgatory, where their stains are cleansed before returning to the cycle. Each world has its own journey, but all converge toward the same truth." Arthur processed the words, his mind struggling to find logic in them. If the tribunal of purification judged all souls from all realities, then it was not just a religious concept, but a cosmic structure, a pillar of divine order that transcended time, space, and even human comprehension. The souls of different worlds and civilizations underwent the same process, but each perceived the tribunal according to their own culture and beliefs. To a human, it might appear as a grand celestial temple. To an advanced alien civilization, it might be a field of pure energy. But the judgment was the same for all. Arthur took a deep breath, trying to absorb the revelation. So technically, other planes, multiverses exist. And this tribunal judges all of them. Jesus nodded. "Yes." Arthur frowned, intrigued. "Are you present in those other places?" Jesus held his gaze firmly and replied with serenity. "In my Father's house, there are many mansions." Arthur pondered for a moment before asking, "And in all those other places, is your story the same? Are you the same being in all of them?" Jesus smiled slightly. "In those worlds, I have another name. They must learn to recognize me by it." As they walked toward the city, Jesus continued to explain. "Time here is not like in the world you know. It is not felt the same way because there is no rush, no fear of tomorrow. The present is where all exist. Here, past grudges, ancient conflicts, hatred, and anger have no place. Only harmony, friendship, and joy." After some time walking, Arthur began to hear the sounds of battle. The clash of swords, laughter, and shouts of encouragement. As they approached, he saw an open field where various warriors dueled. Some fought with swords, others with spears and axes. Jesus pointed to two men fiercely facing off. One, imposing, with a firm stance and wild eyes, wielded his blade with brutal precision. The other, blond and sharp-eyed, moved with the grace of a born strategist. "Temujin and Alexander the Great," Jesus said. Around them, a group watched with excitement, drinking from large mugs and laughing heartily. Ragnar Lothbrok and his son Bjorn exchanged jokes while Richard the Lionheart clapped his hands, encouraging the fighters. Attila observed with an intense gaze but smiled between sips of mead. A little farther away, the scene changed completely. An intense and energetic melody filled the air. Freddie Mercury sang with passion, his voice echoing like thunder. Around him, a legendary trio accompanied him, Mozart on the harpsichord, Beethoven with a viola, and Paganini drawing impossible notes from his violin. Beyond them, a group of notable figures danced, surrendering to the rhythm of the music. Catherine the Great twirled in an elegant dress, while Cleopatra smiled and danced alongside her. Ada Lovelace watched the musicians with fascination, while Voltaire exchanged sharp remarks with Rasputin, who laughed. Arthur observed it all with a mix of awe and disbelief. Was this truly the final destination of history's greatest names? A blend of eras, cultures, and legacies creating something unique, something eternal. Jesus merely smiled, for all who came before him had the same reaction. Chapter 3: The Path of Destiny. Arthur was still trying to process everything he saw around him. The grandeur of the Elysian fields felt like an impossible dream, but the sensation of the ground beneath his feet, the fresh smell of the air, and the soft warmth of the sun on his skin told him it was real. Jesus, by his side, kept a patient gaze, as if he understood the whirlwind of thoughts running through Arthur's mind. The young man looked at him and asked, "And now, what do I do?" Jesus smiled softly, his eyes filled with an ancient calm. He looked around, observing the vibrant chaos of geniuses and legends gathered. The sound of music and conversations, interspersed with laughter and the echoes of hurried footsteps, seemed to fade away for them, while a serene peace hovered over the scene. Jesus, with his serene tranquility, leaned slightly toward Arthur. "Now, you do whatever you feel like. The Elysian fields are not a place for haste or agitation. Here, time has a different rhythm. All who arrive, even the most powerful, the greatest among men and women in history, are invited to reflect." Arthur, still with his mind overwhelmed by the grandeur of the place, stared at the figures around him, some so far removed from his reality. There they were, great figures from different eras, mixed in a bewildering scene. He noticed a group of medieval warriors exchanging stories with Roman emperors, and further ahead, Isaac Newton was discussing the laws of gravity with Aristotle. None of them seemed out of place, but at the same time, it seemed as though all of them were in constant adaptation to this new reality, as if the Elysian fields were a fusion of dreams and universal truths. "Do you feel small?" Jesus asked, reading the unspoken thoughts of Arthur. The young man looked at him, not knowing how to respond. He felt a mixture of admiration and an uncomfortable sense of insignificance. How could he, a simple man from a distant land, be among giants? "Yes," Arthur finally replied, his voice low. "How could I be worthy to be here?" Jesus gave a slight smile, the kind of smile that carries the weight of countless wisdoms, and replied with the softness of one who knows what is to come. "Just by being here, you are already classified as worthy." Arthur stared at Jesus, a whirlwind of emotions forming within him. Every word that came from the master's lips seemed to penetrate deep into his soul, stirring thoughts that he still couldn't control. "Do I need to understand all of this?" His voice, almost a question without answer, echoed in the silence that surrounded them. Jesus, with a calm and serene movement, shook his head, his gesture simple, yet full of weight. "No, Arthur, not everything, not now." His words floated in the air, gentle yet laden with meaning. "You don't need to comprehend everything at once. What matters is that, when the right moment comes, you will know what you need to learn. The Elysian fields do not demand immediate understanding. They ask that you observe with attentive eyes, that you absorb the wisdom of those who have already passed through here. When the time comes, it will be this knowledge, which you will have internalized, that will guide your steps." Arthur remained silent, absorbing Jesus' words, feeling a slight relief, as if the pressure on his shoulders had lessened, transforming into an expectation, not a burden. Jesus, with calm and assured steps, guided Arthur through the earth and grass of the Elysian fields. The ground, softly covered by a green and soft carpet, yielded with each step, as if the very earth welcomed their presence. The fresh aroma of leaves and flowers scented the air, while the trees around, with their golden foliage, seemed almost to whisper, telling stories of timeless times. "So, what is expected of me?" Arthur asked, his voice now firmer, but still laden with doubt. Jesus, unperturbed as always, looked around, his gaze lost for a brief moment before turning back to Arthur. "What is expected of you, is your journey. You will be guided by those who will walk beside you, but in the end, the choice will be yours. What you do with what you learn here, what you decide to take with you to the world beyond these gates, that is what will truly define your path." Arthur remained silent, his words echoing in his mind. The magnitude of what was to come was beginning to feel more clear. He was not here simply to watch, but to live, absorb, and then choose what to do with everything he would encounter. The future was not written. It was something he, and only he, could shape. After a few moments, Arthur looked at Jesus with a more focused expression. And when the right time comes, what will happen then? Will there be something that I need to do? Jesus remained calm, his gaze deep, as if seeing something beyond the present. When the time comes, I will make a proposal, a choice, but know that, as always, the decision will be yours. Arthur frowned, hesitant. But will it be mandatory? Do I have to accept? Jesus smiled slightly, his calm expression unchanged. No, Arthur, my Father gave everyone the gift of free will. No one will be forced to choose what they do not want. What is expected of you, in the end, is that you make the decision that makes sense for your soul, for your heart. Arthur, still with doubts, felt a slight relief. He would have the power of choice, and that, in some way, made the weight of the journey feel lighter. As they continued, the terrain began to change. The soft hills and open fields gradually gave way to structures rising before them like a vision from another world. The scene seemed to be a fusion of all the empires and civilizations that had ever existed. Majestic towers, grand temples, and imposing buildings, constructed from materials that seemed to resist time, formed the backdrop of the city. Simpler dwellings, with traces of modernity, coexisted without contradicting the environment, creating a harmony of eras and styles. As they approached the entrance to the city, the terrain changed again, now becoming a cobblestone path in a medieval style, but far more beautiful and refined. The stones were arranged to create a perfect path, with gentle curves and finishes that reflected the soft sunlight, giving the city a serene glow. As they walked along the cobblestone path, Arthur noticed that the historical figures crossing their path not only observed them but seemed to recognize Jesus, greeting him with friendly gestures. Jesus' gaze remained serene, but in every greeting, there seemed to be an untold story, as if he were a link between the centuries. They finally reached a wide central plaza, the heart of the city. In the center of the plaza, a simple but imposing stage rose from a stone base, with wide steps curving gently to the top. The stage did not have the ostentation of grand palaces, but its presence was undeniable, a platform that seemed destined to reveal something greater. The sound of conversations and laughter gradually quieted as people approached and gathered around the plaza. Jesus, with a calm gesture, climbed onto the stage and motioned for Arthur to follow. The young man hesitated for a moment, still trying to comprehend the magnitude of what was happening around him, but upon seeing the confidence in Jesus' eyes, he climbed onto the stage beside him. Once they were at the top, a reverent silence filled the plaza. The conversation ceased, and all eyes turned to Jesus. Arthur's presence beside Jesus seemed to draw a silent curiosity, as if the mere union of their figures was an expected event. Jesus looked at the crowd, and the soft murmur that had come from every corner of the plaza stopped completely. He looked at Arthur and smiled with a lightness that seemed to illuminate the atmosphere around them. "My friends," began Jesus, his voice soft but clearly audible to all, "today, we bring among us someone who is here to learn, to grow, and, like all of us, to discover his own path. This is Arthur." He paused, his gaze turning to the figure of the young man beside him, as if sharing a profound truth with all those listening. Like all of you, Arthur left his mark on eternity. Not through royal blood, but through the depth of his search, the courage to question, and the tireless will to learn. His journey, his desire to understand the unknown and find his truth, brought him to this moment. He, like so many before him, has the power to shape his destiny, to leave a legacy that transcends time. The silence in the plaza seemed to stretch as everyone absorbed Jesus' words. Arthur, still a bit stunned, felt a gentle warmth spread through his chest. It was not a warmth of pride or vanity, but something deeper, something that made him feel more connected to the world around him. Arthur, continued Jesus, is here to learn from each of you, to share and grow, as we all do in this eternal cycle of learning. Then, the figures around the plaza began to move, some advancing toward the stage, others simply observing. But now, Arthur saw that they were not just historical figures, but people with a purpose, just like him. A silent exchange seemed to take place between them, as if the mere presence of Arthur on the stage was a form of recognition for all. Jesus smiled slightly, keeping his gaze on Arthur. "This is the beginning of your journey, my friend. Here, all are both masters and learners at the same time." Chapter 4 Among Kings, Gods, and Scientists. Descending the stairs of the stage, the words of Jesus still echoed through the square when a man of medium height, full beard, and intense gaze approached the stage. He wore a dark, elegant coat with an old-fashioned cut, but his eyes carried an electric glint of insatiable curiosity. He stopped in front of Arthur and spoke with a slight Austrian accent. "Albert Einstein," he said, extending his hand with a welcoming smile. "I heard you're here to learn. That makes me glad. The universe still has so much to teach." Arthur shook the scientist's hand, surprised to recognize him so immediately. The energy in the handshake was gentle yet firm, as if Einstein transferred wisdom through touch. Before Arthur could reply, another figure approached. It was a woman with a serene expression, but whose posture exuded determination. She wore a simple dress, and over it a white lab coat stained with what looked like remnants of laboratory work. Her eyes were like obsidian blades, hard yet kind. "Marie Curie," she said with a nod. "Don't be intimidated. Here, we are all learners." Arthur nodded respectfully, feeling the weight of each presence drawing near. There was no cult of personality here, only the shared humility of those who had known how to ask the right questions at the right time. Soon after, a more robust figure appeared, very tall, as if the clay of the gods had come to life. He wore ancient war garments, leather, bronze, and faded red linen, and bore scars on his face that seemed like inscriptions forgotten by history itself. His golden skin, like his hair, shone like stone heated by the desert sun, and his thick beard was braided with copper rings. His amber, serene eyes carried no judgment, only the pragmatism of one who had touched gods, fought monsters, and failed to defeat death. An ancient axe hung across his back, but what drew attention was his presence, each step echoed with millennia. "Gilgamesh, of Uruk," he said, his voice so deep it seemed to vibrate through the ground. There was no ceremony, only presence. He extended his hand like one who had shaken hands with kings and monsters. Arthur looked into the golden eyes that seemed to carry the dust of millennia and shook his hand firmly. "Pleasure," he replied, feeling the heat and strength of that grip as if he were holding the hand of a living statue, not cold, but heavy with history. Arthur barely had time to process the imposing presence of the legendary Sumerian king when another figure approached. This one was shorter in stature but carried an ancestral weight in each step. He wore a simple Greek himation, his brown eyes examining Arthur as if searching for the soul behind the gaze. "I am Socrates," he said in a calm voice. "I'm not here to teach truths, but to provoke doubt. True knowledge is not given, it is conquered. And you, young man, will only find what you seek if you have the courage to question even certainty itself." Arthur felt his breath grow heavy. He was standing before titans. But there was something common among all of them: humility. None placed themselves above, none looked down. They were there to guide him, not out of obligation, but by choice. Jesus watched in silence, satisfied. "Arthur," he said, "these will not be here as your masters, but as companions on the journey. Each one carries unique knowledge, just as you do. Knowledge is revealed in exchange, not hierarchy. You will learn from them if you're willing, and they will learn from you, if you are as well." A soft breeze blew through the square, as if eternity itself agreed. Arthur looked at the faces before him. Fear still existed, but now it walked side by side with a spark of purpose. "What if the whole world was at my disposal to teach me?" he thought. "What if each of these giants is here to prepare me for something greater?" Jesus then stepped back, leaving Arthur more exposed to the crowd. The silence that hung over the square was not oppressive, it was dense, full of expectation, as if time itself waited for the next decision. Arthur took a deep breath. He could feel the eyes upon him, but there was no judgment. There was curiosity, there was openness. Marie, who was standing nearby watching Arthur, stepped forward. "Do you believe knowledge can change the world?" she asked, her voice carrying a European accent still present even after years of living among various cultures. Arthur swallowed hard. "I believe knowledge changes those who seek it." Marie raised an eyebrow, satisfied. "Good answer. But here, we don't work with ready-made answers." She extended her hand. Arthur took it. Her skin was cold, but there was a living energy within. "Walk with me, if you want to learn how error can be as valuable as discovery." As they were leaving, Einstein stepped ahead, walking with his hands behind his back, his wild hair even wilder than usual. "If you're going with her, take a helmet," he said with a half-smile. "Marie and Pierre call it science. I call it playing with death in the lab." He winked at Arthur, leaned in, and whispered in his ear. "If you hear a ticking sound, run. It might be an experiment, or just time trying to escape her. Einstein ended the sentence with a mischievous smile, like someone who had just knocked over a vase and waited for the scolding. Marie stopped beside Arthur, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow in silence. Playing with death, she repeated, dryly. You would know. Remember when you tried to prove time isn't absolute by strapping mirrors to a bicycle? Einstein shrugged. It worked, in theory. You broke 2 teeth. Relative, Marie. The teeth were mine. Arthur let out a nervous chuckle, trying to keep up with the pace of the two. Pierre is in the lab, testing the new compounds, said Marie, turning to him. If something explodes, it'll be for a good reason. Unlike certain impulsive experiments with scooters and static electricity. Einstein raised a finger, as if to defend himself, but only sighed and turned to Arthur. Go with her, kid. Just don't touch anything that glows green. Or blue. Or anything that seems too calm. The quietest things are always the most dangerous. Marie smiled, briefly, and touched Arthur's shoulder. He exaggerates. Maybe, just a little. In the distance, a muffled boom came from a house near the square. Marie didn't turn around. She just sighed. Pierre found the wrong flask. Again. Einstein turned toward the muffled explosion and smiled like someone hearing a call from an old friend. Ah, music to my ears. He turned back to Arthur, eyes alight, almost electric with enthusiasm. Marie wants to show you stability, control, discipline. I, on the other hand, offer the beauty of chaos. He made a dramatic gesture, opening his arms as if revealing an invisible universe behind him. Einstein laughed and pulled a piece of chalk from his pocket, exactly where from was impossible to tell. Einstein twirled the chalk in his fingers. His eyes scanned the surrounding facades, pale stone houses, open windows filled with tubes, machines, formulas scribbled on the glass. An entire block dedicated to science, separated from the rest of the Elysian fields as if logic there was still under revision. My lab is right over there, he said, pointing to a house with a slightly open door and a crooked hand-painted sign. Caution, thoughts accelerate without warning. No explosions, usually, but there's strong coffee, elastic time, and a chalkboard that talks back when it's in a bad mood. Arthur looked at the simple, almost faded facade, but noticed strange details, as if each stone was slightly out of place, and yet everything still stood firm. Marie, arms still crossed, let out a sigh of light exasperation. He lives alone there because no one else can handle his inverted schedule and theories that make furniture disappear. The other day he tried to prove a cat was both alive and dead, using my couch. In my defense, Einstein retorted, raising a finger, the couch came back. Eventually. Arthur laughed, intrigued. Can I take a look? Einstein opened a wide smile, like a child finally allowed to show off a favorite toy. Of course, but I warn you now, in there, even the questions have questions. Marie shook her head, but there was a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. Go, learn from him. Just, if you come back without eyebrows, I'll pretend I don't know you. Albert, if you can be a good host, guide our new friend. I'm going to see what that idiot of a husband of mine has done. Einstein was already walking, hands behind his back, whistling something that sounded like a calculation. Arthur followed him. The scientists, Corder watched them in silence, as if even the buildings were waiting for some new idea about to be born. As they walked side by side, Einstein's footsteps echoed lightly on the pale stone of the square. He pointed with his chin, as if his hands were always busy holding too many ideas. Over there, he said, indicating a narrow street that curved downward, is the musician's quarter. You'll know when you're close, the ground vibrates differently. Sometimes the sound comes before the melody. Bach lives up there, with a view of the sunset. As for Mozart, well, he plays piano at 3 in the morning, naked, so don't look through the window. Arthur looked sideways, surprised. Naked, art has no shame, my dear. Einstein turned a corner slowly, now pointing to a group of sturdier buildings, with low towers and wide courtyards. And over there are the warriors. Those who no longer fight for blood, but for the honor that remains. Alexander, Attila, Joanna d'Arc, Miyamoto Musashi, sometimes they discuss strategy with stones on the ground and wine cups in hand. Don't go interrupting. Swords there still have a voice. Arthur followed his gaze and saw silhouettes sitting in a circle, the sound of a dry laugh, the clinking of metal, not in war, but as a memory of when living by the sword was all that existed. Einstein then turned toward an alley shaded by trees that seemed to grow against the light. That's the mystics, quarter. Where questions matter more than answers. There are flames that don't burn, books that breathe. Gilgamesh hangs around there sometimes, talking with Zoroaster, or staring at water as if hearing the past speak to him. Arthur frowned. And you, where do you fit in all of this? Einstein smiled slightly, his messy hair blown by the gentle wind. I walk between the spaces. Sometimes I'm music, sometimes war, sometimes mystery. But deep down, I'm just an old man trying to understand why the universe bothered to exist. They stopped in front of a dark wooden door with the crooked sign warning about thoughts. This is my place, Einstein said, knocking lightly with his knuckles on the door. But I can show you all the others, if you like. Each quarter has something you'll need. Arthur stood silent for a moment, feeling the weight of the place. The Elysian fields weren't just a refuge, they were a mirror of what each soul still needed to face. I want to see them all, he said. Einstein smiled with his eyes. Then you'd better bring paper, kid. And patience. Eternity can be short when you're learning. Chapter 5: The Weight of 1,000 Lives. I thought I knew something. That is the trap of modern knowledge. It is so vast, so systematized, so certain of itself within its own limits, that you begin to confuse the map with the territory. I had medicine, I had chemistry, engineering, physics, years of education that in my time represented the peak of a pyramid centuries in the making. When Hippocrates came to meet me on the first day, I was honest. I told him I understood anatomy, pathology, pharmacology, that I had studied decades beyond his. He looked at me with the patience that only the very old or the very wise can sustain without it becoming condescension. Then tell me, he said, when was the last time you observed a patient without a single instrument? No device, no test, no result on paper. Just you, him, and what your senses can perceive. I did not answer, because the answer was that I had never done that. There had always been equipment between me and the reality of the sick body, and I had confused the comfort of technology with the act of seeing. Hippocrates taught me to see. Galen taught me to map what I saw with the cold precision of a cartographer who has no mercy for the terrain he draws. Avicenna did something neither of them had done. He sat me before a man with nothing physically wrong and asked me to find what was killing him. It took me 2 days to understand it was the mind. That untreated grief had settled in his lungs like water, and no surgery would reach it. You know the mechanism, said Avicenna, without harshness. But you do not know the man who carries it. Paracelsus arrived with his tinctures and his medieval arrogance and made me feel, for the first time, that my chemistry was incomplete. Not because his was more precise, because it wasn't, but because he understood dosage with an intuition my training had never cultivated. He smelled the compounds, tasted them, risked his own body with a coldness that was at once admirable and unsettling. The difference between remedy and poison, he said, holding a vial up to the light, is a matter of how much and when. That is not in any book. It is here, and he pointed to his nose, his tongue, his eyes. Louis Pasteur arrived with impatient hands and made me wash mine until the skin ached, but when I argued that I already understood transmission chains, pathogens, asepsis, he simply made me watch while he prepared a culture with a technique I recognized in principle but had never executed with that speed and precision. Knowledge in the head and knowledge in the hands were entirely different animals, and I had been confusing one for the other for years. Agriculture came next, and I approached it without the arrogance I had brought to medicine. Aristotle received me in an open field and asked me to identify, by the texture of the soil between my fingers, what would grow well there. I failed completely. He said nothing, simply picked up a handful of earth, smelled it, let it fall through his fingers, and told me what he would plant, in what season, and what the soil needed first. Gregor Mendel was quiet and methodical, a monk with a statistician's eyes, and he taught me that plant inheritance followed patterns as rigid as any law of physics, but that observing those patterns demanded a patience of generations that my modern education had replaced with genetic shortcuts that worked, but did not teach you to see the process. George Washington Carver understood scarcity in a way none of the others did. When he showed me what could be extracted from a plant my era treated as trivial, I felt something I can only describe as intellectual shame. I knew the name of the compound. He knew what to do with it. Justus von Liebig undid me when he applied chemistry to soil in a way I had studied in theory but never witnessed in real practice. And Thomas Malthus disturbed me differently from all the others, because he did not teach me technique, he taught me terror. The specific terror of someone who understands that food and population are forces that do not respect each other, and that no engineering resolves what arithmetic inevitably imposes. Chemistry was where I deceived myself most thoroughly. I entered the laboratory of Marie and Pierre Curie with the quiet confidence of someone who knows the periodic table by heart, who understands chemical bonds, thermodynamics, oxidation and reduction reactions. Marie watched me work for 10 minutes and then, without a word, adjusted the angle of the flask I was holding. The reaction changed. It became cleaner, more controlled, more efficient. "How did you know?" I asked. "I have done this experiment 400 times, she replied. There was no answer to that. The intuition born from 400 repetitions is not in any manual. Antoine Lavoisier came afterward and we debated, because there was room for debate, because I knew what came after him and he had reached his conclusions by a different road. It was the first time in the Elysian fields that I felt close to an equal. But Mendeleev put an end to that when he asked me to predict, without consulting any table, the properties of an element he himself had identified as a gap before it was discovered. I failed, and I understood that genuine prediction is different from recognition. I recognized elements. He had predicted their existence from patterns. It was a different order of knowledge. Alfred Nobel handed me the components of an explosive I recognized immediately, at least in theory, and asked me to assemble it. I took far too long. He did it in half the time without looking, his fingers moving from muscle memory, with the specific calm of someone long accustomed to things that can kill. "You know what this is," he said. "I know what it does. Those are different things." At the forge, I admitted my ignorance from the start. I had never smithed anything. Masamune did not speak to me of theory, only placed me before the coals and told me to listen to the metal. I laughed inwardly at that. I stopped laughing 3 hours later, when I realized the metal genuinely made different sounds at different temperatures, and that ignoring those sounds produced weak steel or broken steel. Muramasa taught me that anger changes the angle of the hammer blow, and the angle of the blow changes the structure of the steel, and therefore the craftsman's emotion literally enters the blade. I had enough scientific education to dismiss that as cheap mysticism. But there was something in Muramasa's blades, a particular vibration when a finger touched them, that I could not explain with the vocabulary I possessed. Benvenuto Cellini showed me that metallurgy and art were not separate disciplines, that the goldsmith and the blacksmith drank from the same source, and that to despise the beauty of a piece was as imprecise as to despise its function. Georgius Agricola taught me extraction before forging, the entire process from raw rock to ingot, and I realized I had always started the story in the middle. Henry Bessemer arrived with the energy of a man who had discovered how to do in hours what previously took days, and made me understand that industrial efficiency as a form of power is real as any army. Michael Faraday closed that cycle elegantly. He showed me where metal and electricity touched, and did so with simple, almost didactic experiments, but ones that revealed an intuitive understanding of electromagnetism that put to shame any formalism I could offer. Archimedes was the strangest encounter. I came to him with all the physics I had, and the physics I had was considerably more advanced than anything he had produced in life. He knew that. I knew he knew, and then he showed me an engineering problem he had constructed in his corner of the Elysian fields, a question of weight distribution and leverage applied to a stone structure, and asked me to solve it. I solved it, with calculus, with formulas, with the full apparatus of modern physics. He solved it with a stick in the sand and a stone on the ground. In less time, with fewer steps, with an elegance that hurt for being so clean. "You reached the same answer," he said, without triumph in his voice. "But you needed a path of 80 steps to do what can be done in 5. Accumulated knowledge can be a burden, young man. Sometimes it makes you walk more slowly precisely because you are carrying more things." Leonardo received me with a roll of parchment under his arm and asked me, before anything else, to draw what I imagined when I heard the word bridge. I drew. He looked, said it was functional. Then he drew what he imagined, and it was functional too, but there was something in that sketch that mine lacked, a kind of aesthetic intention that did not compromise the structure but made it more than merely necessary. "Engineering without beauty is only utility," he said, "and pure utility can always be replaced. What cannot be replaced is what people need to see." James Watt taught me that well-directed steam is patience transformed into force. Isambard Kingdom Brunel taught me that scale changes everything, that the principles which work for a small bridge demand a different order of courage when applied to a large one, and that this courage is not irrational, it is calculated, and that is the difference between audacity and recklessness. Nikola Tesla was the teacher who unsettled me most. Because Tesla looked at me, heard my background in physics, in electromagnetism, in circuit theory, and smiled in a way that was not arrogant but was disturbing, the smile of someone about to show you that the road you know has a turn you never noticed. He led me to a device he had assembled in his corner of the Elysian fields, coil upon coil, geometrically arranged in a way I recognized but could not fully articulate, and switched it on. The air around it glowed. There was no wire, no physical connection. The energy was transmitting through space as if space itself were a conductor. I knew, technically, what was happening. But seeing it happen was something else entirely. It was like knowing the theory of swimming and being thrown into water for the first time. The universe, said Tesla, is full of energy wanting to move. Most men spend their lives building boxes to capture that energy. I prefer to open doors. Thomas Edison arrived shortly after, grease on his hands and that pragmatic expression of a man with no patience for mysticism, and taught me something Tesla never would, that an invention without practical application is merely an experiment. That the world moves not by vision, but by utility. I partly disagreed, but I kept the lesson. Ada Lovelace made me think about machines that did not yet exist, asked me to describe a process and then showed me how that process could be translated into instructions a machine would execute without understanding what it was doing, simply following the logic you had planted inside it. It was an abstraction I knew, but she had arrived there alone, without the shoulders of giants I had leaned upon, and that had a particular weight to it. Economics arrived with Adam Smith carrying the expression of a man who had spent his life trying to explain the obvious to people who preferred to believe in miracles. David Ricardo was colder, more mathematical, more comfortable with the cruelty of numbers. Ibn Khaldun gave me something the others could not, historical perspective on the rise and fall of civilizations through the lens of money and labor, and listening to him I realized that economics was not a modern science, it was an ancient observation the world had forgotten and rediscovered several times over. John Locke arrived with philosophy and converted it into economic policy with an elegance that made me understand that the most powerful ideas are those which seem obvious once formulated. Benjamin Franklin taught me that wealth and virtue are not necessary opposites. And Jakob Fugger, the richest man ever to walk European soil, taught me what the others avoided saying openly, that the man who finances the king has more power than the king himself, and that understanding this is not cynicism, it is cartography. Navigation surprised me in ways I had not expected. Columbus arrived with wrong maps and a conviction that compensated for every inaccuracy, and taught me that sometimes the courage to depart without knowing is more necessary than the perfect map that paralyzes you at the harbor. Vasco da Gama was more calculating, colder, more willing to pay whatever price the route demanded. Ferdinand Magellan never lived to see the end of his own voyage, and something in that fact weighed more than any technical lesson he could have offered. James Cook taught me that exploration requires documentation, that discovering without recording is nearly the same as not discovering at all. Gerardus Mercator showed me that the way you represent the world influences the way the world is understood, that a map is not neutral, never was. And Eratosthenes, who had calculated the circumference of the earth with staggering precision using a stick in the shadow of the sun, reminded me that the most powerful tool available to a human being is the ability to ask the right question. Politics arrived with Machiavelli, who was the most honest teacher I had, precisely because he made no attempt to convince me that things were better than they were. There was an almost refreshing clarity in that honesty, the coldness of a surgeon who cuts because it is necessary and not because he enjoys it. Cicero gave me rhetoric, the art of making truth sound true and, more importantly, the art of making the listener feel he arrived at the conclusion himself. Bismarck taught me that realism applied with surgical precision changes maps. Talleyrand taught me that surviving revolutions requires a flexibility that men of absolute principle can never sustain. Plato arrived with his dialogues and made me understand that the philosophical question does not necessarily seek an answer, but a more honest understanding of the question itself. Winston Churchill taught me that in sufficiently dark times, the voice itself becomes a weapon, and that the narrative of a nation can be built or destroyed by whoever controls the words. Hattori Hanzo found me one night without warning. There was no scheduled lesson, no appointed hour. He was simply there, seated in the shadow, and began speaking about invisibility as though it were philosophy. John Dee arrived with his double life of scholar and spy and taught me that the most dangerous man in a room is not the one who seems most threatening, but the one who seems most harmless. Francis Walsingham taught me that the most valuable secret is knowing that you have one, and that a network of information is a structure as real as any bridge or wall. J. Edgar Hoover taught me the dark side of that information accumulated without ethics is a prison you build for everyone around you. Mata Hari taught me that seduction is merely espionage in different clothing, that people reveal more when they feel seen than when they feel threatened. And Jasper Masculine arrived with stories of papier-mâché tanks and phantom armies in the desert, and I understood that war also has its theater, and that a well-executed illusion sometimes saves more lives than the actual battle. Sigmund Freud put me in a chair and was silent until I spoke. What came out was not what I had expected, and he listened with that clinical attention that is at once welcoming and dissecting. Carl Jung made me dream deliberately and then asked me to interpret what I had dreamed, and what emerged from that process was an understanding of myself that no other discipline had touched. Gustave Le Bon explained crowds to me, and after listening to him I carried a specific fear of crowds that I had never felt before, the fear of someone who understands that individual intelligence dissolves in a disturbing proportion when enough people gather in the same place with the same purpose. Friedrich Nietzsche taught me nothing I could summarize in a sentence. He set me on fire and left me with organized ashes, which was perhaps exactly what he intended. Harry Houdini taught me to escape from chains. Not metaphorically, literally, with chains and locks and cold water and that particular sensation that panic is the only real enemy. Jean-Eugene Robert Houdin taught me that true magic is making the audience look in the wrong direction, that attention is a finite resource and that whoever controls where it goes controls what is perceived as real. P.T. Barnum taught me that the greatest illusion of all is convincing people they are not being deceived. The occult unsettled me in a way different from everything else. I did not believe in magic. I had physics, chemistry, the complete structure of modern scientific thought to tell me the supernatural was metaphor or deception. Aleister Crowley arrived with that presence that filled a room before he entered it and challenged me to explain, using my physics, why the human mind in altered states produced phenomena that instruments could not anticipate. I could not because he was right about magic, but because I had been confusing the absence of explanation with the absence of phenomenon. Nostradamus showed me that prophecy is not necessarily supernatural, that historical patterns observed with sufficient attention produce predictions that seem mystical only because most people do not observe patterns with sufficient attention. Eliphas Levi taught me symbolism, the language of archetypes, the way images carry meanings that survive centuries of cultural change. John Dee appeared again in this context, this time not as a spy but as mathematician and astrologer, and I realized that for a man of his time those disciplines were not separate, and that I had inherited a division they had not yet made. Helena Blavatsky arrived last among the mystics, with that energy of someone who dares you to prove them wrong before you have finished formulating your objection, and taught me that 19th century occultism was, in part, a response to 19th century scientism, that when science excludes mystery entirely, mystery finds other doors through which to enter. Combat was humiliating in specific and interesting ways. Miyamoto Musashi did not begin with the blow. He began with the gaze. We stared at each other long enough for me to feel absurd, and then he told me I had blinked 17 times while he had blinked 3. You think too much, he said. Thought has speed. Trained reflex does not. When you stop thinking and begin moving, you become dangerous. Before that, you are merely a man with intention. He gave me a bakken and stood before me with his lowered almost carelessly, as if waiting for a fly to land. I advanced. I do not know exactly what happened in the following 3 seconds, but I know I ended with my face against the packed earth and his bakken resting against the back of my neck with an almost insulting lightness. I rose. I advanced again. I ended on the ground again. We did this for what felt like an eternity, and each time I fell something was different. He never used the same movement, never let me memorize the pattern because there was no pattern. There was only response. His body read mine as though I were open text. You telegraph the right shoulder, he said when he finally let me sit. Before every strike, the shoulder rises 2 fingers. That is enough. I spent weeks with Musashi. I learned not to telegraph. I learned that the sword begins in the feet, not the hands, that balance is the first weapon and the last defense. I learned to sit in silence before fighting, to empty, not to want to win but simply to move. Fiore dei Liberi arrived with his Flos Duellatorum under his arm and taught me that European swordsmanship was a science as rigorous as any other. There was geometry in it. Attack angles with Latin names, guards that created lines of coverage, transitions between positions that flowed like water down precisely inclined channels. He placed me before a sparring partner and asked me simply to defend. Each blow that came had a name, an origin, a logic, and Fiore narrated while the partner attacked. Zago largo, he said, when a blow came wide and descending. Cover with the flat, not the edge. The edge absorbs, the flat redirects. I learned that blocking is amateurism. That the swordsman who stops the blow loses energy. The one who redirects controls it. Johannes Liechtenauer was more brutal. Where Fury was teacher, Liechtenauer was blacksmith. He beat me with training as one tempers steel. His system, the zL, the verses that encoded techniques in riddles so the uninitiated would not understand, was more direct, more aggressive. Less dance, more cut. He taught me the 5 master strikes, each one a solution to a specific situation, and made me repeat each until my arm ached in a new way every day. The Zornhau breaks the Oberhau from the weak side, he said once, after knocking me down for the 10th time with the same strike. You keep trying to parry where it is strong. Strike where it is weak. It was simple, it was devastating, and it took weeks for my body to understand what my mind had grasped in minutes. Bruce Lee appeared unannounced one afternoon as I trained alone with the sword, and stood watching me for a time I only noticed afterward. When I turned, he was standing with arms crossed, wearing an expression that was not judgment but was close to it. You are fighting the sword as if it were heavy, he said. It is not heavy. You are carrying the idea that it is heavy. He uncrossed his arms and asked me to attack him with my hands. I did. He blocked nothing, simply was not where my strike arrived, always a step, half a step, a different angle, as if the space around him had walls only he could see. Then he showed me, slowly, how he had done it. It was physics applied to the body, minimum effort, maximum deflection, using the attacker's force against himself. Absorb what is useful, he said. Discard what is useless, add what is specifically your own. I spent days trying to understand what was specifically my own. I still do not know for certain. But I began to stop fighting like Musashi, or like Fury, or like Liechtenauer. I began to fight like someone who had passed through all of them. Elio Gracie received me on a simple mat and asked me to try to dominate him on the ground. He appeared 40 years older than me and half my apparent weight. I spent the first 20 minutes in chokeholds from which he released me with patience before I lost consciousness, then explained, with the calm of a mathematics teacher, exactly the angle of his arm that had created the pressure, exactly where my resistance had been useless. Strength against strength, he said, as a game the smaller man always loses. Leverage against strength is a different game. Learn the difference. I learned. My neck stayed bruised for 2 weeks. But I learned. Jack Dempsey was pure and simple as an axe blow. There was no philosophy in the way he taught me, only impact. He showed me that a short punch, fired from the hip, with the entire body weight behind it, transfers force in a way the arm alone never can. He made me hit a sandbag until my knuckles bled and then showed me how to wrap my hands so they would not bleed again. Combat, he said, is simple. You hit first or you hit after. If you hit first and hit correctly, there is usually no after. Alexander taught me strategy as vision, the ability to see the entire field while everyone around him saw only the immediate enemy before them. He placed me before a stone map and asked me to take a defended city. I spent hours planning the frontal siege. He looked at my plan, pointed to a hill to the east I had ignored for appearing inaccessible, and said that was precisely why it was the place to enter. Julius Caesar taught me decision speed through a cruel and efficient method. He presented me with situations without enough time to think and judged me by what I did, not by what I said I would do. I made many mistakes. He never told me I had erred, only showed me afterward the consequence of what I had chosen. The lesson stayed. Napoleon was the most irritating of all, and the most necessary. He made me wake at 4 in the morning to study maps for hours, interrogated me on supply routes, on how many men consume how much food over how many days of march, on what happens to an army when logistics fail 3 days before the battle. I failed at nearly everything. He had no patience for failure, but had patience for repetition. Amateurs talk about tactics, he said one afternoon when I had made the wrong supply calculation for a fictitious campaign for the 3rd time. Professionals talk about logistics. Geniuses talk about logistics before they need it. Genghis Khan taught me adaptation in a way none of the others had, because the others taught with words and demonstrations, and he taught with silence and movement. He placed me before 3 warriors of different styles and asked me to fight each one using the previous one's style. The idea was to absorb and adapt in real time. I failed miserably, but the failure taught me more than any success would have. Hannibal showed me Cannae on a map of sand, the deliberately weak semicircle at the center that had drawn the Roman army into an embrace that closed from behind. He explained that the enemy always attacks where it seems easiest, and that the general who understands this can build the entire battle around that tendency. Give them what they want to see, he said. and prepare what they are not watching. Ragnar Lothbrok and Bjorn Ironside arrived together, father and son, on a day when the sky over the Elysian fields was lower than usual, the color of lead and salt. Ragnar was everything the bards had said, that kind of man whose presence changes the temperature of a room, who laughs before battle because the fear of others feeds him. He taught me that leadership is sometimes simply being the most irreverently confident person in the place. Bjorn was different, heavier, quieter, the continuity that remains after the father's charisma is no longer in the room. He taught me that enduring is a skill as rare as winning. William Wallace did not teach me technique. He taught me something harder to learn than any technique, how to make men die for a cause that will probably lose. Not how to manipulate them, how to make them truly believe it is worth it. There was an almost frightening clarity in him when he spoke of this, the clarity of someone who has no illusions about the outcome but has absolute certainty about the value of the process. Richard the Lionheart arrived one morning and challenged me to a bout with training swords before even introducing himself formally. He was the kind of man who introduces himself through the way he fights, and the way he fought said everything: aggressive, frontal, confident to the edge of recklessness, but never beyond it. There was calculation behind the apparent boldness. He knocked me down twice before extending his hand and saying his name. Courage, he said, is not the absence of fear. It is the decision that fear does not get a vote. Saladin surprised me more than any warrior I had encountered, precisely because he was the least warrior-like of them on the surface. He was diplomat before general, strategist before swordsman. He taught me that the most efficient war is the one that need not be fought because you have convinced the enemy that peace is more advantageous. And he taught it not with words but with examples, with real cases of how he had treated the defeated crusaders at Haddon, the calculated mercy that had transformed enemies into potential allies. The warrior who respects the defeated, he said, wins 2 victories. The one on the battlefield and the one in history. El Cid arrived with the reputation of one who had fought for every side, Christians and Moors, kings and exiles, and the moral complexity of that stayed with me for days. It was not betrayal, he explained. It was pragmatism applied with honor, the ability to separate what you believe from what the situation demands. I did not fully agree. But I kept the lesson as one keeps a knife whose time has not yet come. Thorkel the Tall was simply the largest man the Elysian fields had produced as far as I could see. 2 meters and some change of pure mass, hands the size of plates, a voice that came from somewhere in his chest that seemed deeper than any chest ought to be. He did not teach me technique because the technique that worked for him would not work for me. He taught me presence, the way a body that fully occupies its space alters the dynamic of any confrontation before the first blow is exchanged. The body is an argument, and some arguments end discussions before they begin. I would never have his body. But I learned that every body has its own geometry of intimidation, and that finding it is as much a work of self-knowledge as of training. Joan of Arc arrived at the end of that cycle and asked me, directly, what I believed in. I was silent for a moment. It was a question my scientific education had trained me to answer with evidence, with methodology, with the epistemological humility of one who knows certainty is always provisional. I don't know, I said. She seemed neither satisfied nor dissatisfied. She only said, when you know, you will understand why men followed me into the fire. Jacques de Molay received me with the silent dignity of one who had been burned by an order he knew was unjust and had chosen to die for his version of the truth regardless. He taught me that there is a form of strength that does not need victory to be real. Bernard of Clairvaux taught me that organized faith has a military efficiency that pure pragmatism can never replicate, that men who believe they die for something greater fight differently from those who merely obey orders. Gilgamesh found me when I had passed through all of that, when my body carried the calluses of the forge and my mind carried the weight of every lesson that had knocked me down where I thought I was standing. Sargon of Akkad arrived with him, 2 founding kings of worlds that no longer existed, and the 3 of us sat in the quiet courtyard of the mystics, beside a fountain. Ramesses II arrived afterward, with that monumental presence of a man who had built his own myth in stone to last for millennia, and taught me that legacy is not what you do, but what you make endure. Cyrus the Great was the one who unsettled me most among the kings, because he was the most human of them. There was a genuine generosity in the way he had treated the peoples he conquered, an understanding that power which respects the defeated is more stable than power which crushes them. Gilgamesh was silent long enough for the silence to stop being uncomfortable. What did you learn? He asked at last. I thought before answering. That what I knew was real. But it was incomplete in ways I did not know it was incomplete. He nodded slowly, like someone recognizing something long familiar. That is the beginning, he said. Not the end. The end would be believing that now you are complete. The fountain made its calm and constant sound. I will never be complete, I thought. And for the first time since I had arrived in the Elysian fields, that did not feel like a defeat. Chapter 6: The End of One Life, the Beginning of Another. The Arthur who arrived at the Elysian fields knew chemistry, knew physics, knew medicine. He thought that was enough to consider himself educated. The Arthur who now sat on his own doorstep, plucking a guitar he had built with his own hands, using techniques Stradivari would have approved of and would he had chosen, cured, and worked himself, that Arthur knew that education and wisdom were as different as the map and the territory. Combat was what changed me most. Not because violence holds any particular redemptive quality, but because fighting the greatest warriors who ever lived forces you to know your own limits with an honesty no other discipline can produce. You can lie to yourself about how much chemistry you know. You cannot lie when Musashi puts you on the ground for the 15th time. But one day I stopped falling. Not all at once, not with any dramatic revelation. It was gradual, like the dawn, when you cannot point to the exact moment darkness ends and light begins. One morning, Musashi attacked and my body responded before my mind had processed the strike. A week later, I kept Elio Gracie on the ground long enough for him to smile with genuine approval. A month after that, Alexander and I studied a map together and for the first time he did not correct a single one of my assessments. He simply nodded. When I finally faced each of them in one last session, it was not humiliation. It was conversation, a dialogue between bodies that had learned the same language by different roads. Defeating Musashi was the one that weighed most. Not for the difficulty, but for what it meant. We looked at each other for a long moment afterward, and he inclined his head with a slowness that was worth more than any praise. "You have found your form," he said. And I had. It was nobody's style. It was the result of having passed through all of them, of having absorbed and discarded and recombined until something new emerged, something that was at once a child of Musashi and Liechtenauer, Jacques de Molay, Ragnar, Attila and Bruce Lee and of no one. When I fought, I could feel Ragnar's Norse savagery in the aggressive transitions, Musashi's economical elegance in the footwork, Caesar's Roman coldness in reading the field. But the thread that stitched it all together was mine. Hassani Saba found me after I had finished with the warriors. He was not the kind of man you expected to meet in daylight. He arrived in the shadow of a cloudy afternoon, sat across from me at a stone table, and looked at me long enough for the silence to have texture. "The perfect assassin," he said at last, "is not the strongest, nor the fastest. He is the most invisible. The one the victim invites close without knowing she is inviting." What he taught me were not combat techniques. They were techniques of presence and absence. How to disappear in a crowded room. How to move through spaces without leaving memory. How to read a person in 30 seconds and know what they want to hear, what they fear, where their attention can be stolen. Jack came after, with a different kind of teaching, more practical, more somber, the specifics I will not name but which were engraved with a clarity that disturbed me for days. Hassan had been right when he said I would not be the same afterward. The child died somewhere in that training. Not all at once, but slowly, like a candle burning to its end. What remained was colder, quieter, more aware of what men are capable of doing to one another. It was not cruelty, it was lucidity. But the Elysian fields are larger than war and death. At the forge, Okazaki showed me how to fuse martensitic crystals in a pearlite matrix, a steel that does not merely cut but absorbs impact, that vibrates without breaking, that when polished reveals a pattern resembling a starlit sky. I spent weeks learning to hear the metal in ways Masamune had begun to teach me and Okazaki completed. When I finally produced my first blade that deserved the name, I held it against the light and watched the pattern emerge from the surface as if it had always been there, waiting to be revealed. Leonardo and Michelangelo received me with the patience of those who have nothing left to prove. Leonardo showed me that painting is physics, that every shadow obeys a law, that the human eye can be deceived with mathematical precision. I learned from him, but when Michelangelo placed the chisel in my hand and told me to listen to what the stone wanted to reveal, I understood there was something there that transcended any instruction I could give myself. I would never be Michelangelo. That was clear from the first week. But I learned enough for the stone to respond, for the marble to yield with intention and not merely with force. And there was a particular satisfaction in that, unlike anything else I had experienced, the satisfaction of creating something that existed outside of me and would continue to exist afterward. It was on one such afternoon, sitting on the doorstep with the guitar in my lap, that I heard them. Trumpets. They were not human sounds. They carried a quality the air should not have been able to hold, a resonance that seemed to come from everywhere at once and from nowhere in particular. I set the guitar down carefully, rose, and went outside. The central square was full. Everyone was there, the physicians and the warriors, the scientists and the kings, the mystics and the swordsmen. They stood in silence, looking at a figure at the center that made silence necessary. He was too tall to be comfortable. He wore black armor that did not reflect light the way metal should, as if it absorbed the luminosity around it. From his back rose 6 white wings with a whiteness that hurt for being so absolute, the kind of white that makes you realize you have never truly seen the color before. His face was covered by a white cloth bearing a symbol I recognized as an eye, red as an ember. My name is Metatron, messenger of God. Today I come to ask who wishes to be reborn. The voice was neither masculine nor feminine. It was prior to that distinction. It came from a place that human vocal cords do not reach. The silence that followed was different from ordinary silence. It was the silence of people weighing something that has no just scale. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I did not need to turn to know who it was. I turned anyway. Jesus was as he always was. Simple, present, with those eyes that had the strange quality of seeming to see you whole without judgment. But there was something different about him now, or perhaps I was different enough to see what had always been there. A quiet weight, the serenity of someone who knows the end of the story. Arthur, he said. He did not complete the sentence immediately. He let my name settle between us as if it were sufficient on its own. I looked at him, and then the memory came, not as thought but as sensation, that old conversation, when I had only recently arrived and the world of the Elysian fields still seemed too large for me. When the time comes, he had said, I will make a proposal. A choice, but the decision will always be yours. And I had asked, with the hesitation of someone who does not yet understand the weight of the right questions, but is it required? Do I have to accept? And he had smiled the same way he smiled now. No, Arthur, my father gave everyone the gift of free will. What is expected of you, in the end, is that you make the decision that makes sense for your soul. There was a silence between us now that was different from any silence we had exchanged before. It was the silence of two people who know a conversation is coming to its end. Where will you be? I asked. He did not need to ask what I meant. In the world you are going to. Whether you will be there. Jesus tilted his head slightly. There was something both gentle and immeasurable in his expression. In my Father's house there are many rooms, he said. More than you can imagine. More than any man could count. I paused. The weight of that took a moment to settle. But this world I am going to, I said, it is not earth. It is another place. It is. Then you. I will be there, he said, with a simplicity that left no room for doubt. With another name, with another face, but I will be there. In your world, I will have another name, Arthur. And when you find him, even if you do not recognize me from here, something inside you will know. I was silent. There was a vastness in those words I could not measure. Are you afraid? He asked. I thought honestly before answering. No, I said, I don't think so. I have respect for what I don't know. Jesus nodded slowly, as if that were the most correct answer I could have given. Then it is time, he said. And I knew. I had known since the trumpets sounded. There was a certainty in the body that preceded any thought, like the reflex I had learned from Musashi, the body understands before the mind. I walked toward Metatron. I would like to, I said to the messenger. Metatron turned his face in my direction. It was impossible to know what lay behind that white cloth, but there was a quality of attention in his silence that weighed more than any gaze. My memories, I asked. Mine, will they remain with me? That does not depend on me, child. Jesus's voice came before the weight of that answer could settle, but this time it carried something I had heard few times, that quiet authority that made the air change quality around it. Let him keep them. That is my Father's will. Metatron inclined his head. The matter was closed. I turned to face the square one last time. Everyone was there, and for a long moment I said nothing. I simply looked at each face, let each one weigh what it weighed. Then I breathed. I will not pretend I know what lies ahead, I began. I am the same man who arrived here knowing nothing, thinking that knowing something was enough. I paused. You showed me how wrong I was. And you did it without humiliation, without condescension. With patience I did not deserve and generosity I will never be able to repay. The square was completely still. Each of you left me something that fits in no single word. Not in theory, not in technique, not in any of the things I thought I was coming here to find. What you carry with me is different from all of that. It is the way you each saw the world, the way each of you found your path through what was hard, and had the generosity to show me how to do the same. I looked around one last time, trying to memorize every face. I do not know what this new world holds, but I know I am going there as more than I was. And that is your doing. Silence. And then, from a place no one had anticipated, Einstein clapped once. Slow, deliberate, and one by one, the others followed. It was not an ovation. It was something quieter and heavier than that. I raised my hand. I followed Metatron. The shining wall stood at the end of a narrow street I was certain had not existed before. It was solid light, or something that behaved like solid light, without heat, without sound, only presence. This is how it began, I thought, stopping before it. This is how it ends. I crossed through. What came after was not darkness. It was dissolution. The light did not arrive from outside, it emerged from within, as if every cell of what I was had decided, simultaneously, to remember that it was made of something older than flesh. There was no pain. There was expansion, the impossible sensation of being simultaneously smaller than a point and larger than everything I can name. The memories did not disappear. They remained, but changed form, ceased to be images with defined edges and became something closer to conviction, to instinct, to the quiet certainty of one who knows how to swim without needing to remember having learned. Everything I had learned, every face, every strike, every formula, every silence of every master, existed for a moment with equal clarity and equal weight. And then the portal, circular, glowing with a light that came from no source, that simply was. As the beginning of everything must have been, before anything had a name. Upon crossing, said Metatron's voice, without location, you will be reborn. Thank you, I replied to the nothing. Not at all, answered the nothing. I crossed. And what came after I cannot describe. Not for lack of words, but because there was no longer a self separate from the process to observe it. There was only the movement, and then not even that. The room smelled of melted wax and blood. It was a small chamber of rough stone, the kind of room that exists to contain necessary things and is not meant to be remembered. A heavy wooden window was shut against the cold of the night, but the wind found the gaps regardless, carrying with it the smell of pine and frozen earth that permeated every stone of Winterfell, making the 2 candles on the small table tremble at irregular intervals. The smoke from the candles rose in twisted threads before dissolving into the dark ceiling. The shadows on the walls moved like creatures that did not wish to be seen. In the bed, Jaehaera fought. She was a woman with hair as white as freshly fallen snow, features of a beauty that in another moment would have been impossible to ignore, now twisted into an expression that mixed effort and agony in ways the human face was not made to sustain for long. The sheets beneath her had a color they should not have had. Each contraction curved her inward, and each time she opened again she took a little longer to recover her breath. Beside the bed, Rickard held her hand with both of his. He was a man with a long, serious face, beard grown irregularly in the way of someone who had spent weeks without sleeping well, and there was in his eyes that specific quality of someone who had learned not to show what he felt because showing it had never resolved anything. But the hand gripped hers with a force that said everything the face refused. The maester worked in silence in the narrow space between the bed and the wall. Skilled hands, economical movements, the kind of precision that comes from years of doing difficult things in poor conditions. He did not speak. There were moments when words made everything heavier, and he recognized those moments. Just a little more, my lady, he said at last, in a voice that was at once an order and a plea. Almost there. Jaehaera did not answer. She pushed. The candles trembled. The wind pressed against the closed window. And then, with a sound that existed in the space between silence and crying, the child arrived in the world. The maester worked quickly, steady hands, the cord cut with the ease of one who does not allow the moment to be larger than the task. When he lifted the infant, there was a fraction of a second of absolute silence that lasted longer than it should, that suspended interval before the first cry, when the entire room holds its breath. And then the boy cried. It's a boy, my lord. Rickard released Jaehaera's hand for the first time in hours. When the maester handed him his son, his arms received the weight with a stiffness that was not coldness but was the only way he knew to carry emotions too large for his face. He looked at the child. The infant had a tuft of white hair, fine as wet silk, and when he opened his eyes for the first time it was like seeing two things that should not exist in the same face. One eye violet, deep as the purple of a storm, and one eye light gray, the color of mist over a river. Rickard stared longer than he had planned. His name will be Arthur, he said at last, in a voice more firm than the moment required, because it was the only way he knew to keep the ground beneath his feet. He turned and placed the child in Jaenaera's arms. She was too weak to hold him, but her arms closed around the infant by instinct, with a strength the rest of her body no longer had. She looked at her son's face for a long moment, eyes wet, breath shallow. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, ran down her cheek, and fell on the newborn's forehead. Warm, salty. Jaenaera did not answer. The silence was different this time. Rickard knew her silences, had spent years learning their textures. The silence of sleep, heavy and regular. The silence of concentration, taut and purposeful. The silence that came after arguments, warm and charged. This one was different from all of them. It was flat, it was final. Jaenaera. The maester reached the bedside before Rickard had finished pronouncing her name. 2 fingers at the neck. A moment that lasted longer than it should. I am sorry, my lord. Rickard did not move immediately. He stood with his son in his arms, looking at the face of the woman who had stopped being a woman and become something else, something quiet and permanent that did not yet have a name. No, he said, in a low voice that was not denial but was the only word available. He handed the infant to the maester without looking at him. Do not leave me. My lord, said the maester, with the specific gentleness of one who has learned to deliver bad news, there is nothing more we can do. The hemorrhage. Go, said Rickard, let me stay with her. Yes, my lord. The maester left with the infant in his arms. The room remained with Rickard and what was left of Jaenaera and the silence and the candles that continued to tremble without reason. The wind continued cold, the shadows continued moving. In the stone corridor, the maester held the child with the care of one who understands he is holding something that will matter. The boy had stopped crying. He was too still for a newborn, looking up at the dark ceiling with an attention that should not have existed in that face. The 2 mismatched eyes, one violet, one gray, were open and unmoving. And for a moment, that lasted only a moment, both mismatched eyes fixed on the dark ceiling with a stillness that belonged to no newborn. The world was new, he was not. Chapter 7 The World That Trembled. There was an hour, that night, when the world held its breath. It was not the tremor that precedes an earthquake, nor the strange stillness that falls over the land before a storm. It was something else, the kind of thing that finds no name in the tongues of men because men rarely live long enough to need one for it. It lasted only an instant. Then it passed. But the world on the other side of that instant was not entirely the same. Quaithe was on her knees upon the black stone floor when she felt it. Ashai lay at the edge of the known world, where the Ash River emptied into the Shadow Sea, and there was something about it that no traveler could adequately describe upon returning home. The buildings were of black stone, heavy and colossal, far too vast for the number of people who inhabited them, as though the city had been raised for a population that had never arrived or had long since gone away. The streets were wide enough for armies to march through side by side, yet silent as burial chambers, and the light that existed there was not the light of other places. Torches burned, but the darkness did not retreat. It absorbed the light, or dissolved it, or did something with it for which the common tongue had no verb. No animal entered Ashai, no child was born there. The ash ran black and oily between its stone banks, and the water sustained no life of any kind, and the air above the river smelled of things without names. Quaithe had learned not to ask about many things in Ashai. She had learned instead to tell the difference between what was vision and what was not. Visions have edges. They have the specific taste of trance, that withdrawal of the real world that precedes the images, like the tide pulling back before a wave. What arrived that night had none of that. The stone beneath her knees remained stone, the smell of the ash remained the smell of the ash, the torch flame behind her continued casting its shadow on the wall. And in the middle of all of it, without warning and without frame, 2 eyes. One violet, one gray. There was no face around them, only the eyes, looking at her with the calm attention of something that knows exactly what it is seeing and has no particular hurry about it. Quaithe did not cry out. She had long since learned that crying out changed what you saw without changing what existed. She stayed still and let it pass, and when it passed she remained on her knees with her palms open on the stone, breathing slowly, checking in her mind whether the world around her had remained the same. It had. She stayed like that for a time. Then she rose and went to the table in the corner of the room. And did something she had not done in years. She removed the mask. She stood in the dark of Ashai with her face uncovered, looking at the surface of the table without focusing on anything. The eyes the mask had kept were too, as all eyes are, but unequal in the way that certain rare things are unequal, not through flaw but through excess. One was dark blue, like the bottom of the ocean where light does not reach. The other was green like wildfire itself, that impossible and vivid green that the alchemists of King's Landing kept in clay jars and that burned with an intensity no ordinary flame could match. She stood like that for a long time, her two mismatched eyes open to the dark of a shy, thinking about the other two mismatched eyes she had seen. One violet, one gray. Then she put the mask back on. In a shy, words have physical weight. There were things better left unweighted. Further east, beyond a shy and beyond the point where maps stop pretending to know what they represent, lay Stygi. Those who mentioned it, who were few, called it the City of the Shadow. It lay in the heart of the Shadow Lands, where the mountains blocked the light and the very air seemed thicker, older. The buildings of Stygi were of black stone like those of a shy, but older, larger, and within them there was a darkness that had encrusted itself into the stones over millennia in a way that no fire could undo and no sun could reach. Those who ventured there did not return, or returned changed in ways that made them difficult to recognize. The main keep of Stygi had gone uninhabited for so long that the concept of abandonment had become insufficient to describe it. It was not a place that had been left. It was a place that had become something else, slowly, over generations of darkness and silence. The walls still stood, the vaults still held up the roofs, and in the stones of the walls the darkness had encrusted itself over millennia, dominating every corner of the keep, every hall, every corridor, every chamber, as though the shadow had decided to take permanent possession of the place and the place had agreed. In the center of the main hall, on the black stone floor, there was a circular hearth roughly 10 feet in diameter. Not the hearth of a home, not a campfire, but something that had been built with a specific intent, a perfect ring of stones that had been cold for millennia. The ancient ash within had petrified into something dense and dark that held the shape of long-dead embers without any of their properties. That night, the hearth lit. The flame that was born at the center of the ring was white and tall and clean, and it did what fire does when it burns, it gave light. The darkness that had dominated that hall for millennia retreated. Not all at once, not completely, but it retreated. And on the floor around the hearth, where the light reached with enough strength, white marble appeared. There had been marble there. There had always been marble there, covered by encrusted darkness for so long that no living soul knew it existed. Now it was visible, white and clean and intact, as though time had not passed over it, as though it had been waiting patiently beneath the shadow for the moment when the shadow would be, at least in part, lifted. The flame kept burning. It did not go out. In the red temple of Valantis, the sacred flame never wavered. It was a point of pride for the priests who kept it, that eternal flame that had burned for generations without a single tremor, fed by something that was not merely wood or oil but which the priests described in their prayers as the very will of R'hllor made fire. Benero had preached before it hundreds of times from the height of his red stone altar. He had told the slaves and the freedmen and the nobles who came to hear him that the flame was the God's promise made visible, that where the flame burned the darkness had no power. That night, it exploded. Not as a fire explodes, with smoke and the sharp smell of burning wood. As though a second flame had been born inside the first and consumed it and kept growing without needing fuel, without needing anything save its own will to exist. The column of fire rose to the vaulted ceiling of the temple and through it and kept climbing, and the heat was so sudden and so absolute that the priests in the inner courtyard were on the ground before they understood what had happened. Benero was the first, the high priest of Valantis, who had stood before magisters and princes without letting his knees give way, went down on the red marble floor as though something invisible had shoved him. His face, tattooed from chin to crown in red and black, was bathed in the golden light of the expanding flame, and in his eyes there was an expression that Benero would have called fear had it been anyone else looking, and which he called revelation because it was him. When he opened his mouth, the name came out before he could think it. Azor Ahai, Makoro, black as pitch and nearly as large as the column of fire, was at the observation tower when the flame rose. He did not fall. He stood with his hands open on the stone parapet and let the heat sweep over his face like wind, and there was in him the expression of a man who has worked through a long and complicated sum and sees the answer finally confirmed. His lips moved without sound. Then, in a murmur meant only for the dark sky above, he said the name too. Not as Benero had said it, with the involuntary start of a man caught off guard. As someone confirming something he had already known but needed to see. Melisandre was in another room when she felt it, not the eyes that Quaithe had seen, but the flame that lived in her own hands when she extended them over fire, that personal flame that R'hllor kindled in his closest servants and that normally pulsed with the regularity of a heartbeat. That night it did not pulse. It exploded, the same as the flame in Volantis, and Melisandre had to close her eyes because the light was unbearable, and even with her eyes closed she could see it, seared into the inside of her eyelids as though the fire had decided to take up residence inside her rather than in the palm of her hands. When she opened her eyes again, her cheeks were wet. She stood before the flame for a time she did not measure, with the tears drying on her face, and there was in her a stillness that was different from the stillness of prayer. It was the stillness of someone who finds what they were seeking and discovers they have no words for the next question. In the courtyard of the Red Temple of Volantis, the priests remained on their knees on the cold marble long after the flame had receded to its usual size. The collective voice that had said the name hung in the air for a moment. Then the silence returned, and with it the question none of them would be able to answer that night. What to do now? The three-eyed raven was seated in his chair of roots when the vision came. There were other visions happening at the same time, as there always were. The past was a large and noisy place when you knew how to listen to it, full of voices and battles and words spoken in closed rooms that no one had witnessed, or so they thought. But the three-eyed crow had learned, over many years and at great cost, to separate what was memory from what was present. And what arrived that night was not memory. It was present. It was now. He saw a wolf, black as the inside of a cave the sun had never reached, with cold smoke rising from its flanks as though the air around it yielded to the temperature the animal gave off. The eyes were red, not like blood, but like embers covered in ash that still hold heat beneath, the kind of eye that promises fire even when no fire is visible. The ground beneath its paws was covered in ice, and the ice grew as the wolf moved, crystallizing the air into patterns that resembled winter flowers, slow and deliberate, as though the cold were not a weather condition but an intention. And then the dragon, red as the inside of a forge, red as the heart of a flame where the heat is so intense the color changes, where orange and yellow fall away and only something purer and more dangerous remains. The eyes were black, not like the night but like the void between the stars, that darkness which exists beyond where light can reach. Its wings made the air shudder when they beat, and the ice the wolf had made retreated before the heat, but slowly, unhurried, as though both animals knew there was room enough for the two of them to exist in the same place. They were not fighting. The three-eyed crow had seen wars in his visions. He had seen battles that lasted days and battles that ended in seconds and battles that took place in lands where no map reached. He knew what violence looked like when observed from outside of time. This was not destruction. The wolf moved and the dragon answered. The dragon advanced and the wolf yielded and advanced elsewhere. It was a rhythm between them, a language of movement that neither had taught the other because both had known it since before they existed, the two halves of a pattern older than any of the animals that danced it. A dance. The dance that had been promised before there were mouths to make promises. The dance that prophets had described without ever having seen it, that poets had sung without ever having understood it, that priests had prayed to witness and kings had feared would come during their reigns. The dance of the end and the beginning, which are the same thing seen from different sides of time. And then the blood began. From the nose first, then the eyes, then the ears. The three-eyed crow made no attempt to stop it. He sat in the roots with the blood running down his old face and kept watching, because there were things that needed to be seen regardless of the price. When it passed, the silence that remained was different from the silence that had been there before. The last hero, he thought. Not as hope, not as wish. As certainty, the way only things seen with all three eyes open can be certain. The children of the forest around him asked nothing. They had been with him long enough to know when questions had no place. But some of them had felt the tremor that preceded the vision, that resonance which had run through the network of roots like a chord struck on an instrument buried at the center of the world, and the oldest of them, a creature of golden eyes who had seen winters that men had no words to name, drew close and stood beside the chair of roots in silence. The two of them knew what had arrived. They did not need words for it. In the patrimony of Hercune, in a desert that Western maps rarely represented with any fidelity, there was a woman the elders called Mirage. She had no name. She had given it up decades ago, having concluded that names were anchors and that anchors hinder those who need to move between what was and what will be. She lived in a tower of red brick at the edge of the desert that separated her coon from the rest of the known world, and she spent her nights observing the stars with the meticulousness of a scholar and the intuition of something older than scholarship itself. That night, the stars stopped. Not all of them. One specific constellation, the one the Hercune named after their founding hero, ceased to shimmer in the way that stars shimmer when the air between them and human eyes distorts the light. They became still and sharp and more present than stars have any right to be, and in the pattern they formed she saw something she recognized before she understood what she was recognizing. A face. Mismatched eyes. One the color of the sky before a summer storm. The other the color of mist over frozen fields at dawn. Hercune, she said, using the name of her people's founding hero the way a parent uses the name of a child who has been away too long and has finally come home. With the weight of a wait that had lasted longer than waits have any right to last. The stars began to shimmer again. She descended from the tower and woke the elders. There was much to prepare. In the Basilisk Isles, the toadstone had been quiet for longer than any memory reached. The natives did not go near it. It was not an explicit prohibition. No elder had declared the stone sacred or cursed or dangerous, but there was something in the angle it sat relative to the horizon that made the eyes want to look away, something that caused a diffuse and sourceless discomfort in anyone who spent too long in its proximity. The pirates who used the islands as a base learned quickly not to make camp near it. They did not explain why. They simply did not. That night, the stone bled. Not blood, oil, dense and dark, running down the surface of the stone with a slowness that seemed deliberate, descending along its irregular flanks and reaching the ground, where it was absorbed into the earth without leaving any visible mark. Only that, only the oil, running in silence in the dark of the island, with no one present to see it. In Nefer, capital of Ngai, there was a man who did not age in the expected fashion. Not that he was young. He was old, but in a different way from how men ordinarily grow old, without the gradual degradation that time imposes on the body. He was denser, as though the years had accumulated inside him rather than upon him. The inhabitants of Nefer called him by his title. In Ngai, titles say more than names. That night, he was in the deepest chambers, below the level of the subfloor, where the walls were covered in inscriptions in a tongue that scholars from outside classified as predating Valyria and that the inhabitants of Nefer knew to be far older than that, when the air changed. It was not temperature. It was not pressure. It was quality. The air of the chambers had a specific taste of stone and depth. That taste changed all at once, like a door opening, and what came after was unlike anything he had felt before, something clean and loaded at the same time, like the air before a storm that has not yet arrived but is already inevitable. He raised his eyes. The inscriptions on the walls were glowing, with the specific glow of letters written to be read at a particular moment, letters that finally recognized that the moment had come. Nefarian, he said in a low voice, using the name the inscriptions gave to what had been promised, the name that Ngai had kept in stone for more generations than anyone could trace. The glow lasted only a moment. Then it faded. He sat in the dark for a long time, thinking about what it meant and what it would require of him when the moment arrived. The moment always arrived. At high heart, the small old woman who had lived longer than any living thing has a right to live was dancing alone on the hill. The ring of 30 weirwood stumps that circled the hilltop had been dry for so long that those who visited High Heart had stopped paying them any real attention. They were simply part of the place, those pale bark trees with their melancholy carved faces, each different from the others yet all bearing that expression weirwoods have, which is neither joy nor sorrow but contains the possibility of both. That night, all 30 began to bleed. First one, then another, then all of them, in a slow and inevitable rhythm that had no urgency but had determination. The red sap ran down the carved eye sockets of each of the 30 faces, down the pale bark in the trunk and onto the ground of the hill, where it darkened the earth around the roots. The small woman did not stop dancing. She danced with bare feet on the earth darkened by the sap, arms open, her mouth singing something without words but with the internal architecture of a very old song. She danced until dawn. When she stopped, she stood with her eyes closed. Then she opened them and looked east. He has come, she said. To no one, to everyone, to a world that was not paying attention. She smiled. It was not a happy smile. It was the smile of someone who has carried a secret too long and feels the particular relief of knowing she will soon be able to begin letting it go. Equals 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 equals. Throughout the north, and the Vale, and the Riverlands, and in other places where the children of the forest had planted weirwoods before the Andals came and cut down what they could cut and burned what they could not, something happened that night. The weirwoods that still stood wept. The red sap ran down the carved faces of every heart tree in every godswood across Westeros, from the north to the Stormlands, a slow and simultaneous seeping that no waking person that hour could have explained and that most sleeping people would never know had happened. And the weirwoods that no longer stood, those that the Andals had cut and burned over centuries of their conquest, those that had only roots still pressed into the earth, those whose stumps had rotted and vanished generations past, those answered too. From the soil above the dead roots, and in the cracks of petrified stumps, and in the places where the ground still held the memory of a tree that had once existed, small shoots appeared. Too small for any waking person to have noticed that night, too new to seem like anything but an impossibility, born from cold winter earth without reason or season. There was no reason for them to grow there. They grew all the same. The animals felt it before men did, as animals tend to do. Everywhere in Westeros, at the same hour, behavior changed. Dogs that had been sleeping woke and stood still, staring at directions that had nothing of interest in them. Horses in their stalls grew uneasy and then went quiet in a way that was not the quiet of sleep but the quiet of something paying close attention. Birds that had been sleeping opened their eyes and did not close them again for several minutes. Cats stopped wherever they were, wherever that happened to be, and stood with dilated eyes and raised ears. And the wolves howled. All at once, everywhere wolves existed, from the deep north to the forests of the south. A single long howl that was not the howl of the hunt or the howl of territory, but something different, something the men who heard it and were awake at that hour could not name and that stayed in their bones for days afterward. As though the wolves knew something. As though they were answering a call that only they could hear. It lasted a few minutes. Then it passed, and the animals returned to what they had been doing, and those who had woken to the howl went back to sleep without understanding what they had heard. In the seas around Westeros and Essos, in waters too deep for any Ned and too cold for any fisherman, things that lived in the depths rose to the surface that night. There was no one to see. But in stretches of open sea, at midnight, enormous tentacles broke through the surface of the water. Not one, not two, but many, rising from the darkness below with a slowness that was not the slowness of something lying in wait but of something that simply exists at its own scale of time, indifferent to the urgency that smaller animals feel. They stayed above the surface for a moment, those dark and massive shapes dripping seawater, and then they went back down, unhurried, silently, leaving nothing behind but swells that dissipated before any vessel could feel them. The sea kept no mark of their passing. But they had been there. Equals 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 equals. At Starfall, the castle of House Dane stood at the mouth of the Torrentine where it met the summer sea. The family tombs lay below, carved into the living rock over millennia, chamber after chamber descending in a spiral, and among them were chambers so deep and so ancient that no living Dane knew of their existence. The deepest of all had the dense and heavy air of depth and accumulated time. At its center stood a statue, carved from dark stone with an attention to detail that spoke of a craftsman of rare skill. A man, standing, holding a sword with both hands with the point facing down. The sword was carved in stone like the rest of the statue, but there was something in the proportions and the shape of the long straight blade that inevitably called to mind the sword the Danes still kept in the castle above, the sword that was passed down in each generation to the finest warrior of the house and that shone with a light that was not the light of the sun and not the light of any torch. The stone sword in the statue's hands did not shine. It was stone, but it had the same shape, the same bearing, the same promise. At the base of the statue, carved by the same hands. Eldrick, Shadowchaser, Dane, founder of House Dane. That night, with no living soul present, the carved eyes in the stone emitted light. Purple, magenta, the color that exists at the limit of what human eyes can name. Not strong, not enough to illuminate the chamber or drive back the darkness accumulated there over millennia. It was the light of recognition, like the eyes of a person hearing a familiar name after too long without hearing it. And the name at the base of the statue glowed too, with the same soft light, for a moment too brief to measure. Then it faded. The chamber returned to dark. The statue returned to stone. But the name had glowed. Equals 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 equals. In the crypts of Winterfell, where the Stark lords rested in their stone tombs with their own likenesses keeping watch over their sleep, there were corridors that the castle's inhabitants did not use. Corridors that went deeper than the others, where torches did not reach and where the cold was of a different kind from the cold of winter, quieter and more permanent. The living Starks knew they existed, vaguely, the way one knows of a room in a large house that has never been opened. No one went down there. There was no reason to go. At the deepest level, in the oldest corridor, there was a tomb unlike the others. Not in its elaboration, which was simple. Not in its stone, which was the same gray stone as all the rest of the crypts. But in the statue that stood watch over it, which was larger than the others and had been carved with a different kind of attention, not the craftsman's attention that copies an appearance but the attention of someone who knew well what they were carving. The man depicted was tall and broad-shouldered, and beside his statue stood a direwolf in stone, seated, with the same quiet gravity as the man's likeness. And on the ground beside the wolf, resting as though it had been set down after long use, a stone warhammer. At the base, Brandon, the builder, Stark, founder of House Stark. That night, at the deepest level of the crypts of Winterfell, where no living soul had descended in time beyond the memory of any living person, the carved eyes in the statue of Brandon Stark emitted light. Gray, pale, the color of stone made luminous for an instant, not bright enough to illuminate the corridor but bright enough to exist, to be real, to be something that had happened even without a witness. The stone direwolf beside the statue remained still, as stone remained still. But had anyone been present to see, they might have noticed that the expression of the carved wolf seemed different in that brief moment. More alive, as though the stone held the memory of something that had once been real and which had, in that moment, briefly, become real again. The light faded, the silence of the crypts returned. But something in the crypts of Winterfell had changed that night, in a way that no instrument of measurement available anywhere in the known world could have recorded, and that any person who descended that corridor in the days that followed would feel in their bones without being able to name. Beyond the wall, where the forests grew so dense that snow could barely reach the ground beneath the interlaced branches, there was a woman who made her home in a burrow dug beneath a hollow tree. They called her Mother Mole, those who called her anything at all, and they were more than one might expect, because the reputation of a seer travels quickly among the free folk, where the difference between a prophet and a fool is often a matter of how many times the prophet has been right. She had been right enough times. Not always, not with the precision that learned men would demand, but with the irregular and unsettling frequency of things that are real. That night she was in her burrow when she felt the ground shake. Not the real ground, the other ground, the one the free folk had no name for but which certain women learn to feel, the ground that lies beneath the real ground, made of time and blood and every death that has ever happened across all the land that exists. That ground had shaken, briefly, like the echo of something enormous that had passed overhead without announcing itself. She crawled out of her burrow and stood in the snow with her eyes closed for a long time. Then she opened them. "Listen," she said to the trees, which did not listen, and to the wind, which did not answer, and to the snow, which kept falling with the indifference snow has toward all things. "There is a man, born this night." She was quiet. "The dead are coming. You know the dead are coming. You have always known, even those of you who pretend otherwise. But there is a man who will come before them, and he will lead us out of these frozen lands before the dead arrive, or we will all die here, every last one of us, and join them." She looked north, toward where the dark was thickest. "Follow him when he comes. I cannot tell you his face. I cannot tell you his name. But you will know him when you see him. His eyes do not match each other, as fire does not match ice. And yet they exist in the same face." She went back into her burrow without another word. Beyond the wall, where winter was not a season but a permanent and ancient condition, the others walked. There was no hurry in them. There never was. The cold they carried with them was not the cold of wind or snow but something older and quieter, the kind of cold that exists at the center of a stone that has never seen the sun, and where they passed the earth hardened and the air crystallized and sounds ceased to exist. That night, they stopped. Not all at once, not with the alarm of something taken by surprise. With the attention of something that recognizes. One by one, across the lands beyond the wall, those figures of ice and silence went still and turned their blue eyes south, toward where human warmth still existed, toward where a man had just opened his eyes for the first time. They stayed like that for a moment without measurable duration. Then they moved on, but differently, not with the patient slowness of those who have all the time in the world because time does not exist for them the way it exists for others. With something that, in a human being, would have been called purpose. As though they knew the game had changed that night. As though they knew that the board which had been still for so long now had a new piece upon it, and that this piece was the reason they had been waiting. Not with fear. The others did not know fear. With recognition. Equals. The god's eye was the largest lake in Westeros, and there was in it a quality of silence that the fishermen of the surrounding villages knew well and did not much speak of, the kind of silence that a deep water develops when it has been holding something long enough. The Isle of Faces lay at the center, visible on clear nights as a dark shape upon dark water. It took its name from the weirwoods that covered it, whose faces had been carved by the children of the forest in times so ancient that the first men had not yet reached those shores, and the fishermen did not go there. That night, the weirwoods of the Isle of Faces wept. The red sap ran down the carved faces of every tree on the island, slowly, as it always runs slowly, and where it reached the ground it darkened the earth around the roots. The birds from the shore woke in silence and looked out toward the center of the lake for several minutes, motionless, herons and ravens and ducks side by side with the attention of something that recognizes a sign it did not know it had been waiting for. Then they went back to sleep. The lake lay flat as a mirror for a brief moment, without waves, without the movement that water always has when it is alive. Then it passed. The water began to move again. The birds went back to sleep. The fishermen who went out at dawn did not fish that day. They could not say why. Only that it did not seem right. Somewhere between Essos and the smoldering ruins that remained of Valyria, there was an island that appeared on no map. Not because it was too small to be charted. It was that the fog surrounding it had frustrated every navigator who had attempted to approach over the course of decades, a dense and constant mist that did not dissipate with the wind or the change of season, that existed around the island with the permanence of something that had been placed there intentionally. The rocky mountains encircling it rose from the sea like teeth of stone, and between them, in the sheltered valley the cliffs formed, there was a castle. It was not vast. It had neither the scale of Harrenhal nor the grandeur of King's Landing. But there was in it a quality of permanence that great castles rarely possess, as though it had been built to outlast the men who built it and the kingdoms those men would serve. Every stone was intact, every wall still stood. Time had passed over it without leaving the mark that time leaves on all things, and there was in that something not natural but which required no supernatural explanation either, only the observation that some things last longer than they should. In the great hall, the seat of gold and steel gleamed faintly in the darkness. But the eyes of any person who entered would have been drawn elsewhere. To the black obsidian rock beside the throne, smooth and dark and deep as a bottomless well, which absorbed the surrounding light rather than reflecting it. And thrust into the obsidian, a sword. The blade was black as pitch, black in a way that steel is not black, black in a way that suggested the darkness was part of its composition and not merely the absence of light upon it. The hilt and pommel were shaped like a red dragon, coiled and vivid, rendered with an attention to detail that made it difficult to believe it was metal and not flesh. Only the portion of the blade nearest the hilt escaped the obsidian, and their runic markings glowed red, a red that pulsed with a regularity that was not the regularity of fire but of something alive, like a heartbeat. The sword vibrated, imperceptibly, almost undetectably, but it vibrated, a subtle tremor that ran through the air around it as though the blade had a frequency all its own and the air was compelled to answer. Below the castle, carved into the island's rock with the same precision and intent as every stone above, lay the crypts. There were not many chambers. There were few, and the last of them lay at the deepest level, where the island's rock met the sea below and the cold was of a different kind from the wind's cold, quieter and more permanent. In that deepest chamber stood a statue. It had been painted. That was the first thing any person who saw it would have noticed, because statues in crypts are not painted, because paint does not last what stone lasts, and yet the paint on this one had lasted, with a vividness that had no natural explanation. The man depicted had silver hair that fell about his shoulders with the ease of someone long accustomed to wearing it so, and violet eyes, that specific violet that the Valyrians had taken to the grave with the rest of their civilization, rendered in stone with a precision of color suggesting the craftsman had known his subject well. He held with both hands a sword of black blade, identical to the one thrust into the obsidian in the hall above, and behind him, wings spread, a red dragon carved and painted with the same attention to detail as the man, so vivid that the scales seemed to have texture and the fire from its mouth seemed warm. At the base of the statue, in letters carved first and painted after, Valyrian, the Lightbringer, Pendragon. Founder of House Pendragon. Chapter 8 The Early Years. Maester Whales left the room with the babe in his arms and the wet nurse a few steps behind, and made for his own chambers. It was his custom with newborns, proper light, instruments at hand, distance from the confusion that births left behind. The wet nurse sat with the boy in her arms while the maester lit the candles and prepared what he needed. The babe was quiet, too quiet for a newborn, both eyes open, with an alertness that did not belong to a creature of ours. Whales examined the child with the methodical care his training demanded. Normal reflexes, present. Weight, adequate. Lungs, working. The eyes, by candlelight, were precisely what they had seemed in the darker room. Violet on the right, pale gray on the left. Different colored eyes were uncommon, though not unheard of, and the Citadel had documented cases without particular significance beyond medical curiosity. Maester Whales knew this. He also knew other things, read in other archives. He examined the small features with particular attention. The silver-white hair, fine as silk. The bones of the face with that Valyrian structure the maester recognized by the clean geometry, the high cheekbones, the shape of the chin. But there was also something of the father, undeniable, in the breadth of the brow, in the line of the jaw, in that specific weight the Starks carried in their features as they carried it in all things. It was not a face that belonged to one side or the other. It was both at once, as if the blood on each side had negotiated a rare balance rather than one overwhelming the other. The mother was from somewhere distant. Whales had suspected Lee since Janeira first arrived at Winterfell, from the milk-white skin, the fine features, the accent she carried even after years in the common tongue. But it was a guess, not a certainty. While the wet nurse nursed in silence near the window, the maester went to his writing desk. There were 2 letters to write. One would be the customary genealogical record. The other would leave with the Raven for the Citadel come morning, and its contents were no concern of Rickard Stark's. He wrote the letter to the Citadel first. He described the child with an examiner's precision. Male, healthy constitution, silver-white hair, northern and Valyrian features in uncommon balance. Right eye violet, left eye pale gray. The child did not cry continuously as expected. It lay quiet, awake, watching. He set all of this down with the objectivity of one who records what he has seen without yet drawing conclusions. Mother of possible Valyrian origin, likely Lee, deceased during childbirth. He requested instructions on how to proceed. He folded the letter, sealed it with wax, and set it apart. Janeira's burial was a quiet affair, as all things Rickard did were quiet when there was no obligation to be otherwise. He had chosen a place overlooking the Godswood, on ground within Winterfell that was not the crypts. The crypts were for the lords of Winterfell and their own, but which had a dignity of its own, the kind that comes from the care of those who tend a place rather than from the stone that composes it. Present were the maester, 2 servants, and Rickard, who kept the stone face he wore for the outside world throughout the brief ceremony. The maester saw the other face beneath it only once, for an instant when the tomb was being closed. Then Rickard turned and went to see to his castle. And 3 others. They stood apart through the whole ceremony, 3 dark-skinned men whose bearing the maester recognized at once as unsullied, or former unsullied, by the posture and the way they moved through the world, with the precise economy of those trained for violence who never lose that training even when they decide not to use it. Silent, they watched the burial with an attention that was more intimate and more serious than common grief. When it ended, the 3 approached Rickard. Rickard already knew them. Razdan, Belzacar, and Morgause had come to Winterfell with Janeira, freed unsullied who had chosen to follow her of their own will, and Rickard had learned over time to recognize what they were by their bearing and the way they moved. Now they stood before him with that posture unsullied never lose, and Razdan, the tallest of the 3, spoke in high Valyrian with the awareness that not everyone present would follow. He said that Janeira was dead and her son was alive, that the service they had given her had not died with her. That they asked permission to transfer that service to the son, if the Lord of Winterfell were generous enough to take in 3 men whose home had ceased to exist that night. The maester translated, word for word. Rickard looked at the 3 for a moment. The kind of look that takes measure without needing many words to reach a conclusion. They stay, he said. The 3 bowed as one, with the precision of men who had learned to move in unison and never lost the habit. It was the following day that Rickard went to see his son for the first time without the urgency of the birth still in the air. The maester accompanied him to the room where the wet nurse tended to Arthur. Rickard took the boy in his arms with the caution of a large man handling something small and fragile, and looked at the child's face for a time the maester did not count. The large hand of the Lord of Winterfell cradled the small face with a gentleness that did not match the man's public image. Arthur, he said, low, as though confirming something. The boy had both eyes open and looked at his father with that alertness that did not belong to his age. Rickard stayed like that for a time. The large hand rested lightly on the small chest that rose and fell. Then he set his son back in the cradle with the same care with which he had lifted him, and left with the step of a man who has a castle to govern. The summons came that same winter of 260. The band of 9 had seized the stepstones. Maelys Blackfire, the monstrous, last male blood of demon, marched with the Golden Company. King Jaehaerys II called his bannermen. The north would answer. Rickard rode south in the spring with a column of northern horsemen, having left clear instruction. Arthur Snow was to be treated as any child of the house in his absence. News came by raven over the months, without order. Lord Ormond Baratheon had fallen in the early weeks, killed by Maelys, in his son Stephen's arms. Command had passed to Esser Gerald Hightower, the White Bull. Hard fighting on the islands. Tywin Lannister distinguished himself in Prince Aerys's retinue. Barristan Selmy cut through the Golden Company with the determination of one building a reputation. Then Barristan Selmy slew Maelys the monstrous in single combat. The male line of House Blackfire was extinguished. The band dissolved. The war was over. Rickard returned in the autumn of 260, leaner, with something in his eyes that wars leave in men who survive them. The old master-at-arms of Winterfell had not come back with him. He had died in battle like many others, without particular ceremony, in the way common men die in great lords' wars. But he had brought back friendships forged in the kind of circumstances that make them last. Jon Arryn of the Eyrie, a man of his word. Stephen Baratheon, who had watched his father die and taken Storm's End without faltering. Hoster Tully of Riverrun, whose brother Brynden had perhaps been the sharpest strategist of the campaign. Tywin Lannister, young but possessed of that quality belonging to those who do not feel what would slow them down. And he had brought back a man. Alaric was a northerner, from somewhere between the last hearth and the neck, though he said little about it. What the maester knew was what Rickard had related briefly, as Rickard related all things, that Alaric had saved his life in a skirmish on the islands, that there was a solid skill in the man, above the average of those Rickard had seen in his ranks, and that Winterfell needed a master-at-arms. Alaric had accepted the post without negotiating the wage, which the maester noted as an interesting detail. The maester listened to the names from the war with attention and seized the moment to insinuate, with suitable delicacy, that bonds forged in battle needed tending. That a lord of the north with solid friendships in the south was better positioned than a lord without them. Rickard listened, did not respond, which was, the maester had learned, his way of saying he had heard. Rickard Stark wed Lara Stark at Winterfell in the year 261. The maester had suggested other names. Rickard had listened with patience and chosen Lara all the same. Lara arrived with the quiet composure of the Starks and intelligence beneath it of the kind that prefers to watch rather than speak. The first thing she did after dismounting was ask where Arthur was. The maester led her to him. Lara stood over the cradle looking at the boy. She extended her hand and touched his cheek with one finger. Slowly. He looks healthy. He is healthy, my lady. He'll need a permanent nursemaid. And proper education when it's time. I can see to it. She turned with that direct expression the maester would come to recognize as her way of saying what needed saying. He is Rickard's son. That is enough for me. The maester inclined his head, and thought that Lara Stark was the kind of woman who made certain things more difficult to manage. In 262, Lara fell pregnant for the first time. The son was born in the autumn, healthy, dark-haired and gray-eyed, the father's long serious features already visible on the small face. Rickard spoke the name in the voice of a declaration. Brandon Stark, heir to Winterfell. That afternoon the maester brought Arthur to the room where Lara rested with the babe in her arms. Arthur was 2 years old, and he stood by the cradle watching his new brother with that intense attention that was his way of looking at everything. Brandon slept with his small fist closed near his face, small and oblivious to the world. Arthur watched for a time, then extended his hand and touched his brother's closed fist with one finger, slowly. He turned to Lara. Arthur looked at Brandon for a long moment, then looked up at Lara with that 2-year-old gravity that was sometimes heavier than it had any right to be. Pack, he said, with the incomplete firmness of one who does not yet master words but knows what he means by them. Lara looked at him, then at Brandon, then back at Arthur. Yes, she said, pack. She stayed quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and set her hand on Arthur's head, and stayed like that, saying nothing, which is sometimes the only answer large enough for what has been said. Eddard was born in 263. Rickard's third child came into the world in winter, quiet as northern winters tend to be, with the same dark hair of the Starks and a gravity on his face that seemed ancient for a newborn. Lara held him with the ease of someone who had done this before, and Rickard stood beside the bed with that expression the maester had learned to recognize as his version of gratitude. Arthur was 3 when Eddard was born, and went to the new brother's room with Brandon in tow, who was 1 year old and still walked with the instability of someone who had only recently discovered he had legs. The two of them stood looking at Eddard in the cradle, Brandon with unconcerned curiosity, Arthur with that longer, quieter attention that was his mark. Rickard looked at the 3 of them at once, Arthur of the white hair, the dark-haired heir, and the new arrival still red and wrinkled, and in his face for an instant that passed quickly was something the maester recognized as satisfaction of the kind serious men rarely let show. The maester recorded the birth of Rickard Stark in the careful hand reserved for important events, and went to write another letter to the citadel about Arthur, as he had done regularly over the 3 years previous. It was around that time, at 3 years complete, that Arthur began to ask questions 3 years do not usually ask. Not simple questions. Questions about why things were as they were, about how cold formed, about why ravens carried messages and not other birds. Rickard answered with the seriousness he brought to all matters, without simplifying beyond what was necessary, and Arthur listened with that attention that was already his mark. It was Rickard himself who asked the maester to begin teaching Arthur to read. The maester had suggested waiting. Rickard had repeated the request as though the suggestion had not been made. Arthur learned quickly, not with the speed of one who memorizes by force, but with the speed of one who recognizes. Within a few weeks he could identify simple words. Within months he was putting sentences together. Before he turned 4 he was reading with a fluency the maester recorded in his private notes in the small hand reserved for observations not meant for careless eyes. The maester had begun leaving simple books within Arthur's reach, not out of generosity, but to measure. Arthur returned them read. The maester left harder ones. Arthur returned those as well. It was an experiment the maester had not announced and which Arthur never mentioned, as though both knew what was happening and had tacitly agreed not to name it. One afternoon in 264, the maester entered Winterfell's small library and found Arthur sitting on the floor with a volume of history of the 7 kingdoms open in his lap, the mismatched eyes moving across the pages with a speed that continued to be faster than it should be. The boy looked up when the maester entered, but not with the start of someone caught doing something they ought not. With the calm attention of one doing exactly what he wanted to do and seeing no reason to apologize for it. The maester took the book from Arthur's hand without a word, checked the page he was on, and gave it back. He never mentioned the episode aloud, but that night he wrote to the citadel in more detail than usual. It was also at 4 years that the memories began. Arthur could not have explained what they were, not with the words 4 years provided. They were fragments, at first. Images without context, like dreams that leave a trace after waking but dissolve when you try to hold them. A training ground that was not Winterfell. Hands that were his but larger, more experienced, gripping a sword with a steadiness he did not yet have. Voices in tongues he had not learned but understood all the same, which was the most unsettling part, because he understood them not as though he were translating but as though he had always known. He said nothing to anyone. It was instinctive, that reserve, in the same way it was instinctive not to mention certain things to certain people. With Rickard he spoke with the frankness of a child who knows he will be heard. With Lara he had the ease of one who has been accepted without condition and knows the affection has no expiry. With Brandon he quarreled and reconciled with the normalcy of children who grow up together, and with Eddard, still too small for real conversation, there was something quieter, a protective attention Arthur exercised without naming it. But the memories he kept to himself. By 5 they were clearer. No longer fragments but scenes, with beginnings and middles and sometimes ends. A man who was him but was not this him, who had spent years learning, training, perfecting body and mind with a dedication this self was only beginning to understand. There were drills in those memories, battlefields that were not yet battles, the repeated weight of a sword becoming an extension of the arm through insistence. There were also moments of stillness, of contemplation, waking from which left a strange clarity that took hours to fade. At 6, the pieces were almost all in place. At 7, the memory was whole. Arthur woke one winter morning with 6 years of life and a far greater weight than that inside his chest, and lay in the dark of his room at Winterfell for a long time, looking at the stone ceiling, processing what it meant to be 2 things at once, 2 lives in a single boy of 6 years in a cold castle in the north. Then he rose, dressed, and came down to breakfast with his usual punctuality. There were things that needed doing. There always were. Maester Whaleys had begun, over those years, to appear more often in Rickard's conversations than was strictly necessary for a maester. Always with suitable delicacy, the suggestion made as observation, the observation framed as neutral information. A mention that House Lannister had strengthened its ties with the South through strategic marriages. A note about the daughters of Suchansika Lord, whose alliances would be advantageous for a lord of the North who had served in the war and maintained friendships with men of weight. A reflection on how the Starks had historically kept themselves apart from the central politics of King's Landing, and whether that remove was still the most advantageous posture in a changing realm. Rickard listened. Sometimes he answered, sometimes he did not. The maester had learned to read his silences, and those silences were shifting over the years in a way Whaleys noted with quiet satisfaction. They were not the silences of one who rejects. They were the silences of one who considers. With Arthur, the maester was correct. He did what was expected of a maester toward the Lord's son, taught what there was to teach, answered what there was to answer. But there was a different quality to that correctness, a functional coldness that was not present in his dealings with Brandon, with Eddard, with any other child of Winterfell. It was not declared hostility. It was absence, of the kind an intelligent child eventually learns to name even without the right word for it. Arthur learned. He said nothing about it to anyone, as he said nothing about the memories. But he learned. Lyanna was born in 266. The 4th child came into the world on a summer night, the first of Rickard and Lara's children born in a warm season, and there was in Lara after the birth a lightness the maester had rarely seen in her, as though the season had in some way entered the world with the child. Lyanna was different from the others from the first day, with a more expressive and restless face, with an energy that even in the cradle seemed too large for the space available. Rickard held her with the same gentleness with which he had held the others, but there was something different in the way he looked at her, something softer, difficult to name. The maester observed and filed it away. Arthur was 6, Brandon 4, Eddard 3. The 3 went to their mother's room to see the new sister, and the maester watching from the doorway noticed that Lyanna opened her eyes at the exact moment Arthur approached the cradle, looked at him with that newborn unfocusing, and then, in a way that had no satisfactory medical explanation, closed her small fingers around the finger Arthur had extended and did not let go. Lara smiled from the bed with tired eyes. Rickard said nothing, but he rested his hand on Arthur's shoulder for a moment before leaving, and that gesture, brief and silent like all his gestures, said what needed saying. It was also at 6 that Arthur began training with swords. It was not the maester's decision. With Arthur, the things that mattered never were. It was Alaric who came to speak with Rickard one autumn afternoon, with the economy of words of a man who does not like to waste even those he uses. "The boy watches the training," said Alaric. "How long has he been watching?" asked Rickard. "Since I arrived." Rickard was quiet for a moment. Then he said Alaric could begin teaching him if he found there was something to teach. Alaric found there was. The first day of training was an assessment, in the way good masters assess before they teach, asking the pupil to do what he knows so as to see what he does not. Arthur gripped the wooden training sword with both hands, adjusted the grip with an intuition that did not come from 6 years but from something else, and executed the basic movements he had watched for months of observation with a precision that made Alaric go quiet for a moment. Then the master at arms corrected the angle of his wrist, adjusted the placement of his feet, and started again from the beginning, as though what he had seen had not happened. That was, Arthur would learn in time, Alaric's way of saying there was something there worth working with. They trained early in the morning, before the rest of the castle had fully woken, in the yard near the stables where the northern wind arrived first and the snow lasted longer than in the other yards. Arthur did not complain of the cold. Alaric did not remark on it. Both shared a quality of silence that made the training more efficient than it tends to be when there is too much talk. With Brandon, who began training a year later, Alaric was different, more expansive, more inclined to long explanations. With Arthur he was direct, sometimes brusque, but there was a respect beneath that which Arthur recognized in the same way he recognized its absence in his dealings with the maester. What Alaric did not say in words he said in the cadence with which he increased the difficulty, giving the boy no time to settle into what he already knew. The speed with which Arthur absorbed each new technique was unsettling in the quiet way that unsettling things have when there are no obvious words to describe them. It was not merely muscle memory, though it was that as well. It was a comprehension of movement that seemed to come from within, as though the body knew where it was going before the mind had finished formulating the instruction. Rickard came to the yard sometimes, in the morning, and watched without entering. He neither praised nor criticized. But he came, and that, Arthur had learned, was his version of both at once. On one such morning, after Arthur executed a sequence of movements Alaric had only taught 3 days before with a fluency that should have taken months to develop, the maester saw Rickard go still for a moment longer than usual. Then Rickard turned and left without a word. Alaric looked at the space where Rickard had stood, then at Arthur, and returned to the training without comment. But there was something in the Master at Arms' silence that morning that was different from his other silences. The maester, watching from a distance, made a mental note: if that progression continued, Arthur Snow could become the finest swordsman in the North. And the North produced good swordsmen. Chapter 9: The Early Years, Part 2. Benjen was born in 267. Rickard's 5th child came into the world in a bitter winter, small and loud, with a vigor that stood at odds with the cold outside. Lara nursed him with the ease of one who had done this 4 times, and Rickard stood beside the bed with the other 4 around him, Brandon at 5 already carrying the physical confidence that would be his mark, Eddard at 4 with that quiet gravity that made him difficult to read, Lyanna at 1 and already trying to climb down from someone's arms to see what was happening. And Arthur, at 7, standing near the window, wearing that expression the maester had learned over the years to recognize as the face Arthur wore when he was thinking about more than one thing at once. Rickard looked at all 5 children in the same room, his trueborn and Arthur, daughters and sons, and in him at that moment was a stillness different from his usual stillness, not the stillness of one controlling what he feels but of one who does not need to control it because what he feels is simply good. "Benjen," he said, and the loud newborn who had just arrived in the world answered with a cry that echoed through the stone room as though agreeing. Maester Whaley's recorded the birth in his usual hand, in his usual ledger, and went to write another letter to the citadel. The most recent reply had arrived 3 weeks before, longer than the previous ones, and in it was an interest the maester had recognized with satisfaction. The citadel was paying attention. That same year of 261, ravens had arrived from the south with news the maester summarized for Rickard with the trained objectivity of the citadel. Tywin Lannister had marched against Houses Rain and Tarbeck, rebellious bannermen of Castle Rock who had taken advantage of Lord Tydos's perceived weakness to accumulate debts and undue influence. Tywin's response had been swift and without appeal. Tarbeck Hall had been destroyed, Lady Ellen killed under the rubble of the very castle she had restored with Lannister gold. The Red Lion of Castamere had retreated into the mines beneath his castle with his brother Reynard and what remained of his men. Tywin had ordered the entrances sealed and diverted a stream into the mines. The guards at the more distant exits said they had heard screams that lasted until dawn. Then silence. Rickard heard the summary with his usual closed face. "Tywin Lannister is not a man for half measures," he said, not as judgment but as observation from one who had served beside that man on the stepstones and knew what he was speaking of. "He is not," the maester agreed. "The singers have already composed a song." Rickard did not respond to that, but in his silence there was something the maester noted, not admiration and not reproach, but the specific recognition of one who understands that the world operates in certain ways and that knowing those ways is part of governing well. The years that followed brought a relative peace to the north, the kind that allows children to grow and castles to attend to their own matters, removed from the wars and rebellions of the south. At 7, Arthur Snow stood 1.38 meters, which placed him visibly above the boys his age with whom he trained in Winterfell's yard. It was not only the height, it was what came with it, the musculature Alaric's daily training had laid down in his arms and legs and shoulders with the patience of processes that take time but do not lie about their results. It was not the musculature of a grown man, not yet, far from it. It was the musculature of a boy who had worked his body consistently and carried that in a naturalness that came from knowing no other way to be. One morning in 267, some weeks after Benjen's birth, Alaric set Arthur to spar against a 15-year-old, 8 years his elder, the son of one of the castle servants who had been set to training as a man-at-arms for the house. There was at the start of the bout that unconscious condescension of one who is larger and more experienced and knows it. The young man attacked first. Arthur did not wait for the blow to arrive. He read the movement at the moment the opponent's shoulder gave back, and when the training sword came down Arthur was no longer where he had been, having taken half a step aside and rotated his wrist with a fluency that did not belong to 7 years, and the point of his wooden sword touched the opponent's ribs before the attack had finished landing. The young man went still for a moment, with the expression of one who has just understood that the bout was different from what he had expected. Alaric said nothing. He made a brief gesture and the sparring resumed. When it ended, there was something on the 15-year-old's face that was not condescension. Alaric dismissed him and stood in silence for a moment, looking at Arthur with that constant assessment that was his way of being. Then he said only that the angle of the exit needed to be cleaner, and returned to the training as though nothing particular had happened. It was Alaric's way of saying he had seen something worth noting. Rickard learned of it that same afternoon, in the way he always learned of things that happened in his castle. At the supper table, in a moment of quiet amid the usual noise of a family with 5 children, he rested his hand on Arthur's shoulder for an instant. Said nothing. Did not need to. What Alaric did not say in words he said in the cadence with which he raised the difficulty. The speed with which Arthur absorbed each new technique was not merely muscle memory, though it was that as well. It was a comprehension of movement that seemed to come from within, as though the body knew where it was going before the mind had finished formulating the instruction. The maester watched this from a distance and made a cold note of it, with the detachment that was his way of processing what he did not like to see. If that progression held, Arthur Snow might become the finest swordsman in the North. And the North produced good swordsmen. The 3 were not masters at arms in any formal sense. They were warriors who had survived what they had survived because they knew things not found in any citadel manual, and they taught in that fashion, without structure, without announced progression, only showing and correcting and showing again, in the way knowledge that is worth something passes from one who has it to one who wants it. High Valyrian had come before the swords. Razdan, Belzacar, and Morgause had decided, in their quiet way and without asking permission of anyone, that before teaching Arthur to fight they needed a common tongue that did not depend on translators. They taught him in the same direct manner they did everything, without books, without announced progression, only speaking and correcting and speaking again until the words held. Arthur absorbed it with the same uncomfortable speed with which he absorbed everything else, and when the time came to train with arms all 4 already understood each other in High Valyrian without effort from any side. One afternoon, Arthur asked about his mother. They were in the smaller yard, after training, when the 3 would usually sit in silence for a time before dispersing. Arthur had stood still with the training knife in hand, looking at the ground, and then had asked in Valyrian, without preamble. What was she like? Razdan was quiet for a moment. Belzacar and Morgause as well. He has the right to know, Razdan thought. She would have wanted him to know. We found her in Volantis, said Razdan, in Valyrian, slowly. A merchant from Astapor had brought us there to sell. She bought all 3 of us. And then she told us we were free. That we could go wherever we wished. Razdan paused. She smiled when we stayed. A smile like that, like when the sun comes out from behind a cloud without warning. She said then we would all go somewhere together. Arthur listened without interrupting. There was someone after her in Volantis, Razdan continued. Someone with influence, the kind that does not forget. We never knew who. She never explained, and there were questions that made her look away in a way we learned to recognize as the end of the matter. The chest, said Morgause, who rarely spoke but when he did was direct. Yes, she had a chest that stayed with her always, locked, which she never opened in front of anyone. What was inside was hers. We learned not to ask. Why did you come north? Arthur asked. Mistake or fate, we never knew for certain. Razdan made a slight gesture with his shoulders. Her coin was running out and Volantis had become dangerous. We wanted to board for King's Landing. The ship was changed, or we misunderstood, or both. When the sea fell away behind us it was the north. And perhaps it was better that way, Belzacar thought, but did not say. We made port at White Harbor, Razdan continued. And there was your father, who had come to visit the Manderleys. He saw her on the docks. A brief pause. It was difficult not to see her on a dock. It was difficult not to see her anywhere. What do you mean? Razdan considered for a moment how to explain. She was very beautiful, he said. But it was not only that. It was the way she had of looking at people, as though whoever was with her was the only person who mattered in that moment. Your father approached with that seriousness of his, that way he has of wanting to understand what he is looking at. She explained what there was to explain. He offered guest right, said he was returning to Winterfell, that we were welcome to come. And she wanted to come. She smiled again and said she had always read about the North. That she had always wanted to see it. Razdan went quiet for a moment. She was like that, always in good spirits, even when there was cause not to be. She made the days lighter simply by being present. Arthur was silent for a long moment. The training knife was still in his hand. "Thank you," he said at last, in Valyrian. The three bowed as one, with their usual precision. The formal learning followed the curriculum Whaleys had established: history, geography, arithmetic, the sciences of the Citadel. Arthur was the most capable pupil Whaleys had had in years of teaching, which was not something the maester said aloud because he recognized that saying so to this particular child would not serve his purposes. He taught enough to appear to be teaching everything, and kept the rest back. Arthur learned regardless, through the library, through what he overheard in conversations adults had without realizing he was present, through what he drew out of the answers to the questions he asked. The old tongue came from elsewhere. Old Nan had come to Winterfell before Rickard was born, to wet nurse a Brandon Stark whose name she sometimes confused with another, because she had served so many Starks over so many years that they had begun to blur in her memory like water in water. She was the oldest person in the castle and likely well beyond it, with hands that counted decades of work and eyes that had seen things the maester's books had never recorded. She told stories. She always had. The children of Winterfell grew up on her stories, the others and the heroes and the creatures of the forests beyond the wall, told in a voice that knew what it was doing, that new stories are alive and treated each one with the respect living things deserve. Arthur had listened to those stories from a young age like all the others. But there was a difference. Arthur asked questions. Not the questions children ask when they want to know whether the monster is truly frightening. Questions about the words old Nan used, about the old names that appeared in the oldest stories, about the tongue the first men had spoken before the Andals arrived and brought the common tongue. Old Nan answered, first with surprise, then with a different attention, the attention of one who recognizes that the person asking has use for the answers. She taught in pieces, not as a discipline but as conversation. Words here, a phrase there, the context of where each thing came from. The old tongue was not a language learned from a book. It was a tongue learned from people who had received it from other people who had received it from others, a long chain of oral memory that old Nan carried with more fidelity than any Citadel manuscript. It was also at 7, after the memory was whole, that Arthur began to observe Maester Whaleys differently. It was not the observation of a suspicious child. It was the observation of someone who has context for what he sees, who can lay what is happening in the present over what he knows of the past and calculate the difference. The memories of the other life gave him no specific information about Whaleys, no stored scene with that face in it. But they gave him other instruments, the capacity to notice patterns, to read what lies beneath what is said, to distinguish between the silence of one with nothing to hide and the silence of one who has. Whaleys had a great deal to hide. That was visible when Arthur knew how to look. It was in the letters the maester wrote before any other work of the day, in the small hours when the light in his chambers burned too long. It was in the way he inserted himself into Rickard's conversations with a delicacy that appeared servile but produced effects, as when a suggestion about strategic marriages and southern alliances was made as though it were a passing observation rather than a carefully constructed directive. It was in the questions he put to Arthur during lessons, questions that seemed pedagogical but were, Arthur perceived, assessments of a different kind, measurements of how much he knew and how he thought and what he might become. And it was in the way he dealt with each of the siblings with a naturalness he did not have, and dealt with Arthur with a formal correctness he did not have either. The difference was too subtle to be noticed by one who was not looking. Arthur was looking. He said nothing to anyone about it. There were things that needed to be better understood before being said, and there were things that once said could not be unsaid, and Arthur had learned, from somewhere older than 7 years, to tell the difference between the two. He watched. He kept learning. He kept training. He remained the son that Rickard dealt with in the silent language that was theirs, and that Lara dealt with as she dealt with the children she had carried in her body, without distinction and without effort, because she was the kind of woman who had decided Arthur was her son and saw no reason to revisit decisions already made. And Maester Whaleys kept writing to the Citadel, and the Citadel kept writing back. There was something Rickard had begun doing that year that the Maester watched with interest. Twice a month, on the days when the small folk of Winterfell and the nearby villages could come to the castle with petitions, Rickard sat in the great hall and heard what there was to hear. It was an old custom of the lords of Winterfell, and Rickard kept it with the seriousness he brought to all things. What was new was that Arthur and Brandon were present. Not as decorative figures. Brandon because he was the heir and there were things a future lord needed to learn about the weight of his position before he had it, and the sooner he began to understand that governing meant listening and not only commanding, the better. Arthur for another reason. The maester had first noticed it on an autumn afternoon when a middle-aged man had brought a land dispute with his neighbor that had lasted 3 generations and had come to Rickard after 2 previous attempts at resolution. Rickard had heard both parties with patience. Then he had gone quiet for a moment, the kind of quiet those who knew him recognized as thought and not hesitation. And then he had looked at Arthur, who stood to one side, quiet as always, with that complete attention that was his way of being present. "What would you make of it?" Rickard had asked, directly, without framing the question as a test. Arthur had looked at the 2 men for a moment. Then he had said that the dispute itself was one thing, but what lay beneath it was another, that there was between the 2 neighbors a grievance older than the land dispute itself, and that any resolution dealing only with the land and not the grievance would need to be resolved again within 2 years. That it might be worth asking where the grievance came from before deciding where the boundary lay. There was a silence in the hall. Rickard had looked at Arthur for a moment with that expression that was difficult to read. Then he had asked the 2 men to wait outside and sent servants to fetch the history of the families over the past 20 years. The resolution had taken longer than usual, but it had held. After that Rickard had continued to bring both sons to the petitions, Brandon because he was the heir and needed to learn, Arthur because there was something in him, in the way he saw the things beneath the things, that made solutions more durable than they tend to be when only one pair of eyes is looking. Brandon absorbed it with the energy he absorbed everything, more interested in the people's stories than in the mechanics of the resolutions. Arthur absorbed differently, more quietly, more slowly, accumulating understanding of how power worked and what it cost and what it meant to exercise it well. Maester Whaleys watched this and thought about his letters. There were things the Citadel needed to know about this boy, and there were things the Maester was not yet sure he wanted the Citadel to know. The balance between those 2 lists was delicate, and Whaleys was the kind of man who understood that delicate balances require constant tending. He kept writing. In 270, Lyanna was 4 years old. It was impossible not to notice when she entered a room. Not because of her height, which was still a child's, but because of the quality of her presence, that energy that seemed larger than the space available and had been so since the cradle. At 4 she had opinions about everything, a will of her own to defend those opinions, and a stubbornness that Rickard sometimes observed with that expression of his that was difficult to read, which might have been worry or pride or both at once. Rickard had said more than once, with the economy of words that was his way, that Lyanna and Brandon had the wolf blood. Not as criticism, as observation, in the same way one observes the weather or the direction of the wind. Brandon had begun appearing at old Nan's sessions early, had passed a corridor and heard a word he did not recognize, gone in to ask what it was, and stayed. Eddard sometimes appeared and sat in the corner saying nothing, listening. Benjen, at 3, appeared as well, dragged along by Lyanna more than by his own inclination, and stayed quiet in whoever's lap was available, listening with the focused attention that small children have before they learn they can do other things at the same time. Lyanna came when she was 4, which was old enough for her to decide she wanted something and go after it. She had followed Arthur one afternoon out of sheer stubbornness, the stubbornness that was her way of loving, and had stayed when she realized something interesting was happening. Old Nan had looked at her with the expression of one who is not surprised by anything, and kept speaking. Lyanna learned differently from Arthur. With enthusiasm where he had concentration, with speed where he had depth, and with a complete absence of patience for the tedious parts that Arthur absorbed without complaint. When she wanted him to teach her something he already knew and she did not, there was a way she had of asking that made refusal impossible, not through pressure but through the quality of expectation in her eyes, the absolute certainty that he would do it because she had asked. Arthur always taught when she asked. Without exception. It was that same year that Rickard summoned Arthur to his solar. It was not the usual way of things. Rickard came to Arthur, generally, in the way fathers go to their sons when the matter is not urgent and the boy is still young. Being summoned to the solar was different. It was Rickard's space, the place where the Lord of Winterfell dealt with matters that needed closed doors. Arthur entered with the bearing that was already his at 10, tall for his age, with that quality of attention that filled a space without needing words to do it. Rickard was standing at the window, back turned, looking down at the yard below. He turned when he heard the door. There was a chest at the center of the room. Dark wood, black as coal, carved with dragons so finely they seemed engraved by a hand that had spent years on the work. No ornaments of gold or gems. Lock and key of steel, the kind that does not rust and does not yield, which Arthur recognized by its specific sheen as Valyrian steel. It was intact, closed, with the key in the lock. "It was your mother's," said Rickard. Arthur looked at the chest for a moment. Then at his father. Was it never opened? No. Rickard paused briefly. It was not mine to open. There was something in that which Arthur understood without needing it explained, the sort of respect serious men have for things that do not belong to them, even when they could. Rickard had kept the chest for 10 years untouched, waiting until Arthur was of age to receive it. It is yours, said Rickard, in the voice of one closing a matter that had remained open too long. Arthur approached. The key was cold beneath his fingers, the kind of cold that Valyrian steel has regardless of the air around it. He stayed like that for a moment, hand on the key, without turning it. Then he turned it. The lid opened without resistance, as though it had been waiting for this. The first thing he saw was the book. It lay on top, richly bound, the cover worked in gold and Valyrian steel that did not rust and did not yield, carved in the shape of a red dragon with a black sword between its teeth. At the bottom, letters cast in the steel itself formed 2 words. House Pendragon. Arthur looked at it for a moment without touching. There were other things in the chest. Jewels with stones he could not name, set in Valyrian steel with the same cold gleam as the key. And, leaning against the inner wall of the chest, a candle. It was not a common candle. It was of black glass, obsidian, tall and thin and grooved along its length with furrows that seemed sharp as blades. It had no visible wick. No wax. It was only that black glass that absorbed the light of the hearth rather than reflecting it, as though the dark were a property of the thing and not an absence of light. Rickard had come closer and stood looking at it with that closed expression he wore when he encountered something he did not understand and preferred not to pretend he did. What is that? He asked, more to himself than to Arthur. I don't know, said Arthur. They were quiet for a moment, father and son, looking at the black glass that reflected nothing. Arthur brought his gaze back to the book. To the red dragon, to the black sword in the dragon's mouth, to the 2 words on the cover. He did not open the book that afternoon. There were things that needed time before being opened. But he closed his fingers around the spine and lifted it from the chest. It was his. Chapter 10. The chest. The chest. Arthur left the solar with the book under his arm. Harwick was on guard at the door. He was a man who had learned over years of service not to ask the questions that were none of his business. And when Arthur asked for help carrying the chest to his room, he called for Edwin without a word, and the 2 of them hauled it down the stone corridor without anything exchanged between them. Arthur closed the door to his room. The chest sat in the middle of the floor, and the afternoon light came through the narrow window and fell on the black carved wood, the dragons engraved on the surface catching the pale gold in a strange way, as though the light were trapped in the grooves rather than passing through them. He went to the chest. Opened it. The jewels came first. 5 pieces, each set in Valyrian steel with that cold gleam that did not warm even when held, with dark stones that shifted color as the light moved. Arthur set each one on the edge of the bed without examining them for long and went to the clothes. They had been folded with care, the kind of fold from someone who knew they would stay that way for a long time. Myrish cloth, he could tell the quality by touch, lighter than anything Winterfell produced. He unfolded the top piece, pale blue silk with silver embroidery, and understood at once that it was too small. Too small for him, and made for a different climate. You could see it in the cut of the shoulders, in the way the fabric fell without weight, clothes meant for warmth and not for the stone cold of the north. There was something in the cloth, after all these years. Not exactly a smell, something like a smell, something warm that did not belong to the cold of the room. Arthur stood there with the silk in his hands. Outside Winterfell the sun was still high, and through the window came the distant sounds of the training yard, men's voices, the steady crack of wood on wood. Sounds he had known since he was small, sounds that were as much a part of Winterfell as the walls, as the wind that found its way through the cracks in winter. Sounds that had nothing to do with the blue silk dress he was holding, and Arthur stood there with both things at once, the familiar noise outside and the thin cloth between his fingers, until he folded the dress back with the same care with which he had found it and set it in the chest. He took out the dagger. The scabbard was plain dark leather. But the weight when he lifted it was different, denser than the size suggested, and when he drew it slowly the blade was 2 materials fused in a single continuous edge that should not have been possible. The lower part in dragonbone, bone white, absorbing light rather than reflecting it, the upper in Valyrian steel with the dark rippling that marked it. Arthur ran his thumb along the seam. There were no joins. They were simply 2 materials and then they were one. He set the dagger down. The last piece was a key that looked nothing like the chest's key. This one had a dragon carved into the handle with every scale visible, wings folded at rest, tail coiled around the shaft, and the eyes were rubies that caught the firelight and gave it back like embers. A key made to open something that mattered. Arthur set it on the table beside the book. He looked at the empty chest. There was nothing left inside that needed opening. He had checked, and checked again, but the key was there. He tilted the chest toward the light. The outside height was greater than the inside. 2 fingers of difference, maybe 3. He ran his fingers along the inner floor slowly, following the carved dragons one by one, and found it in the corner farthest from the hinge. A small circle at the center of one dragon's eye, perfectly centered, that was not decorative. He took the dagger, pressed the dragonbone tip into the hole. A dry click, a section of the floor swung inward, revealing a shallow space running the full length of the chest. Inside was a single object, wrapped in cloth. The cloth was dark purple, nearly black in the dim light, but when Arthur brought it to the window the color opened fully, a rich violet with gold embroidery. It was heraldic cloth. He recognized the type, the kind used to authenticate documents or mark a house's property, and the heraldry it revealed when he spread it flat was a mermaid with silver-gold hair holding a balanced golden scale in one hand, with an open chest overflowing with gold coins before her on her tail. House Roger. He knew the name from Winterfell's library. A family of Valyrian descent, who in the years after the Dance of the Dragons had accumulated enough power to rival the Iron Bank of Bravos. Lysandro the Magnificent, then Lysaro, who had squandered what his father built. The bank had collapsed in 135 AC, Lysaro flogged to death in the Temple of Trade, the family crushed by rival magisters. What remained after that, the books in Winterfell did not reach far enough to say. Arthur took the genealogy book from the chest and turned to the last written pages. The vellum there was newer than the rest, the ink less faded, the hand different from the older entries. The last line read, Uther Pendragon and Igraine Roger Pendragon, Jaenara Pendragon. He looked at her name for a moment. Jaenara Pendragon, not Jaenara of Lee, not Jaenara of anywhere. Pendragon. Father and mother and house and name, all in a single line of ink that had waited 10 years in a false bottom for him to be old enough to read it. He set the cloth aside and went to what was beneath. The sword rested in its scabbard as though it belonged in that space. The leather was midnight blue reinforced with aged silver along the edges, with marks of old use that took nothing from its general state. Arthur put his hand on the grip before drawing, felt the spiral of blue and white under his fingers. Drew. Valyrian steel did not behave like other steel. The dark ripples along the blade shifted as Arthur turned it in the light, like petrified smoke that still remembered movement, and the surface was at once dull and bright in a way common steel could not manage. The cross guard was simple and functional, with a small sapphire at the center. The pommel was blue stone. It was a sword without unnecessary ornament, made to be used and not displayed. He ran his finger along the blade. The cut came before any pressure, a thin line on his thumb that began bleeding with the calm of wounds too clean to hurt immediately. Arthur looked at the line of red for a moment. Then he wound the sleeve of his shirt around his finger and turned the sword slowly again, the dark ripples moving along the blade. My grandmother was a roger, he thought. The roger the books said were extinct. The roger who had rivaled the Iron Bank before Lysaro destroyed them from within. And there had been someone following his mother in Volantis for reasons she had never explained, and the chest she had always kept locked and never opened in front of anyone, and now there was a false bottom in it with a sword and the banner of a house and an ornate key that opened nothing inside this chest. Was she the last? There was no answer to that in the object spread across the bed. There were only the questions, and Arthur had learned that certain questions needed more information before they had answers. Forcing them too soon did not produce answers, it produced guesses, and guesses treated as answers were dangerous in a particular way. He sheathed the sword. He stood there with his thumb still bleeding, looking at the objects on the bed. The jewels, the folded clothes, the dragonbone dagger, the purple cloth with the mermaid, the sword, the key with dragon eyes for a lock he had not yet found. He looked at the blue dress. Then he went to the table. The grimoire was where he had left it. The cover was black, with a dragon carved in relief that differed from the genealogies in one detail. Instead of a sword in its mouth, it held a rolled parchment between its teeth. The scales were finer, the eyes deeper, and there was a different quality to it, something Arthur could not name but recognized, the difference between an object made with craft and an object made with intent. At the bottom of the cover, in High Valyrian, Perziz reads Masvaries. Fire, Blood and Magic. Volume 1. Volume 1. He lit the candles, pulled the chair to the table, opened the grimoire. The first pages were dense, written in a high Valyrian with constructions the common tongue had simplified and which appeared here in their full form, each word carrying a technical weight that only made sense when Arthur stopped and let the meaning settle before moving forward. The book's central proposition appeared in the preface, and Arthur read it 3 times because on the first it seemed too simple and on the third he understood that it was not. Magic was not supernatural, it was natural in a way most people had not learned to see, layers of force that obeyed laws as consistent as any other law of the world, operating at a level common instruments could not measure. Blood magic came first for being the oldest and the most documented. Blood as conductor, not for mystical reasons but because it carried information about lineage, about inheritance, about the long chain of who came before. One worked with that information as a smith works with metal. Then the runes, each figure accompanied by technical explanation, what it channeled, how it combined with others, what happened when they were overlaid or reversed. They were not decoration, they were notation, in the way numbers are notation, a system for capturing what spoken language could not say with sufficient precision. Pyrokinesis appeared later. Fire was not created, the text explained with that same objectivity, it was called from what already existed. There were conditions of lineage. The book mentioned this as a fact of the world, in the same way it mentioned everything else. Night came in without Arthur noticing. The candles died one by one. The last one sat melting at the edge of the table while he was still reading, and when the flame began to waver and the shadows to shift their angles, Arthur looked up and saw that the room was dark except for that single point of light. He closed the grimoire. He sat in the dark with his thumb still wrapped in his sleeve and the book closed in his hands, and there was in the architecture of what he had read a coherence he recognized from somewhere that was not the memory of the other life, which had contained none of this. It was the sense that when you read something true there is a specific quality to the recognition, different from when you read something intelligent but false. Crowley, Eliphas Levi, Gerald Gardner, Cipriano, Giordano Bruno. The names arrived without his knowing quite where from, the way pieces of the other life came sometimes not as memory but as instinct, residue of a man who had spent a lifetime thinking about certain things and had left that thinking deposited in him the way we leave things without meaning to in places we frequent. People who had reached the same questions by different roads, with the languages and contexts of their times. There were more volumes somewhere. And there was a key with dragon eyes that opened nothing inside this chest. The last candle went out. Arthur sat in the dark with the grimoire in his lap and his mother's things on the bed 2 steps away, thinking. Outside, the ravens started before the sky brightened. Arthur was already awake when the first one called, sitting on the edge of the bed with the closed grimoire in his lap and his mother's things spread around him on the mattress. He had not slept, he had not tried, he had sat in the dark after the last candle died, letting things settle where things that need time tend to settle, and when the sky outside the window had begun to go from black to gray without his noticing the transition, he realized the night had passed without time seeming to have passed. He stood, he folded his mother's clothes with the same care he had found them in. The jewels went to the bottom of the chest first, then the grimoire and the key, then the clothes on top of everything. He closed the lid, locked it, set the chest against the wall below the window, where it would stay. The heraldic cloth and the genealogy stayed on the table. He washed his face in the basin with cold water that was colder than usual because it was winter and it always was, and went to breakfast with his usual punctuality. He ate enough. When a servant passed he asked them to let the Lord of Winterfell know he wished to speak with him in the solar when it was convenient. The reply came before he had finished the bread. It was convenient now. Rickard was at the window when Arthur entered, his back turned, looking down at the yard below with a cup of wine in his hand that he had not touched. He did not turn immediately. He was the kind of man who needed to finish one thought before he began another. Arthur waited. When Rickard turned he looked first at his son and then at the things he carried, and there was in the sequence of that look a question that did not need to be spoken aloud. Arthur went to the table, set down the genealogy book, the purple cloth beside it, the dagger, then the sword, and the midnight blue leather of the scabbard caught the cold morning light in a way that brought Rickard away from the window without a word. He picked up the sword, drew it slowly. Valyrian steel does not behave like other steel, and Arthur watched the exact moment his father understood that, the instant when the dark ripples of the blade moved in the light and Rickard's face did something Rickard's face rarely did. It was not surprise, it was recognition of the kind that happens when you see something that deserves to be seen. He turned the blade, ran his thumb along the cross guard, along the small sapphire at the center. "Your mother's," he said, low. It was in a false bottom in the chest. Rickard kept his eyes on the blade. False bottom. 2 fingers of difference between the outside and the inside. There was a hole in the eye of one of the carved dragons. His father said nothing immediately. He sheathed the sword with the care of someone who knows what they are handling and set it on the table, and then stood with his hands open at his sides, looking at it. She never told me anything about her family. A pause. I never asked. Arthur did not respond to that. There was no response that would not be an intrusion. He opened the genealogy to the last written pages and turned it toward his father, and then said, "Her mother was a rogue." Rickard went quiet, not the quiet of someone with nothing to say. The other kind. Igraine rogue Pendragon, Arthur continued. His mother's mother. It's in the last entry. His father looked at the line of ink. Then at the sword on the table. His gaze stayed there longer than it had before. He went to the sword. This time he did not draw it immediately. He stood with his hand on the grip, fingers moving along the spiral of blue and white slowly, the way you check something you already suspect but need to be certain of. Then he drew, and this time the silence that followed was different from the ones before. "I have heard of this sword," said Rickard, low. "One of the named Valyrian steel swords, which belonged to House Roger." He turned the blade slowly in the morning light, the dark ripples shifting as always. "They call it truth." Rickard leaned in. Read again, more slowly. Then straightened and looked at the cover, at the carved dragon with the sword in its mouth, at the gold letters. "Pendragon," he said. "I'd never heard of them." "Nor I." Rickard ran his fingers along the spine of the book. 500 pages, perhaps more, and the leather had held through years at the bottom of a chest without losing its firmness. A lineage of 8,000 years that left no trace in any record I know. He was quiet for a moment. Either they were too small for the chroniclers, or they were large enough to know how to erase what they didn't want written. "The Dune was in 114 BC, said Arthur. "It was." Rickard looked at him. "But this book does not look like it was written in haste. Whoever kept writing after Valyrian knew they would keep writing. They knew there was a future." The two of them were quiet for a moment under the weight of that. "There was one more thing," said Arthur. "A key, in the same compartment, made with great care, a carved dragon, eyes of ruby." A pause. "But there was nothing inside the chest that needed opening." Rickard looked up. "Then there's something outside the chest," he said. "Yes, somewhere." His father looked at him for a moment with that expression Arthur had spent years learning to read, the one that did not say what he was thinking but said that he was thinking. Then he turned to the sword on the table. "These things are yours. They were hers and they are yours, and it is not my place to decide what you do with them." He set his hand on the scabbard. "But this stays with me. You have the skill." Rickard's voice neither rose nor fell when he said things like this. They came out at the same temperature as everything else. "Alaric told me so 3 weeks ago, though not in those exact words. But skill and readiness are not the same thing, and this blade cuts before you touch it." He looked at the thumb wrapped in Arthur's sleeve. "As you've already found." Arthur said nothing. "When Alaric tells me you're ready," said Rickard, "the sword is yours. It won't be long." That was all. There was nothing more to say, and Rickard was the kind of man who did not say more than there was to say. Arthur gathered the cloth and the dagger and the book and left the solar. The stone corridor was cold as always, and the sounds of the castle waking came from a distance, footsteps and voices and the smell of fires being relit in their hearths. Arthur walked slowly, his mother's things under his arm and the thought of the key still in his head. There was a lock somewhere, and he was going to find it. Chapter 11 Wildfire, 270 AC. Moons have passed since the conversation with my father about the chest. I don't know exactly how many. I wasn't counting. I know it snowed twice since then, that Brandon cracked a tooth in the training yard and came to supper with a swollen lip and a story that grew larger with every person who heard it, and that Lyanna discovered she could climb the north wall of the stable yard if she used the gaps between the stones as footholds. I know Benjen is walking with more confidence and that old Nan has a great gran on now, Walder, who came into the world the size of a child twice his age and who the midwife said will have the stature of a giant when he grows. I know I've grown. That didn't need counting. The smith had to adjust the mail shirt I use in training for the second time in 4 months, and Alaric spent a full day watching me with that look of his that isn't quite an expression but that I've learned to read as one. He said nothing. Alaric rarely says anything when something is going right. But the drills changed, grew longer and heavier, and I understand he's testing where the limits are now because the limits of 6 months ago are not the limits of today. 5 feet 4 inches, last time anyone measured. My hair reaches my neck, the white and black so mixed together that no one tries to separate them anymore. Someone told me last Sennight that I'm a striking sight. They said it with a seriousness that made it difficult to tell whether it was a compliment or a statement of scientific observation. I didn't know what to do with that. I still don't. The problem in the training yard is this. I beat everyone I fight. The boys with the same name days as me, the ones with 2 or 3 name days more, Harry's who is a knight's son and who when he first started training with me looked me up and down with the look of someone calculating how long it would take to finish this. It didn't take long for the look to change. But a long fight wears me down more than it should. I know exactly where the problem is. The body doesn't yet keep up with what the mind wants to do. Precision starts to deteriorate when the arms grow heavy, and the arms grow heavy sooner than they should for the level at which I'm fighting. It is frustrating in the specific way it is frustrating to know what the problem is and know that the only solution is time and work. So I work. Before the sun rises. After it sets. Stones carried through the castle corridors when Winterfell sleeps. Running until the lungs burn and then a little more. The progress is slow, and it is slow in a way that irritates, until one day it isn't slow anymore, and you realize the distance has closed without there having been a specific moment when it happened. Yesterday morning Harry's ran out of breath before I did for the first time. I said nothing about it, but I noticed. The lessons with Whaley's ended. It wasn't a rupture, it was more like the natural end of something that had already lasted longer than it had to last. One afternoon he set before me an astronomy text with the expression of someone delivering a difficult examination, and I read the first paragraphs and realized I already knew everything in them. Not because I had studied that text specifically. I simply knew. I told him so as directly as I could without being rude. Wallace's expression when he heard that was an interesting thing to see. Too neutral to be neutral. There are expressions that work like a closed door, and his in that moment was one of them. The lessons ended. He did not come looking for me again. The old tongue continues. Old Nan teaches on the afternoons when Walder sleeps, and Walder sleeps with the vigor of someone who has not yet discovered there is a world beyond sleep and food. Her voice is low on those afternoons, the old words come slowly, and there is in learning a tongue this way, in pieces and in conversation, a quality different from anything else I have ever learned. The words settle deeper when they come like that. They are the quietest hours of my week. I can't quite explain why. But they are. The idea about the orphans came to me on one of those afternoons. I was watching Walder sleep in his cradle while old Nan folded a cloth and said something about an expression in the old tongue, and suddenly I was thinking about children without family, and about loyalty, and about the difference between people who serve because they are paid and people who serve because they owe their lives to whoever they serve. Old Nan kept talking. I kept listening, but the idea stayed. I went to my father 2 days later. I brought no prepared arguments. With Rickard it is better to speak plainly, because he has little patience for circling and I have little inclination to do it. I said what I thought. That there were orphans in the orphanages of the North without guaranteed futures. That giving them training and purpose was an investment. That loyalty born from genuine debt has no price because it did not begin as a transaction. Rickard listened to the end. How many children? He asked. Few to start, chosen with care. He was quiet for a moment. Then you'll have to go fetch them yourself. That was approval. With him, when something makes no sense, he says it makes no sense. When it does, he asks how. That same day I asked him for a room. What for? He said. Studies. He looked at me, that look which evaluates without showing what it is evaluating. There are enough empty rooms, he said. Take what you need. I left without explaining further. He didn't ask for more. That is one of the things I've learned about my father over the years. He knows when there is nothing more to ask. The room is in a distant wing, narrow window facing north, hearth that creaks but works. I brought my mother's chest there. A table the carpenter made without asking what for. In months of experiments that began as curiosity and became something else entirely. There is a makeshift shelf with flasks. A copper still that cost me 3 failed attempts and the patience of Winterfell's smith, who is a man of few words but who on the 3rd day of attempts looked at me with an expression that can only be described as existential doubt. The still works now. It didn't always. The grimoire stays in the chest. I am reading it for the 3rd time, more slowly than before. There are things in it I didn't see on the first reading and see now, because certain ideas only open when you already have the framework to receive them. I don't speak of it to anyone. Not yet. A few days after the conversation about the orphans I went to the solar. I had asked my father to let me show him something. When I entered, Maester Whaleys was already there. Arthur. My father gestured to the table. I asked Maester Whaleys to be present. Of course, I said. I didn't say what I thought. I opened the sack and began to set out the objects. A handful of barleycorn, a sack of darkened grain, a clay jug, 2 tin cups, and set apart, a short bottle of thick glass sealed with dark wax. Whaleys leaned forward almost immediately, that interest of someone trained to learn that appears before the person has decided whether they want to have it. Rickard stood with his arms crossed. I picked up a grain. Common barley, I said. The same we use to make ale. I let it fall onto the wood of the table. First we trick the grain. We wet it, leave it to rest a few days. The grain thinks spring has come and begins to sprout. I made the gesture with my fingers. When it sprouts, the inside changes. The hard starch becomes sugar. That is what we want. I worked through the rest of it methodically, opening the sack of darkened grain, crushing some between 2 small stones, pointing to the jug. I explained the malt, the hot water, the sweet wort. I explained the yeast more carefully than the rest because Whaleys had looked up in a way that told me it would be the point where he would ask questions later, and I preferred to give him fewer reasons to. While the yeast feeds on the sugar, it produces alcohol. In a few days the sweet wort becomes strong ale. We already make ale, said Rickard. Yes, but this is where everything changes. I broke the wax seal with my knife. The dry sound of it echoed in the solar. When the stopper came out, the smell spread through the room before I said another word. Wood, toasted grain, something burning that had no name yet but that filled the space in a way that made Rickard uncross his arms. I poured 2 cups. The drink was pale amber in the firelight. I pushed one toward my father. I made this batch a few days ago. He took the cup and looked at the liquid for a moment, with that attention he gives everything before touching it. Whaleys smelled his and said interesting in the voice of someone who had not yet decided whether it was. Rickard brought the cup to his mouth. One small sip. You could see the effect travel down. He let out a breath through his nose, slowly, like a man who has just come in from the cold. He looked at the cup. Then at me. In a corner of his face that rarely moves, something appeared. That, he said, with the calm he says everything, would make any man forget winter. Whaleys took his sip after and coughed. He hadn't expected the strength. I made an effort not to smile. I took the second flask from the sack. Clear glass, completely transparent liquid. There is a variation. Instead of stopping the distillation, we repeat the process several times. We remove almost all the flavor of the grain. What remains is clean as water but much stronger. We filter it through charcoal after. The drink is born ready, without needing a barrel or years of waiting. I poured a cup and pushed it toward Rickard. This one I would call frost spirit. The first is ice fire, I said, gesturing back to the amber. The second is frost spirit. My father tried the clear one. This time he was quiet longer before setting down the cup. Then he did what Rickard does when he is genuinely interested in something. He began asking practical questions. How much it costs to produce. How much it could sell for. How long until the process is refined enough to scale? Which houses in the north have the capacity to distribute? Which ports? Lord Manderley in White Harbor, certainly. Who else? I answered what I could. What I couldn't I said I didn't know yet but would find out. Rickard didn't stop asking questions for hours, and there was in it a quality I recognized. It was the same he brought to petitions when the matter was genuinely worth his attention, when what was in front of him was not a problem but a possibility. Night fell without either of us noticing. Whaleys contributed little to the conversation. But he was writing. I saw his hand moving over the parchment from the corner of my eye throughout the whole afternoon, while Rickard and I talked. I said nothing about that. I followed him. I should have gone to my room. It was late, I was tired, I had training early. But I stayed in the corridor when I left the solar, leaning into an alcove where the stone was cold against my back and the nearest torch was far enough away that the shadow covered me. I waited. Whaleys came out later than I expected. He walked quickly, in that particular way of someone who has a destination and doesn't want anyone to notice they do. I followed at the distance Alaric taught me without knowing he was teaching me, my steps at the right rhythm to be lost in the echo of his. He went back to the solar. The door didn't close all the way. Through the gap I saw the light of the candle he lit, saw his shadow move toward the table. I heard the scrape of the chair, the scratch of quill on parchment. And then, in a moment when he likely thought the silence belonged only to him, he muttered something to the empty room in the voice of someone who believes they are alone. Bloody bastard. I stood still. The torches in the corridor burned low. From somewhere came the wind through the cracks in the castle walls, that sound Winterfell makes at night when it is quiet, which I have known since I can remember and have never been able to decide whether it is comforting or lonely. The scratching of the quill continued. I went to my room. I lay in the dark with my eyes open and listened to the wind, and thought about what I knew and what I didn't know yet, and about the distance between the two, and about what it would take to close it. Chapter 12 Whaleys. I lay in the dark with my eyes open for a long time. The wind came through the cracks with that sound Winterfell makes at night, low and constant, that I have known since I can remember. The guards' footsteps on their rounds passed in the corridor outside, moved away, disappeared. I lay there staring at nothing, and the scratch of quill on parchment kept reaching me as though it were still happening even after it was long behind me. Bloody bastard. I got up when the castle was quiet enough. The silver needle was in the drawer, where I had kept it for weeks. Thin, a finger's length, the tip I had sharpened myself at the forge one afternoon when the smith was busy elsewhere. I took it. I took also the 2 pieces of fine wire from the small pocket in my sleeve, where I kept them out of habit. I left my room without a candle. I already knew the way to the maester's quarters. The lock was old, less than 2 minutes, and I was inside. The smell reached me before my eyes had time to adjust. It was the accumulated smell of years, dried herbs hanging from the rafters in bundles that had seen better days, time and Valyrian and something more bitter I had never managed to name. Beneath that, old parchment, that specific dampness of leather and ink that settles in rooms where books have lived for a long time without enough air. And beneath everything, the smell of stone and wood and the mold that grows quietly near the floor, the dust mites that inhabit rugs no one has beaten in years. It was the smell of a man who had spent his life accumulating knowledge and not opening the windows. Whaleys snored in the far corner, heavy and regular, the sleep of someone with nothing troubling his conscience. I went along the wall with bare feet, avoiding the rug, following the stone where the floor was more predictable. The herb shelf was where it had always been, and the flasks were in the order I had learned over years of lessons, the order Whaleys never varied because he was a man of fixed habits in everything that did not involve lying. I searched with my fingers more than my eyes. The milk of the poppy was in the 3rd flask on the 2nd shelf. I lifted the stopper carefully, touched the needle's tip to the milky consistency, replaced it. The smell of the poppy is of earth and deep sleep, and while I smelled it I thought it was probably the last smell many people had ever known. I crossed the room. Up close, Whaleys looked older than he did in lessons. A face relaxed by sleep has an honesty that a waking face does not, and the honesty of Wallace's face was that of a tired man, sunken cheeks and heavy eyelids, his chest rising and falling with his breath. The peace that sleep gave him irritated me in a way I had not expected. I laid 2 fingers of my left hand behind his right ear. The point between the mastoid bone and the base of the skull, where the nerve runs close to the surface. I pressed the needle's tip with my right hand. The snoring stopped. The body went slack. I kept the needle in place, pressing the point. I went to the table. There were parchments spread across it, some folded, others held open with small stones at the corners to keep them from curling. I passed my eyes over them in the dim light, half-written letters, notes on herbs, a draft report with crossed-out lines. What I was looking for was not in sight. I took a step to go around the table and the floor creaked under my foot. I stopped. I listened. Whaleys did not move. I looked down. I knelt, ran my fingers along the seam of the board, and with the dagger blade lifted it slowly. The box was there. Dark wood, simple lock. The same wire opened it in seconds. I brought the box to the table, lit the candle with the flint I had brought, and opened it. The oldest letters were at the bottom, as it always is with things someone has kept over time. I recognized Wallace's hand from years of lessons, that precision slanting slightly to the right. The replies were in another hand, more compact, more formal. Archmaester Walgrave. The first letter I read was about my mother. It was not a letter about her. It was a letter that used her as the subject of a report. The color of her hair, her estimated age, her likely origin in Essos based on her accent. And then Rickard's affection described with the precision of someone who had been observing it up close long enough to know it was real. At the end, 1 line. I request instructions on how to proceed. The Archmaester Walgrave's reply had 3 words. Wait, watch, report. I read the following letters with the candle trembling slightly because the window did not seal well and the night wind came in underneath. There were letters about the pregnancy, about my mother's health, and in a letter dated a few months before my birth, buried between two lines about the castle's provisions, the name of an herb. I got up and went to the shelf. The flask was there, the label in Wallace's handwriting. I opened it and brought it to my nose, and the smell that came out was of peppermint, fresh, completely innocent to anyone who did not know what they were smelling. I knew. Pennyroyal, pelagium, as maesters call it. In repeated doses during a pregnancy, it weakens the body slowly, from the inside out, in a way that would not appear in the cause of death any maester would write afterward. In high doses, it causes hemorrhage. In an advanced pregnancy, in a woman already weakened by months of small doses administered by someone she trusted, childbirth can kill with the efficiency of a knife, and more quietly. I closed the flask. I stood by the shelf for a moment with the flask in my hand and the room quiet around me, Wallace's snoring absent now, only the deep breathing of the milk of the poppy and the wind outside, and a rage I did not know where to put because it was too large to fit in a single place. I went back to the table. I kept reading. The woman's death went as planned. Unfortunately, the child survived. It was one line in a long letter about other matters, inserted between a report on Rickard's travels and a note about the state of a road in the north. The same hand as the other lines. The same size letters, as though it were the same kind of thing. I set the letter on the table and looked at it. The candle sputtered. From outside came the wind. Then I continued. There were letters about me. About old Nan, who had been present both times Whaley's had tried to give me something when I was still a newborn, his irritation contained in the writing but present, the restraint of someone writing to a superior who cannot be fully honest about what he feels. There was an entire letter about the day I defended Eddard in the training yard. Whaley's had been watching from the window. He described the speed, the decisiveness, the absence of hesitation, and wrote in the tone of someone documenting a problem that had grown larger than anticipated. I read about my own life in the hand of a man who had spent that life trying to end it. The more recent letters were about influence, alliances with southern houses, marriage arrangements Whaley's had been putting into Rickard's head over years, the slow work of pulling the north away from itself. And in a letter from Archmaester Walgrave that read like a letter from a general to a field captain, the passing mention that the same work was happening in other houses, other castles, with other lords and other maesters. The Archmaester Walgrave's letter did not sound like the letter of a man acting alone. I folded the letters, put them back in the box in the exact order I had found them. Closed the box, went back to the hole in the floor. But I did not close the floor. I left the board raised, visible to anyone who came in and looked down. Then I went to the bed. Whaley's was breathing with the slowness of the milk of the poppy. I stood looking at him. The line from the letter was still there, even with my eyes closed. I picked up the pillow. Whaley's struggled. His arms reached for something they did not find. The body does what it does when it understands before the mind wakes to understand as well, and for the time it lasted I stayed where I was, hands steady, and when it stopped I no longer heard my own heartbeat in my throat with the same clarity I had heard it until then. I removed the pillow. I checked the shelf. The milk of the poppy in its exact place. The needle taken out and put away. The candle extinguished, the wax already cooling. The box in the hole. The floor raised. The door locked from outside. I went back to my room. I lay down. I stared at nothing. The wind made its sound. I waited. I was not sure for what. I had heard enough over the years about what killing a man does to the one who kills, those who never sleep again, those who vomit, those who weep without knowing why for weeks afterward. None of that happened. What there was a quiet tiredness, more like the tiredness after a long training session than anything else I could name. And beneath the tiredness something else, warmer, which I recognized after a moment as justice. Not the justice in the books of law. The other kind, the one with no name written anywhere but that the body knows when it feels it. I had died once already. I knew what was on the other side, not from books or from faith, but because I had been there. The peace, the light, the rest before the return. Whaley's had gone somewhere, perhaps not the same place. But death I knew, and knowing makes things different. I fell asleep. I did not sleep well. What sleep I had came in pieces, that shallow rest that does not restore, and when the sky outside the window began to lighten I was already awake. I got up, washed my face, dressed. Winterfell's activity began with the sun as it always does, the sound of the guards changing their watch, the smell of fires being relit in the hearths, voices in the corridors. I went to break my fast. Brandon was arguing with Lyanna about who had eaten the last slice of honeycake the night before, an argument that had clearly been going since before they sat down and that neither of them intended to resolve quickly. Eddard ate in silence with the look of someone who would have preferred not to hear any of it. Benjen sat with his eyes still halfway between sleep and waking, holding a bowl with both hands as though it were the only solid thing in the world. Lara served me without asking what I wanted, because she already knew, and my father was standing by the window with his morning cup, looking down at the yard below. I sat, I ate, I answered what was asked. Brandon and Lyanna's argument continued and then ended without either of them giving way, which was the normal way their arguments ended. Maester Whaley's did not appear. It was not the first time. There were days when he stayed in his room with his books and did not come down, and no one thought much of it. It was left at that. But the hours passed and no one saw him. The maid who cleaned the rooms had knocked on his door that morning and received no answer, but assumed he was sleeping and did not press it. At midday, when my father asked that he be called for a consultation about travel time to White Harbor, the servants looked for him in the usual places and found him in none of them. They knocked on the door. No one answered. They broke it down. I was in the solar with my father at that point, maps of the North's trade routes spread across the table, discussing the distribution of the Icefire and Frost Spirit through the Manderley ports. We had been working at it for more than an hour when the guard knocked. He came in with the expression of someone bringing news they had not wanted to carry. My lord, Maester Whaley's. Rickard was silent. We found him in his room. The door was locked from the inside. The guard paused. He was in bed. There are no signs of life. My father looked at the guard for a moment with that closed expression he used for news that needed to be verified before it could be accepted. Then he set his cup on the table. Rickard looked at me, looked at the maps. Come with me. We left the solar and went to Wallace's room. The door guard stood aside to let us through. The room was as it had been found, the broken door still open, Whaley's in the bed with the stillness specific to those who will not move again. Rickard stood at the entrance for a moment, his eyes moving across the room before he stepped in. Then he looked at the guard. Were there any signs of struggle? Anything out of place when you entered? The guard shook his head. No, my lord. The door was locked from inside. When we broke it down everything was quiet. He was in bed as though he had fallen asleep. Rickard nodded and entered. He stood beside the bed, looking at him. He was not a man trained in medicine or in death, but he was a man who had seen enough bodies to know the difference between sleep and the other thing. His eyes moved across the room. The herb shelf. The table with the parchments. The window. I did the same, with different attention. What now, father? Rickard was quiet for a moment. Then he turned to the guard waiting at the door. Send someone to Castle Serwyn at a gallop. Ask the maester there to write to the citadel requesting a new maester for Winterfell, and to come himself to examine and prepare the body. As fast as possible. The guard left. Rickard went around the room once more, his eyes passing over Wallace's table, the scattered parchments, the shelf. He was already heading toward the door when I stopped. The board by the table was raised. Not much, enough that someone looking down at the floor would see it. I crouched. Father. Rickard came back. He looked where I was pointing. His eyes went down to the hole in the floor, to the small dark wooden box inside. He was quiet for a moment with that expression that did not show what he was thinking but showed that he was thinking. He took the box from the hole, examined the lock, searched Wallace's body with a brevity that said he did not expect to find anything, and did not. May I? Rickard looked at me for a moment, then placed the box in my hands. I set it on the table, took the dagger, pushed the Valyrian steel blade into the lock's hole and with a dry motion the lock gave. The lid opened. Rickard picked up a parchment at random and began to read. I watched my father while he read. He said nothing. He did not move, but somewhere in the second paragraph something changed in him, subtle, the kind that is only visible in someone you know well and for a long time. His shoulders came down a fraction. The hand holding the parchment tightened slightly. And his eyes, which were already serious, became something else, colder and deeper, as though what he was reading had reached a place that words do not normally reach. He placed the parchment back in the box, closed the lid, picked up the box. Follow me, he said. We left Wallace's room and the silence my father carried was different from his other silences. Chapter 13 The Crypts. My father closed the solar door. He set the box on the table, stood with his hands on top of it without opening it, looking at the dark leather, and the silence between us had a specific weight, the weight of two people who know that what is about to happen will change something. He opened it, he read. When he finished a letter he passed it to me without lifting his eyes, and I read while he picked up the next. The hearth fire burned low. Neither of us got up. Outside, Winterfell made its usual sounds, but inside the solar there was only the rustle of parchments changing hands and the strange feeling of reading your own life in someone else's handwriting. There was a letter in the middle of the stack where he stopped. He kept his eyes on the same spot. The hand holding the parchment tightened slightly, the knuckles losing color without him noticing. When he looked up there was something in his face I could not name and had never seen there before. He finished reading. He set the last letter down with a slowness that was not care but restraint. Jaenara. Lo, as though the name needed room to exist. She died at the hands of the man who was supposed to save her. I stayed quiet. There was a pressure in my chest that I knew. It was not new, but it was heavier here than it had been in the other moments when I had felt it. The weight of knowing something for a long time and only now having words for it. In you. He looked at me, and there was something in his voice that rarely appeared there. You grew up here, under my eyes, and I saw nothing. Whaley's was careful. I should have seen it anyway. His jaw tightened. I should have. I did not answer. He was not asking for one. He was carrying the weight out loud because there was nowhere else to put it. He got up and went to the window. Stood with his back to me, hands clasped behind him, looking down at the yard. His shoulders were tense in a way I was not used to seeing them, the tension of someone holding too many things at once who knows they cannot let go. If Walgrave had other maesters doing the same in other castles. There are lords who don't know what they have inside their own walls. He was quiet. The nearest torch sputtered. Then he came back to the table but did not sit, stood with his open hands flat on the wood as though he needed to feel something solid. I came back from the War of the Ninnepenny Kings with friendships. Hoster Tully, Tywin Lannister, Jon Arryn, Steffan Baratheon. A pause, and then Whaley's began, slowly. The marriages, the alliances with the South. The decisions were always mine, that doesn't change. His fingers pressed the table. But the ideas always came from the same direction. He turned. Hoster sent a letter offering Catelyn Tully to Brandon. I said it was too early. Whaley's never stopped talking about it. He shook his head. Jon Arryn asked for fosterage for one of the boys. I chose Ned, next year when he turns 8 name days. And I was going to send Brandon to the Dustins at Barrowden, so the northern lords wouldn't grow uneasy with so much southern alignment. He stopped. I was going to announce it today. Robert Baratheon is going to the errands as well. Rickard looked up. How do you know that? It was in the letters. My father went quiet. I watched the moment it settled, the moment one maester in one castle becomes a pattern, and a pattern becomes something much larger and much colder. I noticed the aversion Whaley's had toward my mother. Her appearance, her Valyrian blood. But that aversion didn't start with her. I chose each word carefully, feeling the weight of it before I said it. They're tying the heirs of the great houses together, fosterage here, a marriage there, all of them growing up side by side with the same loyalties. If what moves them is Valyrian blood on the throne. Rickard went still. A rebellion. Said so quietly I almost didn't hear it. And in those 2 words there was a fear I was not used to feeling from him, not the fear of a fight or a winter, but the fear of someone who realizes the ground they thought they were standing on is not what they believed. Maybe. I'm not certain yet, but I got here with only the letters of one maester in one northern house, father. What must be kept in the citadel? Silence. The fire was nearly dead. Neither of us moved. There was something in that silence that weighed on both of us differently, my father measuring the size of what lay ahead, me feeling for the first time that knowing things in advance didn't make them lighter when they arrived. What can we do so this never happens again? His voice came out quieter than usual. The voice of someone who has just realized he does not have all the answers and that this troubles him deeply. I thought, we need to know what is happening across the 7 kingdoms before it reaches us. A spy network. Rickard looked at me, and there was something in that look that resembled the beginning of a decision. Can you make that happen? I know I can, but I'll need gold, freedom to act, and your trust. Our reserves aren't what they should be, I said. But the drinks will change that. And I'm working on other ways to generate gold, father. It won't be a problem. My father looked at the box on the table for a long moment. There was something in his expression I was not certain I could read, perhaps shame, perhaps only the weight of everything that had happened that day sitting in one small dark wooden object. You have my trust. He stood. Follow me. The crypt door was at the end of a corridor on the lower floor, where the torches grew sparse and the stone got colder with each step. Black oak reinforced with iron, heavy hinges, a bolt I had never seen drawn back. Above the lintel, letters carved into the stone, worn but still readable. The dead of Winterfell keep their own. My father lifted the bolt and pushed. The air that came out was cold and old. Not the smell of death. The smell of stopped time. Rickard took a torch from the wall bracket and we went in. The crypts were larger than any description prepares you for. The corridor sloped gently downward, the dead lords of Winterfell lined on both sides with their grey stone faces, iron swords in their laps and stone wolves at their feet. There was something in those faces that made me walk more slowly without deciding to, a gravity that was not superstition, only the weight of a great deal of history in a small space. We passed Edwyle Stark, my grandfather. Ardos. Then Cregan. I stopped in front of Cregan. The Wolf of the North. His stone shoulders were broad, his face closed, his eyes looking ahead with the expression of someone who had carried the North on his back for decades and had never asked to be thanked for it. He was the kind of man who appears once in a generation, my father said, his voice low as suits the place. The South was satisfied when he died. I imagine. We moved on. Torrhen, the king who knelt. The statue did not have the face of defeat. It had the face of calculation, and in the stone eyes there was a sadness that was not weakness, the sadness of someone who made the right decision and knows they will never be given credit for it. He was never weak, my father said, without my asking. He understood that fighting meant dying, and dying meant erasing the North forever. The South doesn't tell it that way. The South tells it however suits them. He paused. They also don't tell that Torrhen's brother, Brandon Snow, was about to kill the Targaryen dragons. 3 weirwood arrows. It was Torrhen who stopped him. I looked at the statue differently. Do you think it would have worked? The arrows. Rickard was quiet for a moment, with that expression of someone who knows more than they are saying. It wouldn't have been the first time. What do you mean by that? A story for another day. He kept walking. Come. We stopped in front of Brandon, the burner, Stark. The statue was tall, broad-shouldered, long-haired, short-bearded. His mouth closed with too much force. His stone eyes fixed on some point ahead with an intensity the sculptor had managed to capture and that I was not certain I would want to find in a living face. What they say about why he burned? I began. In grief for his father's death. Rickard looked at the statue. That's what they say. He was quiet for a moment. But after what we read today, I'm not sure I believe it. If the Maesters have feared the North's power long enough for all of this. I didn't believe it either. And there was something unsettling about standing in front of a man of stone dead for centuries and feeling that perhaps his story was more like ours than the books had ever let on. The answers may be in the Citadel, Father. It's one of the first places I'll send someone. He nodded. Then he reached out and laid his fingers on the rusted pommel of the sword resting in Brandon's stone lap. He turned it. The pommel fit into a cavity in the wall I had not seen. A dry click, then the sound of a very old mechanism giving way, heavy, like something that had not moved in a long time. The wall opened. Dust came out in a cloud. The torch lit gold for an instant. The air inside was dry and sealed, from a place that had not breathed in decades. My father went in first and lowered the torch to a metal dish on the side wall. A line of fire ran the length of the entire room at once. I stood still in the doorway. Iron-reinforced wooden crates along the walls, stacked waist-high. Stone shelves with gold objects, cups, trays, pieces whose purpose I could not name. Old armor with gilded details that still caught the light. Swords and spears on stands, some intact, others eaten through by time. Open chests with jewels that glittered in the new light as though waking. And on a shelf to the right, crowns. 6, 7, perhaps more. Some plain, iron and gold without ornament. Others worked, with set stones that no longer shone as they once had but still held the shape of when they had belonged to someone. And at the center of the room, 7 statues of solid gold, each the size of a grown man. I stood looking at it all without finding words. There was a scale to it that did not fit all at once. Theon Stark brought those from Essos, my father said. They are the 7, the Andals worship them. A pause. Theon didn't. Gods, Father. The words came out on their own. The crowns. Minor kings. Andals we met along the way who stayed along the way. He said it with the flatness of someone describing old facts without pleasure or remorse. The North collected what was owed. I was quiet for a moment. Then I looked around at the rest of it. Why was none of this ever used? I'm not entirely sure. Lord to Lord, kept for emergencies that never came. The North was never one for showing what it has. He walked slowly through the room, his hand touching a crate here, a stand there, with the care of someone touching things that belonged to many people no longer present. Theon plundered the Andals. Brandon the shipwright negotiated with merchants from across the sea, accumulated such wealth that had he been born centuries later he would have given Curly's Valyrian himself something to worry about. The wars against the Ironborn generated spoils. Everything ended up here. He stopped at the center of the room, between the golden statues. The time to change that has come. I'll need you, son. Brandon would help, but the wolf's blood runs too strong in him. I'm afraid he'd cause more problems than he'd solve. You can count on me. Do you know how much is here? I asked with genuine doubt. The last count in the records had more than 9 million gold coins. Not counting the jewels, the objects, and the statues, say my father. The torchlight moved across the 7 golden faces of the 7 and for a moment the entire room seemed to breathe. Gods, what do you have in mind, father? I want to build keeps for Ned and Benjen. Not family seats, keeps with purpose. He looked at me. I haven't decided on the locations yet. What do you suggest? Ned at Moat Cailin, Benjen at Sea Dragon Point. Moat Cailin closes off the entrance from the south. It's the most defensible position in the north for anyone coming from there. And the western coast has been exposed for too long. The Ironborn take advantage of it whenever they can. Rickard was quiet for a moment with his eyes on me, and there was something in that look that cost me something to receive, not quite pride, closer to recognition, a father seeing his son differently than he had before. I had the same thought. He walked toward me. And you? His voice changed, became more direct, quieter. What do you want for your future, son? I've spoken with Lara. When you come of age I'll legitimize you. Think of a place for your keep, and I'll make it happen. I said nothing for a moment. There was gold accumulated across generations around me. Wallace's letters still weighed on me. And my father standing in front of me offering me a name, a keep, a place on the map that was mine, and there was a size to that which I was not prepared to feel so directly. Thank you, father. He nodded, short, as he always did when words did not reach the size of what he meant. Take what you need, for the network, for the orphans, for whatever else you have in mind. He looked at me one last time. Begin when you're ready. He left. I stood alone with the torches and the 7 gold statues looking at nothing with their golden faces. Seems the Lannisters aren't the only ones who shit gold. I started counting. Chapter 14 The Orphans. Maester Alarin from Castle Serwyn arrived 2 days later. Small man, clean hands, the expression of someone called to a job he hadn't asked for. He walked into my father's solar, reported that he'd sent a raven to the citadel, that a new maester would arrive within a few weeks, and that in the meantime he was assuming the post so the warden of the north wouldn't be left without a maester. My father thanked him. Alarin settled into Wallace's quarters, did what needed doing, asked no questions about how Whaley's had died beyond the necessary ones, and stayed out of everyone else's way. He wasn't a bad man. Just someone doing the work while waiting to stop doing it. The month passed. Maester Lewin arrived on a cold morning with a change of clothes and 2 trunks of books. Young for a maester, quick eyes, restless hands, a chain with more links than I expected for the age he appeared to be. When he crossed the yard and saw Winterfell for the first time there was a specific restraint in him, the kind from someone who wants to show enthusiasm and decided at some point that it wasn't proper to do so. Alarin waited just long enough to make the handover with dignity and left for Castle Serwyn before the end of the day. I watched Lewin closely in the weeks that followed. At meals, in the corridors, in how he answered when my father asked him something, in what he read, in what he wrote, in the time between receiving a letter and sending a reply. I looked for the signs I'd learned to recognize in Whaley's. That displaced attention, the interest slightly too large in the wrong things. I found nothing. I ran the test in reverse, gave him information that Whaley's would have rushed to write to the Citadel the same day. Lewin wrote nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe it wasn't all of them. Maybe Walgrave's conspiracy was more surgical than I'd assumed, specific positions in specific houses at specific moments. Or maybe Lewin was simply a man who had asked for a post in the north and received a post in the north. I decided to deal with what I'd been putting off. Orphans weren't hard to find if you knew where to look. I sent word through 2 Stark soldiers who owed me favors, asked them to look for a specific kind. Not the most docile, the ones who had survived when they weren't supposed to. They came in over a few days. I received each one alone, in a small room near the stables. No servants, just me, a table, 2 chairs, and however long it took. Sigurd walked in like the floor belonged to him. 6'3" at 13 years old. Brown hair, amber eyes that sized me up before he reached the chair. The scars on his arms and face weren't from carelessness, they were the kind you earn fighting bigger people and getting out through sheer endurance. Rags on his back, thin beard on his chin, heavy brows. He said nothing when he sat. He waited. "Where are you from?" I asked. "Beyond the wall. Straight. My mother was a free woman. Died giving birth to me." The amber eyes didn't shift. "The Southerners figured that made me a wildling too." "Did it?" Pause. "Depends what you call a wildling." We talked for close to an hour. He'd grown up being pushed from village to village, too big to ignore and too strange to accept. He'd learned to fight early because it was the only language that worked with everyone. He liked to brawl with the honesty of someone who'd never found a reason not to. When I laid out what I was offering and what I wanted in return, he went quiet for a moment. "How demanding? Enough to make you want to quit more than once." Silence. "When do I start?" Eldrick came in without making noise. Wiry, tangled black hair, dark brown eyes that swept the room before he moved, taking stock of everything before deciding where to sit. He sat and stayed quiet with his hands in his lap. "Cranogman," I said. The eyes stopped moving. "How do you know?" "The look, the way you came in, and the hands." He went quiet for a second, deciding what to do with that. "My family lived in the marshes. There were 5 of us. Dry, no drama. They were killed. I wasn't home." "Who did it?" A man with the look of a fray. The eyes showed nothing but certainty. "I have no proof, but I know." I didn't ask more about that. He listened to the whole pitch without interrupting. When I finished, he stayed quiet for a moment, his eyes moving around the room without any rush. "What if I can't take it?" "You leave. No debts." He looked at me with the attention of someone checking whether the answer is true. "I accept." Kevin walked in with a smile that knew exactly what it was doing. 12 years old, blonde hair, blue eyes, the face that creates problems out of nothing. He sat with his elbows on the table in an ease that was calculated just enough to almost be real. "From the Reach," I said. The smile hesitated. "How?" The accent, almost gone, but not quite. He looked at me for a second with sharp eyes underneath the pose. "Bastard son of a lord," he said. "I'm not saying which one. I don't need to know which one." That surprised him more than it should have. He was the kind of boy used to everyone wanting exactly what he didn't want to share. We talked. Kevin was clever in the way of someone who'd learned that showing intelligence is giving an advantage. The irony was the shield. The smile was the shield. The air of someone who doesn't take anything seriously was the shield. Underneath, a pair of eyes that missed nothing. When I mentioned that women couldn't be a distraction, he raised his hands before I finished. "Separate. The training doesn't wait for your appetite." "Understood." The smile came back, more genuine this time. Said by someone who clearly never. "Kevin." He stopped. "If you don't follow the training properly," I said calmly, "I'll make you a eunuch." The silence that followed was the quietest he'd been since walking in. "Right," he said. "When does it start?" Pursue came in with the posture of someone who had practiced not looking nervous and almost managed it. Black hair, blue eyes, tall for his age. He sat straight, hands open on the table, eyes on mine with the attention of someone who wants to show they're actually listening. "White Harbor," I said. "Yes, your mother." He didn't blink. "She worked in the brothels. Died of fever when I was 9. A pause. "The nights used to pass in the street sometimes. I'd watch them from the window." "And you wanted to be like them." "I wanted to be better than them. No arrogance, just fact. They had honor when it suited them. I wanted the kind that doesn't change." I stayed quiet for a moment. "The training I'm going to give you isn't what you read about in the books." "I know. It's harder. It'll demand things those White Harbor Knights were never asked to give." "Then I'll be better than them." He said it with a simplicity that seemed naive. It wasn't. "You start next week." Rosalind arrived with her red curls doing what they wanted and her green eyes taking inventory of the room at a speed that would have gone unnoticed by anyone not paying attention. 10 years old, normal proportions, a look that stood out in the north in a way she already knew how to use. She sat with the energy of someone who can't quite stay still and looked at me with a directness that was half challenge, half curiosity. "Where are you from?" "The Westerlands." "Nothing more." "You ran." "I came from there." "There's a difference." The green eyes assessed me. "I came from there fast." "I didn't push." "You have a head for numbers." Slightly surprised by the change of subject. "How do you know?" "I don't. I'm asking." "Yes, simple." But the way she said it showed it was more than a head for it. "Always have." I laid out the training. When I finished she went quiet for a moment with her eyes on the ceiling. What if I don't like it? You leave and you don't owe anything. She stayed quiet a second longer. Made a face at the air as though she was negotiating with an idea. I accept. Astrid was last. She came in with her blonde braids neat and her blue eyes cold. Sat without rushing. Stayed quiet and waited. You don't know who your parents are. No visible resentment, which was her own form of resentment. The orphanage. It was a place. Pause. I'm not there anymore. I tried to get a conversation going, but Astrid answered with the economy of someone who sees no reason to give more than what's asked. When it got to the training and I mentioned combat, something in her shifted. Subtle. First real sign of interest since she'd walked in. Sword, she said. Among other things, the blue eyes stayed in that place between calculation and decision for a moment. I accept. I gave each of them a day to think. All 6 came back. I took them to the Godswood at the end of the afternoon, when the light through the trees had gone low and golden and the shadows were long. The 6 walked behind me in silence, each in their own way. Sigurd with his heavy, steady step. Eldrick almost soundless. Kevin looking at everything with that attention disguised as ease. Pursue straight and quiet. Rosalind with her red curls catching the last of the sun. Astrid cold as always. The weirwood stood at the center of the Godswood. White and old, the carved face looking forward with those separate eyes that never closed. The silence around it was different from the rest of the wood. Deeper. More present. Kneel. The 6 knelt on the damp earth of the Godswood. The carved face looked at them with the stillness of something that has seen a great deal. I went to the tree. I pressed my palm to the white bark. Hard to explain what happens when I do that. It isn't a voice. It isn't a vision. It's more like everything arriving at once, the temperature of the bark under my hand, the smell of earth and resin, the wood going quieter still, or maybe me just stopping hearing it. There's something beneath the bark that pulses at a slowness that doesn't belong to any living thing I know. Behind me, the 6 stopped moving. The red sap started to run from the carved face. From the eyes, the mouth, the nose. Slow and steady, down the white bark and into the bowl I'd left at the base of the tree. I took my hand away. I picked up the bowl. The sap was the color of blood and smelled of old wood, something between the two. I took the herbs from my pocket, the ones I'd gathered and ground in the weeks before, and began to mix. The words came on their own. The old tongue coming out not as a decision but as memory of something the body knew before I did. I spoke low. My fingers worked the mixture with a precision I didn't learn in this life. My hands moved faster. The mixture darkened, turned crimson, thick and even, and I knew it was ready without being able to say how I knew. I split it into 6 smaller bowls. Opened the leather case, the bone needles in a row, the flask with the red pigment. I turned to face them. The 6 were still kneeling, eyes on the carved face, with the specific stillness of someone in a place they don't fully understand and who decided because of that not to move. Take your shirts off. They did. I started with Sigurd. Drink what's in front of you. He drank without hesitating. I went to his back. The runes I'd been drawing in memory for weeks, fine and geometric, following the line of the spine and branching across the shoulders and shoulder blades. Each line corresponded to an acupuncture point, each stroke to a specific nerve or muscle. The ink going in through the bone needle was the tree's sap mixed with the herbs, and the old tongue I'd spoken over it while preparing. It wasn't magic in the sense most people understand magic. The body received nothing impossible. It received what it already had, minus what was blocking it. Senses sharpened, blood running faster, muscles and nerves working in a way that takes years of training to approximate. I worked in silence, from Sigurd to Eldrick, Eldrick to Kevin, Kevin to Pursue, Pursue to Astrid, Astrid to Rosalind. The light kept dropping. The torches I'd brought threw long shadows across the earth and across the marked backs of the 6 kneeling figures. When the last needle came out of Sigurd's back, he convulsed. He went down without warning, muscles contracting and releasing without rhythm, and the other 5 watched with different reactions. Kevin's smile gone, Pursue's hand moving toward Sigurd before stopping itself. Rosalind completely still, Astrid calculating with her cold eyes. Eldrick already looking at me to see what I did. I moved to the next one. Kevin opened his mouth. Is this normal? I said, without stopping. If it hadn't stopped in 5 minutes it would have been a problem. It stopped in 3. Sigurd stopped convulsing. He lay on the ground breathing deep with his eyes closed, muscles spent, and there was an expression on his face I recognized. The one that comes when someone discovers their own body is different from what they thought. I finished the last stroke on Roslin's back. The godswood went completely quiet. The 6 were marked, some still kneeling, others lying down, breathing the cold air of the godswood with the intensity of someone discovering their lungs work differently than they did an hour ago. 1 week of recovery, I said. Then it begins. I believe in 2 kinds of pain. The kind that hurts, and the kind that transforms. In the months ahead, they were going to know both. Chapter 15 The Training. My father gave me a house inside Winterfell's walls. It wasn't large, a main hall, 4 rooms, a courtyard in the back with enough space to work. Away from the eyes of servants and guards who didn't need to know what happened inside. It was what I needed. Razdan, Belzakar, and Morgause arrived on the first day alongside me. The 3 of them took positions in the courtyard without needing instruction, backs straight, eyes on the horizon, waiting. My mother had freed them and they had sworn to follow her by choice, not by chain. When she died they stayed in Winterfell, waiting, without anyone asking and without leaving. A few weeks before, when my father gave me authorization to begin, the 3 came to me and swore loyalty. No ceremony, no speech. Razdan spoke for all 3 with 3 words in High Valyrian and the other 2 inclined their heads. That was all I needed to know. They were the best instructors I had, men that the Unsullied spent a lifetime forging and who were now free and still chose to be here. The 6 were going to understand what that meant soon enough. The week of recovery ended. I sent for all of them. The first thing I taught was the difference between training and torture. Torture breaks, training builds through pain, and the difference is knowing how far to go. I knew. Razdan, Belzakar, and Morgause knew. The 6 didn't know yet, but they were going to learn. Before sunrise until sundown, the body. After dinner, the mind. Running, weight carrying, swimming in the frozen river, climbing the inner walls, endurance work up to the point where the body wants to stop and then a little beyond that. Razdan supervised the physical side with the silent efficiency of someone who had spent their entire life doing exactly this. Belzakar and Morgause trained combat with each of them in parallel. I observed, and when I observed, I saw what each of them had that no one had ever made use of. The knights were something else. Reading, writing, mathematics, geography, history of the 7 kingdoms and beyond. Not because they needed to be scholars, but because a man who doesn't understand the world he operates in is a blind instrument. A blind instrument serves until the moment you need it most, and then it fails. It took 3 weeks for almost all of them to read with enough fluency. Roslin already knew how. She spent those 3 weeks ahead on everything else. The true method, when you have men under your command, is to make use of the avaricious and the foolish, the wise and the brave, and to give each the responsibility suited to them. I saw that in a life that wasn't this one, but it kept being true. Sigurd was the simplest to train and the hardest to contain. He already knew how to fight. The problem was that fighting for him was instinctive, formless, pure strength and brutality that worked because he was too big for most people to answer. That worked against common men. Against someone trained, it was going to get him killed. I taught Glima first, because it used what he already had, the weight, the height, the strength, but with direction. Then Sambo, to bring down and control before the enemy could recover. Muay Thai for punches, knees, and elbows, which in Sigurd's body had the impact of a demolition tool. And Systema, which was the hardest, because it demanded what he had least of, patience with his own movement. In the 4th week, Razdan put him on the ground 7 times in a row during a session. Sigurd got up the 8th time, stopped, breathed, and did the right thing. He went quiet and asked what he was doing wrong. That was the moment I knew it was going to work with him. The war axe was Sigurd's natural weapon. Wielding one with both hands was obvious. Wielding one with a single hand was what separated him from any other man on the field. I added a gladius at his hip for short distances. His fighting style was direct, brutal, focused on finishing before the enemy had time to think. I found the Amanita one afternoon walking through the wolfswood, growing at the base of an old oak. I recognized it by the spotted cap and the specific smell. The berserkers from my previous life used the mushroom to channel something that was already in their bodies but that fear and reason normally kept blocked. On the battlefield they were machines, anything in their path died, simple as that. Sigurd's body, reinforced by the runes, could absorb what would kill another man. I offered it to him without explaining much. Sigurd looked at the mushroom, then at me. Will it hurt? Probably. He ate it without further questions. The fatigue that followed lasted 2 days. He showed nothing else beyond that. Rosalind learned everything faster than any of the others. Not because she was the strongest or the most resistant, she was the smallest of them physically. But her mind processed patterns in a way I had rarely seen. I showed a movement once and she was already adjusting on the second repetition, identifying the weak point before I pointed it out. Jeet Kune Do was the start, because it's a system built on adaptation, and adaptation was what Rosalind did naturally. Krav Maga for brutal efficiency. Jiu-Jitsu to dominate on the ground, which compensated for the size difference against any larger opponent. Aikido to redirect force, which in her hands became something almost elegant. Every movement was studied, every decision in training had a logic she could articulate if asked. The mathematics came too naturally. I gave her the financial records Maester Whaley's had left behind, just to see what she would do. She came back the next day with 3 inconsistencies and misplaced money nobody had noticed. I spoke with my father. To take some of the burden off him, Rosalind was put in charge of the financial side of the ventures, the Icefire and the Frost Spirit. Money in Rosalind's hands didn't disappear. It went to work. Kevin tested the limits until the moment he realized I was completely serious about the eunuch. After that, he was one of the most disciplined. He had natural talent for range and precision, a steady hand, a calibrated eye. Bow and arrow came in 2 weeks at a level that would take most people months. Knife throwing in even less time. Camouflage and observation were nearly instinctive in him, the way of entering an environment and vanishing inside it without leaving the spot. Krav Maga and Taekwondo for direct combat. Boxing for short range, where Kevin's reflexes were frightening. Capoeira took longer, but when it clicked it became lethal in an unpredictable way that matched his temperament. The short sword was his close-range weapon. But Kevin was more dangerous at distance, an archer who could be deadly before the enemy got close enough to draw. One afternoon during training, he hit 7 moving targets in a row from the top of the inner wall. I said nothing. He knew he was good. He didn't need me to confirm it. Pursue was the easiest to motivate and the hardest to release. The problem with knights is that their honor has rules. Pursue had grown up watching knights from the window of a brothel and had built a version of them in his head that was more about code than about efficiency. I had to take that apart before I could build anything. It wasn't about honor. It was about protecting what needed to be protected. Sometimes that demanded what the books of chivalry don't describe. It took time. Pursue pushed back, debated, questioned. I let him. A man who obeys without thinking is an instrument. A man who questions and then decides for himself is something else. Bokator and Krav Maga for the base. MMA to combine everything into a style without fixed form. Judo for bringing down heavier opponents, which with Pursue's height became a considerable advantage. The two-handed sword was natural in him, the posture, the balance, the way of holding it. I added a bachelard as a secondary for versatility at close distances. One morning, after a hard session, Pursue stood still in the middle of the courtyard for a long moment. "This isn't what knights do," he said. "No, but it works better." "Yes." He went quiet another moment. "Right," he said, and went back to training. That was the day he stopped being a boy from White Harbor dreaming about knights and started being something else. Astrid was the one who unsettled me most. Not for size or strength. It was because she gave herself to combat in a way the others didn't. Sigurd fought with brutality. Astrid fought with total intent, as if every training session were real, as if the man or woman in front of her were a genuine threat that needed to be put down. Silat and Krav Maga for the base. Kali for working with weapons and bare hands simultaneously, which in her hands became something fluid and continuous. Savat for precise kicks, which with the muscle she developed through training became powerful enough to break bone. Sword and shield were her weapons. She commanded both with a naturalness that would take an adult warrior years in the field to reach. In one session, Sigurd brought her down and she got up, adjusted what she'd done wrong, and in 3 movements reversed him completely. Sigurd stood still for a second, looking at her. "That's going to hurt tomorrow," he said. "It already hurt today," she answered. Sigurd and I were the only ones capable of containing her in training. In a few years, I wasn't sure Sigurd would manage. Eldrick was invisible when he wanted to be. Not metaphorically. The man could be in a room with you and you'd take too long to notice he was there. Growing up in the marshes had developed in him an ability to move without leaving trace that I never needed to teach, only refine. Ninjutsu and taijutsu for movement and covert combat. Sistema for breath control and silent movement. Shinkendo for fast, clean blade strikes. And combat acupuncture, which was what caught his attention most. I showed him the pressure points that paralyze, the ones that disorient, the ones that kill if pressed with enough precision. Eldrick absorbed all of it with the attention of someone who had found a language that was always his. His weapons were blades hidden in his clothing, nothing visible, nothing that drew attention. 6 blades in specific positions he could reach in under a second from any position. One afternoon during an assessment, I asked him to move through the courtyard without being spotted by Morgause, who had the most trained eyes I knew. Morgause stood in the center of the courtyard for 10 minutes without locating Eldrick. Eldrick had been 2 meters behind him the entire time. The months passed. Before sunrise until sundown, the body. After dinner, the mind. Day after day, week after week, without pause beyond what recovery required. There were hard moments. Kevin reached his limit twice and came close to leaving. Sigurd broke his wrist in training and came back before it had fully healed. Rosalind fell ill for a week and did the mental exercises lying down because she couldn't stand. Pursue asked once, at the end of a particularly long night, whether it would be worth it. I stayed quiet for a moment. I don't know the future, I said, but I know what you're becoming. And that's going to be worth it. He didn't answer. He went back to his books. In the end, the 6 were something else. Not the same orphans I had found scattered across the north. They were what the training and what they had inside them had made together. As I said at the start, I believe in 2 kinds of pain. The kind that hurts, and the kind that transforms. They knew both. Chapter 16. Time to go. 275 AC. 5 years. I looked at them in the courtyard one morning in 275 and it was hard to recognize the children I had found scattered across the north. Sigurd with the axe in hand, 2 meters of muscle and scar moving with a precision he hadn't had when he arrived. Astrid beside him, faster than anyone without her size had any right to be. Eldrick in a corner that took time to locate because he was always in a corner that took time to locate. Kevin at the top of the inner wall with the bow, Pursue in the center of the courtyard with the posture he had developed without anyone asking, Rosalind with the ledgers on the table against the wall, pen in hand, eyes on the page. They weren't the same, they were what they had always been, but without the weight on top. The training continued, it always would, but the heavier work now was something else. My father appeared at the door of the house one morning without warning. He stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, watching. Sigurd and Astrid were training in the center. Razdan in the corner, Eldrick somewhere that took my father a minute to find. He stayed quiet for a good while. When are they ready? They're never ready, I said. They get better. He looked at me with that expression I already knew by heart. Right, he said, and left. That was the most praise Rickard Stark distributed. I had learned to receive it. A great deal had moved in those 5 years. Moat Cailin was being rebuilt. My father had put gold and wool into it, taking the castle beyond what it had been before, and when it was finished it would close the north in a way no southern army would cross easily. Ned found out the moat would be his one day and wrote a letter from the Vale that said little and weighed a lot, the way Ned always did things. At Sea Dragon Point a fortress was rising from the ground. Benjen was told it would be his home and my father sent him to the Manderleys in White Harbor to learn the sea before he had a port to call his own. Benjen left happy about life, which was the natural way he left for anywhere. Lyanna was different. When she found out there were 2 girls training at the house she didn't ask, she insisted. She stayed 2 years. When the Mormont proposal for fosterage at Bear Island came, my father accepted without much hesitation, probably because what he had seen in his daughter during those 2 years suggested Bear Island was the right place. Lyanna left with that smile that promised she was going to be trouble in the best sense. The network started small, the way things that last always start. Messengers, merchants, rivermen, innkeepers. Common people receiving coins to report simple things. Strangers moving along the roads. Food prices rising. Tavern rumors. Nothing that seemed important on its own. Together it formed patterns, and patterns were what I needed to read. Then the village children. A child passes unnoticed anywhere, and unnoticed places are where the real things happen. Messages first, then observation, then code. Fixed points along the trade routes. Loose walls, marked stones, specific barrels at specific inns. The information traveled without anyone knowing the full route. Each person knew one contact above and one below. If anyone asked, there was no network. Just common people talking too much. When the north was working, I expanded south. White Harbor sailors, travelings, craftsmen, scribes, prostitutes, people who go everywhere and nobody looks at twice. One day I realized it was too large for me to run alone. I handed it to Eldrick. I didn't need to explain much. He'd been running the operational side for months, I just hadn't said aloud that it was his. When I did, he went quiet for a second, nodded, and went back to what he was doing. He started recruiting and training other orphans on his own without me asking. The network grew more in 6 months in his hands than in the 2 previous years in mine. There was a moment, a few months later, when news reached the north 3 days before the official letter left King's Landing. I said nothing to anyone. I just made a note. The frost spirit and the icefire had taken on a life of their own. It started with a few barrels at a discreet distillery near Winterfell's hot springs. Rosalind had been watching the numbers from the beginning with that attention she applied to anything involving money, and the numbers said there was a market before we knew how big the market was. The frost spirit made it into White Harbor's taverns first. Innkeepers were skeptical. A distillate that clean and smooth wasn't what sailors normally asked for. A few nights was all it took. The name came from the drinkers themselves before any effort on our part, the winter's breath, because it went down cold and strong and disappeared fast. A name the people give is a name that sticks. The icefire took longer to be understood. It was a drink that needed more than one sip to show what it was. When it showed, the conversation changed. Rosalind tracked every movement, every port, every tavern, every delivery route. Identified where each drink sold best and why. Adjusted price, channel, margin. When I looked at the numbers she brought me, it was hard to believe they had started on a cold morning with a few experimental barrels. One afternoon she set the ledgers on my table and said, "This reached King's Landing." I looked at her. Nobles paying double the price just to taste the drinks from the north. We stayed quiet for a moment, both of us looking at the number on the page. The north was generating gold in a way it hadn't generated in generations. And almost no one in the south had yet noticed the size of what was growing up here. For now, 278 AC. Did you pack your things? 6 pairs of eyes looked back at me. Yes, said Sigurd, with the tone of someone who finds the question unnecessary. Not completely, said Kevin. I finished already, said Pursue. Rosalind didn't answer, which meant she had finished long enough ago to find the question redundant. Eldrick was leaning against the wall outside the room and had probably heard everything without anyone noticing he was there. Astrid just nodded. Tomorrow we leave before sunrise. Anyone not ready stays. Kevin opened his mouth. Kevin. He closed it. I looked at each of them in that courtyard for the last time as what they had been in that place. Sigurd was 1 and 20 days old and stood 2 meters and 10 centimeters tall. Which made any room with him smaller than it was. The body that had promised at 13 had delivered everything and then some. Shoulders that filled a doorway, the thick brown beard and the old scars integrated into a face that communicated one simple, clear thing: not a good idea. The amber eyes had gone quieter over the years, less unfocused fury, more something calculated underneath the brutality. He wore his hair tied for training and loose for everything else, and there was something in him that reminded me of the men from the sagas of my previous life, the kind that songs get written about after the battle. Eldrick was 20 days old and stood 5'5", a height he used better than most men used 6'4". Still lean, but lean in a different way now. Not the thinness of someone without food but the lightness of someone who had chosen not to carry unnecessary weight. The black hair was still tangled, less from carelessness and more because he saw no reason to change something that worked. The dark brown eyes were the same as always, the ones that swept a room before his body moved, but there was a depth in them that years of running an intelligence network builds in someone. He saw patterns where others saw events. He was the kind of person who walked into a room and left knowing things no one had said out loud. Kevin was 20 days old and stood 6'1", broad of shoulder and well made, though he carried it with such ease that most men did not mark it until it was too late. Shorter blonde hair now, the blue eyes with that sharp look he couldn't switch off even when he tried to seem relaxed. The agility was still intact, maybe sharper still. The mischievous smile was still there, but he had learned to use it with more precision, as a tool rather than a habit. Pursue was 1 and 20 days old and stood 6'3", a height that matched the straight-backed posture he had carried since boyhood. Black hair, blue eyes, the kind of presence that makes other people stand a little straighter without noticing. There was something in him that the training hadn't put there, only uncovered, a calm seriousness that wasn't arrogance but that also didn't ask permission. He carried the two-handed sword across his back with the ease of someone who had never known the weight without it. Rosalind was 18 days old. The girl with the wild red curls who had once come fleeing the Westerlands had become a woman who caught the eye of any man who stepped into a room with her. But what stayed after the initial impression was the intelligence in the green eyes, that continuous, calculated attention that never rested. She still used her appearance as a tool, but now with the precision of someone who knows exactly what they're doing and why. Astrid was 20 named days old and had grown into a kind of northern beauty that did not need to be announced. It was enough that she was there. Blonde, braided, blue eyes that stayed cold with people she didn't know and completely different with the ones she did. What had changed was the body, not obviously, but in the movements, that fluidity that real combat builds in someone, the way she occupied space with a constant awareness of everything around her. Anyone who underestimated Astrid for her looks was going to understand the mistake faster than they wanted. I looked at all of them and thought I had bet right. I myself was 18 years old and 6'5" that the training had filled out over the last few years. Defined, functional muscle, built by use and not by vanity. The black and white hair at shoulder length, which I tied for training and left loose for everything else, the short beard that had appeared in the last 2 years. Purple eye on the right, gray on the left, the heterochromia that people always noticed and sometimes commented on and that I had learned to stop thinking about. Tomorrow, I said, I went to Winterfell in the late afternoon. My father was in the solar with the usual maps, the usual cup, the same air of someone who has 15 things to resolve and prefers not to show it. I sat in the chair on the other side without waiting to be invited, which was how our conversations had worked for years. Are they ready? He said, without lifting his eyes from the map. Ready enough. You're certain? It wasn't a question. Yes, and I won't be taking guards. He lifted his eyes. I have Razdan, Belzakar, and Morgaz. That's enough. He looked at me for a moment with that expression that assessed everything and showed nothing. Right, he said, and went back to the map. Then we'll have a feast. Call everyone to eat at Winterfell tonight. I made to stand. The moat is finished. I stopped. The builders are done. They've already gone to see Dragon Point to speed up Benjen's fortress. He turned a page of the map. Now I need someone to watch over the moat until Ned takes it. I'm thinking Arnulf Karstark. Karstark has enough loyalty and enough common sense not to cause problems while he waits. That was my thought. He went quiet for a moment, eyes on the map but attention somewhere else. Then he set down the cup carefully, the way he did when he was going to say something he didn't usually say. I received another letter about Brandon. A slightly tired tone entered his voice. He's going after the Ricewell girl. Barbary. I said nothing. Brandon had gone to the Dustins years ago and had clearly not stayed still over there. So it's you leaving tomorrow. A short pause. I think it's about time I gave you this. Rickard went to a wooden cabinet, opened it, and took out a sword. Thank you, father, I said, taking the sword from his hand. Take care of yourself. You know that if you need anything, Winterfell will always be here, my father said in an emotional voice. I'm not a man of many words about these things. But what you did here, the network, the drinks, those 6, all of it. I know what it cost. A pause. And I know what it's worth. The solar went quiet for a moment. I'm proud of you, Arthur. Thank you, father. He went back to the map. I went back to the conversation. But the room had become different, the way it does when someone has said something that had been kept a long time and finally found the right moment. When I got up to go call the others, there was in him that specific quality of last times, which you only recognize once they've already passed. I hugged truth tightly to my chest and left the building. The feast was loud the way Winterfell feasts tend to be when there's reason for it. Sigurd discovered at some point in the night that Alaric shared his opinion on meat and his absence of opinion on limits, which resulted in a corner of the table the rest preferred to observe from a distance. Kevin got into trouble with one of the serving girls in a way that didn't quite become a problem but led Pursuit to intervene on principle. Rosalind and Lara ended up in a corner talking for longer than I expected. Eldrick was somewhere in the room that I never located with certainty. Astrid drank quietly beside me for a while. Do you know where we're going? She said. I have an idea, but you won't say. Not yet. She went quiet for a moment. Then, that's fine. That was the most trust Astrid expressed out loud. I received it. In the morning the Winterfell courtyard was cold and quiet with that grey light the north makes before the sun actually appears. The 6 were ready, bags loaded, Razdan, Belzakar, and Morgaz at the back with their usual stillness. The horses steamed in the cold. I said goodbye to Alaric first. The old instructor who had taught me to hold a sword before I knew what to do with it looked me up and down with the eyes of someone making a final inventory. "Don't die from carelessness," he said. "I won't." "Good." He gripped my shoulder once and left without further ceremony, the way Alaric always did everything. Maester Lewin was even briefer, a nod and an observation about the weather on the southern route, which was his way of saying he had spent the night worried and wasn't going to admit it. I found old Nan near the kitchens. She was sitting on her usual bench with her hands in her lap and those eyes that saw things the others didn't. "You're going far," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes, come back with a good story to tell me." I kissed her forehead. She patted my hand as if I were 6 years old, which was exactly what I needed in that moment. Lara was waiting near the stables. She said nothing when I approached, just opened her arms, and I stepped into that embrace with the awareness that I had spent the last 18 years trying not to need anyone too much and that the moment her arms closed around me none of that mattered at all. Lara wasn't my mother by blood. She was the woman who had been there anyway, quiet and present, who brought my tea without asking because she already knew, who appeared with a blanket when the fire dropped without being asked. The motherhood she gave me was never announced. It was just there. "Take care of yourself," she said, quietly. "I will." I pulled away before I stayed longer than I could manage. My father was in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, looking toward the horizon with that posture Rickard Stark used for everything: council meetings, winter's coming, sun's leaving. I stopped beside him. We stayed quiet for a moment, both of us looking at the same point without needing to say anything about what we were looking at. "I'm going to explore every corner of the north," I said. "Whatever needs cleaning, I'll clean." A pause. "Then know every stone of it." My father's eyes stayed on the horizon. "It's yours as much as mine." Silence. Then he turned to face me, which Rickard Stark didn't do when he was going to say something easy. "I love you, Arthur." The voice came out steady, the way he did everything, without apologizing for the wait. "And your mother would be proud." I couldn't answer right away. Not because I didn't know what to say, but because 18 years of everything that man had done for me, quiet and present and constant, arrived all at once in that second, and I needed a moment before I could trust my own voice. "I know," I said finally. "And I love you too, Father." He nodded once, turned back to look at the horizon, and that was enough for both of us. I turned to face the group. "Let's go." Winterfell fell away behind us as we rode. I didn't look back, not because I didn't want to, but because I knew that if I did I would want to stay, and it wasn't time to stay. It was time to go. Chapter 17: The Road. Sleipnir stood 18 hands at the withers and had the arrogance to match. Black as pitch, muscles moving under the hide with each stride in a way that made other horses look like a smaller version of what a horse was supposed to be. When I first saw him I knew the name before I thought it. Sleipnir, Odin's mount, the 8-legged horse that ran between worlds. Mine had 4, but the arrogance was the same. Ragnar would have liked him. I thought about that as we rode the Kingsroad with the sun still low and the cold northern air biting at my ears. Ragnar, Ivar, Bjorn, Thorkel. Men I had met in a previous life who had planted something in me that never left, a fascination with the myths of the Nordics, with the stories those men carried in memory as though they were personal property. My previous life already had that love. They only deepened it. "You mentioned Odin before," said Kevin, on my left, with the voice of someone starting a conversation for lack of anything better to do. "Who is he?" "The Allfather," I said. "King of the Aesir, god of war, wisdom, and death. Traded an eye for knowledge of all that exists. Hanged himself from the Yggdrasil for 9 days to discover the secrets of the runes. Voluntarily. Kevin went quiet for a second. So he basically tortured himself on purpose to get smarter. Yes, and it worked. He ruled the 9 kingdoms. Kevin considered that. Fair enough then. Pursue snorted on my right. Sigurd, behind everyone, said nothing, but something in his posture shifted, that specific attention of someone who recognizes a name they know in a different way. I kept talking. The Yggdrasil, the world tree, with its roots in the 9 kingdoms and its branches touching the sky. The ravens Hugin and Munin flying through the world each day and returning to whisper what they'd seen into the god's ear. Thor with Mjolnir, not the gentle hero of the softer stories, but the brutal, straightforward protector who killed giants with efficiency and pride. "Wait," said Kevin. "Big man, kills everything in front of him, doesn't think too much." He made a vague gesture behind him. "That's Sigurd." Sigurd, behind them all, replied without turning. At least I kill giants. You'd kill them with fright. Kevin ignored him solemnly. Maybe the giantesses, he said with the smile of someone who already knows he's going to regret it, but from fright when they saw the size of my cock. Watch your language, said Pursue, without changing his tone. There are ladies with us. The ladies with us, Kevin answered, have watched me train for 8 years and threatened my life at least 3 times each. I think they can handle it. Across from him, Astrid didn't turn her head. 4 times. Rosalind raised 2 fingers without looking up. 5. Kevin made the face of someone suffering a profound injustice and gestured for me to continue. If the giantesses don't die of fright, said Eldrick, from the back of the group, in the flat voice of someone commenting on the weather, they die of pity. The silence lasted 2 seconds. Sigurd let out a laugh that made his own horse step sideways. Pursue briefly closed his eyes with the smile of someone trying not to encourage it. Rosalind laughed without trying to hide it. Astrid didn't laugh, but the corner of her mouth gave her away. Kevin stared forward in the saddle with the expression of someone who just got run over by a cart they never saw coming. Since when did you learn to talk? He said finally. Eldrick didn't answer. Loki, who was the most interesting problem in any pantheon I knew, neither hero nor villain, just someone who couldn't stop meddling with things. And the ravens Hugin and Moonin, flying through the world each day and returning to whisper what they'd seen into the god's ear. The ravens. Kevin turned slightly in the saddle. Go everywhere without anyone noticing and bring information back. He paused for effect. That's Eldrick. Eldrick, who had been riding in total silence at the back of the group for hours, didn't respond. Eldrick. Kevin waited. Eldrick, I'm comparing you to a Nordic myth. It's a compliment. Silence. He already left, said Pursue, without taking his eyes off the road. Everyone looked back. Eldrick was still there, in the same place, with the same expression as always, which was essentially none. Unsettling, Kevin murmured. The clearing appeared in the late afternoon, open and green at the edge of a lake that reflected the gray northern sky. Clean water, firm ground, enough trees to provide cover. I stopped Sleipnir. Here, I said. No one questioned it. The tents went up with the efficiency of people who had spent years learning to do it fast. Razdan, Belzakar, and Morgaz set up the camp with unsullied methodology, everything in the right place, no unnecessary words. The 6 tended to their own horses, their own belongings, and soon the fire was burning in the center. Sigurd lasted less than 10 minutes sitting down. Sparring. Morgaz looked at him with the stone calm of the Exunsullied. That wasn't a question, said Sigurd. Morgaz sighed through his nose, stood, and the 2 of them went to the open space near the trees. The noise that followed was enough to know it was a good fight. Eldrick appeared at my side so quietly I almost didn't hear him. I need to go to the Dreadfort. I looked at him. The shadows told me something strange. The brown eyes had that expression I had learned to take seriously. I want to go and confirm it. We're heading to Last Hearth. You can ride with us until the halfway point. He nodded. I'll scout the surroundings before I sleep. And he disappeared before I could answer, which was Eldrick's natural way of ending a conversation. Rosalind sat beside me with a notebook and that brightness in her green eyes I had learned to recognize. I have a proposal. Go ahead. With what we've gathered so far, she said, opening the notebook to a page full of numbers that only she could read at that speed, I can quadruple the value in under a year. How? King's Landing. She turned the notebook toward me. The merchants there operate with high margins and poor information. I have both the other way around. With the right capital and the right contacts, I can double it before winter and double it again in the spring. She turned the page, and because it's the capital, I can expand the business to Essos much more easily. Now that your father's ships are being built, maritime trade becomes genuinely viable. She closed the notebook. Eldrick also told me he wants to start expanding the network to Essos. It makes sense for us to go together. Fine. I paused. But both of you need to be careful with Varys's little birds. I know Eldrick has dealt with them before and knows what he's doing, but you can never be too careful in King's Landing. Rosalind nodded without looking surprised, which was her way of saying she had already thought about it too. I looked at the numbers. They made sense the way Rosalind's numbers always made sense, which was completely. I got up, went to Razdan and told him he'd be going with Rosalind to King's Landing. He nodded. I gripped his forearm and he returned it. I went back to Rosalind. She was already on her feet with the notebook closed under her arm. Talk to my father, I said. Tell him how much you need. He'll send it. A pause. "In Razdan goes with you." She went quiet for a second, which for Rosalind was the equivalent of a considerable emotional display. Then she hugged me quickly and went to finish setting up her tent before either of us could make it more than it was. Astrid was on a fallen log with her sword in her lap, the whetstone making that steady rhythmic sound that suited the end of the afternoon. I walked over and sat beside her. "How are you?" She drew the stone once more before answering. "Happy." She said it the way she said everything, without decoration, but it was true, I could see it. I had learned over the years that Astrid was one of the few people I knew who was genuinely happy when she was moving, when there was new ground, when there was the possibility of a fight. The orphanage, the stillness, the routine without purpose, those things suffocated her. This didn't. We talked for a while about nothing in particular, which was the kind of conversation Astrid tolerated best, and when the silence returned it was the comfortable kind. Further along, Pursue had sat down with the pieces of his armor spread out in front of him and was polishing each one with the attention he gave to everything. Methodical, quiet, in his own world. Sigurd came back from the sparring with Morgause with his hair disheveled and a smile that said it had been a good fight. He grabbed his mead skin, sat near the fire, and stared into the flames with the specific satisfaction of someone who had just spent energy the right way. I was taking all of that in when I noticed Kevin was no longer in the camp. He came back an hour later dragging a boar across the ground with the expression of someone who felt the entrance deserved an audience. "Everyone." Kevin raised his free hand in a broad gesture. "Dinner has arrived." Sigurd heard the word dinner and got up from the log with the readiness of someone who had not been sleeping at all. He walked over to Kevin, looked at the boar, then grabbed the animal by the back with one hand and lifted it like it was a chicken. "Leave it to me." Kevin stood looking at his own empty hand for a second. "I hunted that boar for an hour. And I'll have it ready in 20 minutes. Sigurd was already walking toward the clear space near the trees. "You did the easy part." "The easy part," Kevin repeated, to no one in particular, in the voice of someone documenting a historical injustice. "Thanks, big man," Kevin called after him. Sigurd laughed without turning, the kind of laugh that came from the chest, and didn't answer. On the other side of the camp, Astrid and Rosalind were sitting near the fire. Rosalind had let down her own hair and was working on Astrid's braids with the concentration of someone doing something they enjoy, and Astrid was letting her, which for Astrid was a considerable display of trust. The lake reflected the firelight when the last of the daylight went. Then Eldrick emerged from the tree line without making any sound, and everyone jumped, because everyone always jumped, without exception, no matter how many times he did it. "Stop," said Kevin, hand on his chest. "One day I'm going to tie a bell around your neck." Eldrick sat near the fire without answering, which was the answer. A little later Sigurd came back with the meat on a spit, set it over the fire with the practical efficiency of someone who had learned to do that alone since childhood, and the smell started filling the camp. Kevin watched for a moment with his arms crossed. "Who would have thought," he said, slowly, as though arriving at an important philosophical conclusion. "The biggest brute I've ever laid eyes on has a talent for cooking." Sigurd turned the spit once, looked at Kevin with that calm expression. "And you have a talent for getting hit," said Sigurd, with the same lightness. "But I don't go around mentioning it." The silence that followed lasted exactly as long as Kevin needed to process it. "Fair," he said at last. Pursue lifted his eyes from the armor pieces just long enough to smile, then went back to polishing. The fire crackled. The boar smelled good. The lake was quiet out there. Rosalind stood up, went to her horse, and came back with a lute under her arm. She walked over to me and held it out. "Sing us one of your songs." I took the instrument. Over these years I had discovered something I hadn't expected from myself. In the Elysian fields of my previous life I had learned to play, studied with effort and discipline, with all the seriousness I put into everything. But the voice had never been the strong point. It wasn't bad, it was worked, technically correct, but it wasn't natural. In this life it was different. I couldn't explain it. It was as though the body I had been born into had kept something the previous one never had. A deep, melodious voice that resonated in a way I still sometimes found strange when I heard the echo of it. I began to pluck the lute. "Oh, misty eye of the mountain below. Keep careful watch of my brother's souls. And should the sky be filled with fire and smoke, keep watching over Durin's sons. If this is to end in fire, then we should all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night, calling out Father, oh, stand by and we will. Watch the flames burn Auburn on the mountainside." And if we should die tonight, we should all die together. Raise a glass of wine. For the last time, calling out Father, oh. Prepare as we will. Watch the flames burn auburn on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire. Inside the mountain, I see fire. Burning the trees, and I see fire. Hollowing souls, I see fire. Blood in the breeze, and I hope that you remember me. Chapter 18 The First Cleansing. Dawn came with that cold, low light the north makes before the sun properly appears. We put out the fire, took down the tents, packed everything, mounted up. Nobody talked much. It was too early and the morning silence had that quality not worth breaking without reason. We followed the King's Road with the lake falling behind us. A few kilometers ahead Eldrick raised his left arm without looking back. We stopped. He stayed still on his horse for a second, eyes fixed on something in the wolfswood to the right. A thin column of smoke rose between the trees, barely visible. "I'll check," he said, and disappeared into the wood before anyone answered. We waited in silence. Kevin kept his hand on the bow by instinct. Sigurd drummed his fingers on his thigh once and stopped. Eldrick came back in under 5 minutes. A group of bandits, about 10 men, flat voice, eyes with that expression that already had all the information sorted before speaking. They just robbed a merchant. I saw 2 bodies, probably guards. The merchant was likely taken. I stayed quiet for a moment. "Get ready," I said. "Time to clear the forest of some pests." They tied the horses to a trunk out of sight. Everyone checked their own weapons in silence. I drew truth for a second, ran my thumb along the blade, sheathed it again. I looked at all of them. Kevin, Eldrick, stay hidden and give us cover from above. Then the others. The rest flank from the sides and the back. I draw them from the front. Nobody spoke. I know this is your first real fight. But don't hesitate, because they won't. You were trained for this. There are no second attempts in the field, so there's no room for doubt. I paused. This won't be the first or the last time you do this. Remember that when the blood starts flowing. I pulled Razdan, Belzakar, and Morgaz aside. Watch over them, I said, low. I know we trained everyone to excellence, but the battlefield is unpredictable. That's why I'm asking. Razdan looked at me with the calm the years hadn't taken from him. You don't need to ask that, Arthur. We were already going to. Thank you, my friends. They took their positions. Kevin and Eldrick vanished into the trees, each on a high branch with bow already in hand. The others spread through the wood with the silence 8 years of training builds. Razdan, Belzakar, and Morgaz disappeared like shadows. I went alone toward the camp. The bandits were running hot from having just done something and not yet put the knife away. 2 of them were eating. 3 were gathered around something on the ground that I chose not to look at closely. The others were shouting at each other with the loose energy of people who don't expect to be interrupted. I walked in whistling. It took a few seconds for anyone to notice me. When one did, he pointed, and the others went quiet one by one. "Who are you?" said the biggest one, hand on his knife. "And what do you think you're doing here?" I drew truth slowly. I started walking toward them dragging the tip of the sword along the ground. A few stones sparked. There was something I learned in a previous life about fear. Not the fear that paralyzes, everyone knows that one. The fear that confuses. When something unexpected happens in the field, the human mind spends a precious second trying to catalog what it's seeing before it can react. A second is enough time to die. So I kept walking, slowly, the blade scraping the stones, and I opened my mouth. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll, I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul. The bandits stood still. A man walking alone toward 10, scraping his sword along the ground and reciting a poem, was not something anyone was prepared for. One of them broke first. Nervous, rusty sword in hand, he came at me with the anger of someone who's frightened and doesn't want to show it. "You talk too much, boy." He swung the blade in my direction. The blade passed within a hair of my face. I swung truth. His head hit the ground before his body understood it was dead. The blood began to spread across the earth. The silence lasted about 3 seconds. Then they all came at once. 9 left. The first 3 arrived fastest. And as fast as they came, they died. Gut and limb. The sharp smell of blood and the feces that leaks from intestines filled the air with that horrible honesty that battle has and that no book can prepare anyone for. 6 left. In practice 4, because 2 arrows arrived at the same time, each entering through the eye socket of a man and coming out the other side. Fluid and blood ran from what remained of the cavities. Kevin and Eldrick. The 4 remaining were still running when Sigurd and Pursue came out of the wood. Sigurd caught the first one with the axe horizontal. The man was split at the waist, the bottom half staying upright for a second before falling, the top half going the other way. Pursue drove his sword into the second man's throat with such precision that the tip came out through the back of the neck. He twisted, pulled, the head came with it. 2 left. The 2 looked at what remained of their companions, looked at us, and turned to run. A dagger entered the first one's jaw and came out through the skull. Roslin, from somewhere to the right. The other took 1 step and stopped. He looked down. Astrid's sword was buried in his chest to the hilt, driven so precisely that he hadn't yet understood what had happened. He dropped to his knees, then to his side. Razdan and Belzakar appeared beside the girls as though they had been there the whole time. Morgause emerged from the wood behind us, a head in his hand. He dropped it on the ground between us. There were 11. I looked at him. 1 was hiding behind a tree. I did a quick count with my eyes. Everyone standing, everyone whole. Is everyone all right? Nods. Nobody was bleeding. Sigurd looked at the field around him, eyebrows raised. Bodies in various states of integrity scattered across 20 meters. I thought it would be more exciting, he said. It fell short of my expectations. I'm glad it did. He looked at me. Means we trained you well. Sigurd went quiet for a moment, looking at the ground. Then the corner of his mouth moved. Fair. We found the merchant behind one of the tents. It was what I had chosen not to look at closely when I walked in. I stood still for a moment. Then I turned back to the camp. There was a cart caught between the trees with the horse still hitched, nervous with the smell of blood but unharmed. Supplies, food, bundles tied with rope. The bandits, plunder, probably from more than one target. The bandits, horses were tied further ahead, 8 of them. Take everything, I said. And the horses. We go to the nearest village. Nobody questioned it. Sigurd and Pursue untied and led the horses. Kevin and Eldrick loaded what was scattered back onto the cart. Razdan took the reins. We moved through the wood to the road and then along the road until the first chimney smoke appeared on the horizon. The village was small, the kind the winter hurts more than the rest. Low houses, wooden fence, children who stopped running when they saw us coming with a cart and a line of horses. An old man came to the front with the caution of someone who had learned that strangers arriving in a hurry rarely bring good things. I explained what had happened. Short, without embellishment. He looked at us for a moment, then at the cart, then back at us. You'll need this more than we do, I said. The old man went quiet for a second. Then he called someone inside with a gesture, and before I could say anything else 3 people were unloading the cart with the efficiency of people who don't waste what they receive. Later, when the sun was already low, the old man came back to me. Stay the night. It wasn't a request, it was the only thing he had to offer. I accepted. The old man's family made a stew. They used some of the supplies from the cart and a hare Kevin had caught along the way, and the result smelled good enough to make Sigurd stop talking for a few minutes while he ate, which was the highest praise he knew how to give a meal. We sat with them for a long while. They were simple people, the kind the North produces in quantity and the rest of the 7 kingdoms rarely notices exist. The old man had a name and a history, and when the conversation warmed with the fire he started talking. He had fought for the North during the War of the Ninnepenny Kings. He told it with the specific pride of someone who has carried something inside for years without much opportunity to take it out. House Stark, the North, the way his people don't need fanfare to know who they are. He said all of this without knowing I was a Stark. I didn't say anything. I told him what we were doing, the clearing of bandits across the North, what had happened in the forest earlier. The old man listened carefully and then went quiet for a moment. For some reason, lately the banditry has increased even more. He shook his head. More than usual. More than the winter explains. I filed that away. Across the room Sigurd was already snoring on the floor with a mead skin loose in his hand, which had slipped while he slept. Pursue had cleaned his weapons from the earlier fight with his usual method and was now outside tending to the horses. Kevin was sharpening his arrowheads while whistling something without a defined melody. Astrid and Rosalind were talking with the woman and the couple's daughter near the fire, and Rosalind was sewing something in her lap with the concentration she reserved for few subjects. For weeks I had watched that project appear and disappear in her hands without her ever showing what it was. "What is that?" I asked once. "A surprise," she said, without looking up. I didn't ask again. Eldrick had gone to sleep, or at least had stopped being visible, which in his case was the same thing. Razdan, Belzakar, and Morgause talked among themselves in High Valyrian in the corner, the kind of easy conversation three men have when they no longer need to prove anything to anyone. The fire went low. One by one they slept. In the morning the woman already had breakfast ready when we woke. We ate, thanked them, and set off with that early day silence the previous days had made familiar. The following days passed with the rhythm of the road, small villages, forests, the north opening on both sides with that vastness that keeps reminding you of the size of what you're trying to cross. The farewell came when the road divided. Eldrick and Razdan were going with Rosalind to the Dreadfort, to the northeast. We continued toward Last Hearth. We stopped the horses at the fork. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Rosalind took out the bundle she had been sewing for weeks and began to hand them out. A long hooded coat for each of them, made of leather so dark it was almost black. The kind of piece that sits right on the shoulders. And on the back of each one, embroidered in silver thread on the dark leather, a weirwood tree. The twisted trunk with the carved face in the wood, eyes open, branches spreading with red leaves like flames, and roots descending and intertwining at the base. Two ravens perched in the branches, one on each side, runes circling the whole design like a crown. At the base of the trunk, in crimson thread that contrasted with everything else, a single word, Yggdrasil. Sigurd looked at the coat in his hand for a second with an expression he didn't normally let anyone see. Then he put it on without saying anything, which for Sigurd was the equivalent of a speech. "Thank you," said Astrid, simply, looking at Rosalind with those blue eyes without their usual coldness. "How long did this take you?" said Kevin, examining the embroidery with an attention he rarely gave anything that wasn't an arrow. "Long enough." Rosalind looked at the coat in Kevin's hands for a second. "I already had the tree embroidered for weeks. But when I heard Arthur talking about the Yggdrasil on the road, I added the ravens, the runes, and the name. It felt right. It's the best gift I've ever received." He said it with the genuine smile, not the calculated one. "And I've received some good things." Pursue held the coat for a moment, ran his fingers over the embroidered weirwood, and inclined his head toward her with that quiet seriousness. "I'll wear this until it falls apart," he said. Razdan took the coat in both hands, looked at the embroidery for a moment, and gripped Rosalind's shoulder once. She knew the weight of that coming from him. Morgause put his on without ceremony, but ran his hand over the embroidered weirwood before fastening it, which was more than he usually showed toward anything. Eldrick looked at the coat for a second with that expression that gave little away. Then he looked at Rosalind. "Thank you," he said, with his usual brevity. But it was real, and she knew how to tell the difference. "I took mine last. Good leather, precise embroidery, the 7 weirwood roots running down the back as though they had grown there. I put it on." "Thank you, Rosalind." She nodded and went to check the saddle straps without saying anything, which was her way of closing a subject she had liked too much to comment on. I went to Eldrick. "If you need to send a message when you reach the Dreadfort, route it through Last Hearth." He nodded. I turned to Rosalind. She looked at me with those green eyes that never rested, and for a second there was something in them she didn't usually let show. "It'll be all right," I said. "I know," she answered. "Just come and get us in King's Landing when the time comes." Razdan gave me a nod. Belzakar and Morgause stayed at our side. The 3 horses followed the northeastern path until they disappeared around the bend. We stood at the fork for one more second. "Let's go," I said. And we rode north. Chapter 19 Last Hearth. King's Landing, Small Council Chamber. The small council chamber had a long table of dark oak and chairs nobody had chosen for comfort. Aerys II Targaryen had sent for his own, tall and rigid, with armrests worn down by years of restless fingers. He was leaning forward when Varys entered, his eyes carrying that intensity that shifted between suspicion and enthusiasm depending on the day. To his right, Tywin Lannister sat with the posture of someone who never needed to learn how to appear important, hands on the table, green calculating eyes sweeping the room with the attention of someone who wastes nothing. To Tywin's left, Lucerys Velaryon leafed through documents in silence, his Valyrian silver hair contrasting with a closed expression. Carlton Chelstead tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the table, the master of coin with the look of someone always adding numbers no one else can see. Stefan Baratheon sat with the solidity of a man accustomed to taking up space, large and direct, without Tywin's rigidity or Chelsted's restlessness. Grand Maester Pycelle occupied the corner chair with that hunched posture that could be age or strategy, thick hands folded on the table. Behind the king, motionless as part of the wall, Gerald Hightower. The White Bull, the white armor of the Kingsguard without a mark, hand-on sword hilt by long habit, eyes making a constant sweep of the room that never stopped. Varys. The voice carried its characteristic impatience. Bring me word from all the 7 kingdoms. The eunuch moved forward with those silent steps that seemed to belong to no body in particular, hands folded inside wide sleeves, the courteous smile in its usual place. A bow toward the king, another lighter one for the rest. I beg Vasa Gracchus and the council's pardon for the delay. Certain birds arrived later than expected this morning. No one answered. Aerys made a gesture with his hand, impatience dressed as permission. If your grace permits, I will begin with the north. A calculated pause. My little birds whisper that Rickard Stark has enjoyed considerable success in certain commercial ventures. 2 drinks produced on his lands, Icefire and Frost Spirit, are being sold in large quantities across the north and reaching as far as King's Landing. A delicate pause. Indeed, some present in this chamber have already had occasion to sample them. 2 or 3 pairs of eyes shifted discreetly. Tywin did not move. Aerys narrowed his eyes. The paranoia left him unable to trust anything that did not come directly from his own kitchens, much less drinks from a northern lord. The gold generated by this trade has been quite generous. Generous enough to fund the reconstruction of Moat Cailin, which I am told has already been completed. Carlton Chelsted frowned. But how would they have enough gold to build a fortress? That makes no sense. My birds saw a banker from the Iron Bank in Winterfell shortly after they began selling the drinks. Varys inclined his head slightly. I presume they secured a considerable loan. Several council members exchanged glances. The restored castle is expected to be given to young Eddard Stark, who still resides in the Vale under the wardship of Jon Arryn, alongside the son of our Master of Laws. Varys continued in the same soft tone. Additionally, another construction draws my birds' attention. A fortress is being raised at Sea Dragon Point, to be given to young Benjen Stark. There are also reports of active shipyards in the region, building vessels. Tywin Lannister looked up. His fingers drummed the table once. Ships. What kind of ships? Nothing that appears military, at first glance. From what my birds could observe, they are merchant vessels. Aerys frowned. And why is information from the north always so scarce? Forgive me, your grace. The north is a difficult place to send birds. The cold takes many before they can sing. And the Northmen are an extremely private people. They do not trust strangers easily, nor do they welcome men who ask too many questions. A discreet bow. Even so, my birds continue trying to sing for the crown. Tywin went quiet for a moment, eyes on the table. Moat Cailin completed. With those walls, invading the north from the south is practically impossible. Anyone who dares try will meet stone, iron, and the cold itself. Before they even cross the gates, they will have lost half of what they brought. Stefan Baratheon stepped forward before Aerys could let Tywin's observation take root. Your grace need not concern himself with that. The north has never opposed the Targaryen dynasty. On the contrary, the Starks and their bannermen have always answered the crown's call and fought to defend it. Moat Cailin restored is simply a lord tending his borders, as is his duty. And from what I know of Rickard Stark, he is simply providing a home for one of his sons. Varys inclined his head. Lord Stefan speaks wisely. Nothing in Rickard Stark's conduct suggests anything other than loyalty to the crown. A father who builds for his children is not a threat. He is a lord fulfilling his obligations. Aerys looked at Stefan for a moment. Then he settled back slightly in his chair, fingers loosening a little on the armrests. Varys took a few slow steps. In the Vale, peace reigns. Lord Arryn governs with his customary prudence. His hands opened slightly. In the Riverlands, Hoster Tully remains very interested in matrimonial alliances. Powerful men like to unite their houses, after all. A few more steps. In the Westerlands, everything remains as efficient as ever. Gold continues to flow from Castley Rock like water from a generous spring. Tywin showed no reaction. He might have been a wall. The smile grew a little thinner. The Reach prospers under young Mace Tyrell. Plentiful harvests, full markets. Nothing to trouble the crown. A pause. Dorne remains quiet. Doran Martell is a cautious man. Some might say excessively cautious. A bow toward the throne. In summary, Your Grace, the 7 kingdoms appear to be at peace. No one responded. Aerys stared ahead with that expression the council members had learned not to interpret too quickly. Stefan Baratheon stepped forward with the ease of someone who has known the king for years and knows when to redirect a conversation. Why do we not speak of possible brides for Prince Rhaegar? The change in Aerys was immediate. His shoulders loosened, his fingers stopped their drumming, and something close to genuine interest crossed his eyes for the first time since the meeting had begun. Tywin raised his eyes from the table for the first time in several minutes. Slowly, with the attention of someone who had already thought about the subject and had been waiting for someone to raise it. Though the last time he had tried, at the tourney held in honor of Viserys's birth 2 years past, Aerys had refused Cersei's hand before the entire court. The memory sat on Tywin's face like a stone no one could see but everyone knew was there. Yes, Aerys leaned slightly forward. Rhaegar needs a wife worthy of his blood. Speak. The North Wolfswood. Is everyone all right? Sigurd was cleaning the axe blade on the back of a dead man on the ground. One pass, then another, satisfied with the result. Better than ever. The smile was too wide to be entirely sane. Yes, said Pursue. Kevin looked at his own hands, then at the bodies around him, then back at his hands. Could be better, he said. The last one was ugly enough to kill my appetite for a week. And I was hungry. Astrid nodded without taking her eyes off the perimeter, which was her way of confirming she was whole and at the same time saying she hadn't lowered her guard. Belzacar and Morgause cleaned the tips of their spears in silence, side by side, with that methodical efficiency that years of unsullied training never fully leaves anyone. On the ground lay dozens of bodies. It was the 4th group. Bandits, or wildlings who had come down from the frontier taking advantage of the emptiness on the roads. In a matter of weeks we had found 4, and each time the numbers were larger than the last. The old man from the village had said the banditry had increased more than usual. He was right. We were not in a hurry. Last Hearth was only a few kilometers away, and there was something I had learned through years of work, that haste is the main reason good plans become bad results. So we moved slowly, cleared what appeared, and watched. The north was telling us something. I still didn't know what. Last Hearth appeared on the horizon with that solidity of old stone the northern houses have, buildings that don't try to impress, only to last. The guards stopped us at the gate with hands-on spears, the automatic caution of men who spend their days at a border post. Who are you and what do you want at Last Hearth? Arthur Snow, I said. Son of Rickard Stark. The guard looked at me for a second. Then he looked at his companion. Then he looked back at me with a completely different expression than before. It didn't take long. Greatjon Umber was exactly what the name suggested. A man as large as Sigurd, with a laugh that rose from the soles of his feet and came out with enough force to make the torches flicker. A Stark at Last Hearth is cause for a feast. And he made one. The Umbers were a people who did not understand hospitality as optional, and the banquet that appeared that night proved it without needing further argument. In the middle of the feast, he pulled by the arm a boy of 3 who was looking at everything with the wide eyes of a child who hasn't yet decided whether the world is frightening or fascinating. John Umber, said Greatjon, with that paternal pride that needs no more words. But we call him Smalljon. I looked at the boy. I looked at the father. I thought that at 3 years old and already that size, Smalljon was a name that would last exactly until he grew up, and from the bone structure he was going to grow considerably. He'll be bigger than his father, I said. Greatjon let out a laugh that made John Umber take a step back in fright. That's what I say. Sigurd and Greatjon met in the middle of the room and stood still for a second, each looking at the other with the expression of someone who rarely needs to look up to speak to anyone and suddenly doesn't need to do that. They were the same height, the same size, the same kind of man that makes the ground seem more solid where he stands. Greatjon let out a laugh. Sigurd smiled the way Sigurd smiled when he approved of something without reservation. 10 minutes later they were sitting together with jugs of mead in hand, discussing the best way to split a man with an axe, with the technical seriousness of 2 craftsmen comparing methods. The feast went on around them and neither of them paid it any attention. In the dead of night, when the corridors of Last Hearth were quiet with that heavy silence of old stone, a boy passed me moving too fast to be coincidence, pushed something into my closed fist, and disappeared around the corner without looking back. I closed my hand, kept walking. I reached the chambers they had prepared, went in, closed the door. On the small table in the corner was my bag, where it always was. I sat, opened my hand. A folded letter. Thin paper, careful ink. I read. Ramsay Bolton is dead. His son Roose Bolton has assumed the lordship of House Bolton in the Dreadfort. From what I know of this Roose, he is someone to be watched closely. I have placed someone near him. The letter was written in Japanese. I folded it slowly, walked to the fireplace, laid it on the flame, and watched the paper darken and come apart until nothing remained. Let's hope he isn't an aspiring Red King, I thought. I went back to the table, opened the bag. At the bottom, wrapped in dark cloth, the Valyrian candle. 1. Black, dragonglass, cold as always. For years I had tried. Since I opened my mother's chest and found the candle among her other belongings, black, dragonglass, without mark or inscription. I had tried everything I could imagine. Common tinder, fireplace flame. I had tried to channel magic the way the grimoire described. Nothing, not a single spark. The candle stayed cold as though warmth had never existed in the world. I had asked Lewin specifically because I knew what the Valyrian steel link in his chain meant. At the Citadel, each link in a maester's chain represents a field of knowledge. Valyrian steel was rare, and those who carried it had studied what they called the higher mysteries, magic, prophecy, the things most maesters preferred to ignore entirely. Lewin did not ignore them. He had told me, with the care of someone who chooses their words before speaking, that the Citadel held records. That when the glass candles burned, the sorcerers of the Valyrian freehold could see through mountains, seas, and deserts. Could give visions and dreams to men. Could communicate with one another from half a world away. The Citadel kept some others, 3 black and 1 green, brought from Valyria 1,000 years before the doom. But they had not been lit in more than 100 years. I picked up the candle, held it between my fingers for a moment, as I always did. Cold, smooth, indifferent. There was a theory that had come to me slowly, over months of attempts and pages of the grimoire reread without finding an answer. 100 years ago the last dragon died, and it was around that same time that the candles stopped. It was not coincidence, it was connection. Dragons were the fire of the world. Without them, certain things simply stopped working, like a forge without embers. But there was something more. With the knowledge of magic I had brought with me and what I had learned of the magic in this world, one thing became clearer and clearer. Valyrian magic was different, different from the magic of the first men, different from the magic of the children of the forest, which grew from the earth, from the trees, from the ancient blood running in the roots of the world. Valyrian magic did not grow from the earth. It depended on a bond. And that bond was the dragons. They were not merely symbols of power. They were the thread that connected the mage to the magic, the channel through which the Valyrian flame flowed. When the last dragon died, that thread was cut. Not gradually, not little by little. Cut, and with it, everything that depended on that connection stopped working. The candles, the prophecy, perhaps other things I had not yet discovered. For the candles to burn again, the dragons would have to return. And until then, full use of Valyrian magic was beyond my reach, not for lack of knowledge, but because the channel simply no longer existed. I put the candle back in the cloth with more care than was necessary. And the only ones who might know something about this were the Targaryens. Perhaps at Dragonstone there was something. A book, a tome, a papyrus that the Targaryens had brought from Valyria and forgotten on a shelf. That fortress was ancient and carried centuries of Valyrian history in its very stones. If there was any record about the candles and the dragons, that was where I would expect to find it. I put the candle back in the cloth, closed the bag. Through the window, the north stretched dark and quiet as far as the eye could reach. Patience, I thought, everything has its time. I lay down. The fire in the hearth went low on its own. Chapter 20 The Wall. Breakfast at last hearth was the kind that warms from the inside with the seriousness of people who know the cold outside is not optional. We sat at the table with the Umbers, Greatjon at the head with that presence that made the chairs around him seem smaller, Morse Umber to the left with a stone silence that contrasted with his brother, Hother Umber to the right, more talkative than the other two but not by much. Smoljan appeared with the energy of a 3-year-old who hadn't yet learned that the world has schedules, was placed on his mother's lap, and stared at Sigurd with wide eyes for a considerable length of time. Sigurd looked back with that serious expression. Smoljan didn't look away. Sigurd raised an eyebrow. Smoljan pointed at the axe on Sigurd's hip. Mine, he said. Sigurd looked at the boy for a second, then let out a laugh that made Smoljan's mother jump. The farewell was warm, the way the Umbers did everything, with enough force to leave a mark. Greatjon gripped my forearm with that hand that seemed made of stone. Come back whenever you like, son of Stark. Last hearth always has room for an honorary umber. He looked at the group. And the rest of you too. Morse nodded once, which for Morse was the equivalent of a speech. Hother wished me a good journey with the right words and the tone that said the words were true. Smoljan's mother thanked us, which wasn't necessary but was genuine. Smoljan waved his small hand from his mother's lap. We mounted and rode north. 1 week on horseback. 2 groups of wildlings along the way, both small, both resolved before the situation became complicated. The group was faster now, more fluid, that adjustment that happens when people who trained together begin to fight together in earnest. Movements fitted before they were asked for. Kevin was in good form with reduced bad humor, which was the ideal state of Kevin. Have you ever thought, he said one late afternoon, as we rode across open ground with the wind coming from the north, that there are people in this world who wake up in the morning and the most serious problem of the day is whether it's going to rain on the harvest? I would prefer that, said Pursue. No you wouldn't, said Kevin. Pursue went quiet for a second. No I wouldn't, he agreed. We saw the wall before we reached it. It was impossible not to see. Appearing on the horizon wasn't the right phrase. It grew, it kept getting larger as we approached, that whitish line that first looked like low cloud, then rock, then ice, and then suddenly it was there, solid and impossible, 600, 700 feet of ancient ice rising straight from the ground as though the world itself had decided to build a barrier between the north and whatever lay beyond. We stopped our horses by instinct. We looked for a moment. Pale gray where the light didn't reach, crystalline blue where the sun touched the surface. The top wasn't visible from here, it climbed until it merged with the afternoon sky. 300 miles from east to west, and where we stood it ran from horizon to horizon as though the world simply ended there. My ancestor built this, I said, more to myself than to anyone. Brandon the Builder, said Pursue, in a low voice. That explains, said Sigurd, why you're tall. It doesn't work that way. It should. Kevin stared upward for a few more seconds with the expression of someone doing a difficult calculation. You know what this thing reminds me of? He said. No, I said, the first time I looked up at Sigurd. Same feeling, inexplicable discomfort and the urge to look the other way. Sigurd turned slowly in the saddle and looked at Kevin with that calm expression. Go on, said Kevin, without looking away. I'm waiting. I'm not going to waste the energy, said Sigurd. I might need it up there. We rode toward the gate. Castle Black sat against the base of the wall with that absence of pretension that matched everything I knew about the Night's Watch. It was not a castle in the common sense of the word. No walls to the south, east, or west. Just stone towers and wooden barracks grouped on the ground with the wall serving as the northern wall. 2/3 of the complex in some state of disrepair, stone darkened by time and snow. The gate of Castle Black was an opening at the base of the wall, the tunnel that cut through those feet of ancient ice from south to north. At the southern entrance there was an oak door as thick as a man as wide, reinforced with iron bars. 3 heavy portcullises with chains and locks inside, murder holes in the tunnel ceiling for anyone who tried to force their way through. It was not elegant, it was functional in the way only things built to survive need to be. Who goes there? The voice came from above, from some guard post that was difficult to see clearly. Arthur Snow, I said. Son of Rickard Stark. Silence for a few seconds. Then the sound of bars being removed, chains coming loose. The oak door swung outward with the weight of something built not to move easily. A man in the black cloak of the watch stood at the entrance looking at the group with the expression of someone who had spent enough time at a border post to be impressed by nothing, but was getting close to it. Never seen so many recruits come of their own free will, he said. I'm sorry to inform you, I said, but we are not recruits. May I speak with Lord Commander Corgyle? The man looked at me for a second, then nodded. Wait here, I'll inform the Lord Commander. He went back through the gate toward the towers. The training yard lay to the south of the towers, open ground of packed earth with wooden stakes scattered across it. We waited. Sigurd lasted less than 2 minutes standing still. He walked over to the group of watchmen observing our arrival with that mix of caution and curiosity, picked the largest one, and pointed at him and then at himself with a gesture that needed no translation in any language. The watchman looked at his companions, then at Sigurd, then accepted. The fight began. On the other side, some watchmen had noticed Astrid with the kind of attention that Astrid noticed and ignored with the efficiency of someone who had done it more times than she could count. She didn't look back, she kept her arms crossed and her eyes moving across the perimeter. Kevin also noticed that they noticed. Interesting, he murmured, in a tone that promised it would become a comment at some point. No, said Astrid, without turning. Kevin closed his mouth. A few minutes later Lord Commander Corgyle appeared from the tower with the black cloak on his shoulders and that posture of someone who had commanded enough men to not need to walk quickly to seem important. What can I do for the son of Rickard Stark? He asked, his eyes assessing me with the professional speed of someone who had spent years measuring threats. Lord Commander, I said, I want your permission for me and my friends to cross the wall. Denied. No pause, no hesitation. May I ask why? I'm not sending my men beyond the wall just to satisfy your curiosity. At what point did I ask you to send men with me? I said, my friends and I are more than sufficient. Corgyle looked at me with that specific expression of someone about to say something they consider obvious. You don't know what you're talking about, boy. What does a child raised in a castle think he knows about north of the wall? I won't hold myself responsible for your deaths. I went quiet for a second. Lord Commander, I said, with the tone that blood and years build without asking permission. I may not have the name, but I have the blood. The blood of the kings of winter runs in my veins. The Starks have been Lord Commanders of the Night's Watch since its founding. My ancestor built this wall. A pause. I am not asking this out of curiosity. I have my own reasons for going beyond, and the Warden of the North himself, Rickard Stark, my father, has authorized it. I took the letter from my coat and handed it over. Corgyle opened it, read it, folded it back without showing any reaction on his face. And as compensation for the trouble, I continued, my father will send food, weapons, armor, and gold for you. The Lord Commander looked at me for a long moment. Then he looked at the group. At Sigurd still on the training ground, who had knocked the watchman down and was being challenged by two more. At Belzakar and Morgause with their spears, at Pursue with his hand relaxed but close to his sword, at Astrid ignoring the stares with that coldness, at Kevin with the bow hanging on his shoulder. He folded the letter and put it away. The gate opens at dawn. Thank you, Lord Commander. A pause. I sent a raven from Last Hearth to my father. I believe the goods will arrive within a few days, including a good quantity of frost spirit and icefire. Corgyle went still for a second. Then he smiled, the kind that didn't appear often on a face accustomed to giving orders in the cold. You should go beyond the wall more often. A short, dry laugh, with no trace of the earlier harshness. Ha! He looked at me with a different expression than the one he had worn throughout the conversation. Arthur, may I call you that? Without waiting for an answer. The wall's hospitality is yours. We have no luxury, so I apologize in advance. Rooms will be prepared for you to spend the night. He glanced briefly at Astrid and back to me. I ask that you look after the girl. The men here haven't seen a woman, especially a beautiful one, in a long time. A pause, and if you need to send any ravens or anything of that sort, the Maester's tower is at your disposal. Ask for Maester Emmon. He extended bread and salt to each of us. Thank you, Lord Commander. I accepted, and I apologize for the way I spoke to you earlier. Forget it, boy. The smile returned, easier this time. I like direct people. He turned to go back to the tower. Well, I have things to see to. Enjoy Castle Black, Arthur. I nodded. Sigurd and the others ate the bread and salt and went back to the training yard. This time it wasn't just Sigurd challenging, everyone was on the ground, and the watchmen who had been watching were drawn in one by one, some by choice, others by that silent pressure the group exerted without needing to speak. I went toward the wall. Up close it was different from far away. From far away it was magnitude. Up close it was detail, each layer of ice with that murky transparency of ancient things, each irregularity on the surface marking centuries of accumulated cold. I placed my hand on the wall. The cold went through my palm immediately. I closed my eyes. And felt. It was different from anything I had touched before. The magic of the children of the forest was there, embedded in the ice-like roots in stone, ancient and dense, the kind that was not made to be moved, only to last. The runes of the first men carved in whole blocks, invisible from the outside but present in the interior of the ice-like stitches in fabric. The blood sacrifices that had fed it when it was built, the energy they left behind, still echoing in the ice after 8,000 years. I tried to send a little of my own magic inside. The wall trembled. Faint, almost imperceptible, but it trembled. My vision left me. What came in its place was difficult to describe as a vision. It was direct understanding, the kind that doesn't pass through the eyes but arrives already formed. I saw the structure of the seal as the children of the forest had built it, layer upon layer of magic intertwined with ancient blood and ice and runes. And I saw the crack. It was not large, it was small, the kind that takes centuries to appear and that someone who didn't know what they were looking for would never find. But it was there, and through it something was leaking, not the cold of the north, a different kind of cold, the cold that doesn't come from weather but from something deeper, something on the other side taking advantage of the opening. The seal was corrupting. I let go. My eyes came back. The yard, the cold, the gray stone of Castle Black around me. I ran the back of my hand across my nose. Blood. I stood still for a moment, letting my head settle. Then I heard the raven. I followed the sound and found it on top of a wooden post about 10 meters away, motionless as something that had chosen exactly where to be. Black as any raven, except for the eyes. 3. I stood looking at the raven. The raven stood looking at me. To be continued.